A simple question exposes every lie you've ever been told, every manipulation, every excuse for cruelty dressed up as necessity. The question is 300 years old, but the powerful still fear it. Because once you learn to ask it, you become impossible to deceive. This is the story of Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, and why it remains the most dangerous idea in philosophy. For centuries, human beings have justified terrible actions with reasonable-sounding explanations. Everyone does it. The ends justify the means. It's just business. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelette. These phrases roll off tongues in boardrooms, courtrooms, and living rooms around the world. They sound pragmatic, sophisticated, realistic. But in 1785, a German philosopher in the small city of Kingsburg discovered something extraordinary. He found a test that exposes every one of these justifications as empty rationalization. A single principle that reveals why certain actions are wrong, not because they produce bad outcomes, not because society disapproves, but because they violate something fundamental about what it means to be human. Before we understand why Kant's principle is so powerful, we need to understand the problem it solves. And that problem is as old as human civilization itself. Imagine a world where everyone truly believed that morality was simply a matter of personal opinion, where right and wrong carried no more weight than preferences about food or music, where murder is wrong had the same logical status as I don't like cilantro. This might sound liberating at first, complete moral freedom. No judgments, everyone doing their own thing. But think it through. Really think it through. In such a world, when someone steals from you, you cannot say they did something wrong. You can only say you didn't like it. When they respond, well, I believe stealing is fine, you have no ground to stand on. Your dislike of theft is just your opinion. Their approval of theft is just theirs. There's no fact of the matter, no truth to discover. Just competing preferences with equal validity. The same logic applies to everything. Deception, betrayal, violence, cruelty. If morality is merely subjective, then the person who enjoys inflicting suffering is not mistaken about anything. They simply have different tastes than you do. Calling them immoral would be like a person who enjoys spicy food telling someone who prefers mild food that they're wrong. It's a category error. This isn't a hypothetical problem. Throughout history, this view, called it moral relativism or moral subjectivism, has tempted thoughtful people precisely because it seems to avoid dogmatism and allow for tolerance. Who are we to impose our values on others? Shouldn't everyone be free to choose their own moral framework? But notice what happens when you actually try to live this way. You cannot. When you witness genuine injustice, a child being abused, an innocent person being framed for a crime, a vulnerable person being exploited, something in you rebels against the idea that this is merely a matter of opinion. You don't think, well, I personally dislike child abuse, but the abuser has their own valid perspective. You recognize immediately and with certainty that something objectively wrong is occurring, that the perpetrator is not simply expressing a different preference, but violating something real. This recognition reveals that we don't actually believe morality is subjective, even if we sometimes claim to. Our moral intuitions run deeper than taste preferences. They present themselves as truths about the world, not just facts about our psychology. But if morality isn't subjective, what is it? Where do moral truths come from? How do we discover them? And most importantly, how do we distinguish genuine moral principles from the endless rationalizations people offer for their selfish behavior? This is where the chaos enters. Because while everyone agrees that something like morality exists, they disagree violently about its content and foundation. Some point to religion. God commands certain actions and forbids others. But which religion? Which interpretation? And what about people who don't believe in any gods? Are they simply amoral? Others point to nature. We should do what's natural, follow our evolved instincts, recognize that humans are fundamentally self-interested animals. But this leads immediately to the problem that many natural impulses, aggression, dominance, tribalism, seem morally horrifying when examined closely. If we should follow nature, why shouldn't the strong dominate the weak? That's natural too. Still others point to consequences. An action is right if it produces good outcomes, wrong if it produces bad ones. This sounds reasonable until you start asking questions. Good outcomes? For whom? Over what time horizon? And who decides what counts as good? One person's benefit is often another person's harm. The landscape of moral philosophy before Kant was a battlefield of competing theories, each claiming to have found the foundation of ethics, each vulnerable to devastating objections. Religious ethics required faith in specific doctrines that not everyone shared. Natural law theories struggled to derive aught from is. Just because something is natural doesn't make it right. Consequentialist approaches led to counterintuitive conclusions where terrible acts could be justified if they produced enough benefit. But meanwhile, in everyday life, people offered an endless parade of justifications for questionable behavior. The merchant who cheated customers claimed, "Everyone does it, I'd be a fool not to." The official who accepted bribes argued, "The system is corrupt anyway, my personal integrity won't change that." The person who betrayed a confidence insisted, "I did it for their own good." Each excuse had a kind of surface plausibility. Each gestured toward some broader principle. But underneath, thinking people could sense something hollow. These weren't genuine moral reasoning. They were clever ways of giving yourself permission to do what you wanted anyway. This was the philosophical landscape when Kant began his work. A chaos of competing theories, none fully satisfying. A world where people knew moral truth existed but couldn't quite pin down what it was or where it came from. A situation where the clever could always find some justification for their actions. However terrible, Kant recognized that this problem wasn't just academic. It was existential. If human beings cannot distinguish genuine moral principles from sophisticated rationalization, then morality becomes nothing more than a word game. The person with the cleverest argument wins, regardless of whether they're right. Might makes right, or at least eloquence makes right. But Kant also recognized something else, something that would lead to his breakthrough. He saw that despite all their disagreements about the content of morality, almost everyone agreed on something fundamental. When we make moral judgments, we claim they're universal. When you say lying is wrong, you don't just mean I personally dislike lying. You mean that lying is wrong for anyone in relevantly similar circumstances. You're making a claim about reality, not just reporting your feelings. This universality is built into the very concept of moral judgment. It's what distinguishes saying murder is wrong from saying I don't like asparagus. The latter is explicitly about me and my preferences. The former is about everyone, a claim that holds regardless of what any individual thinks or feels. And this universality, Kant realized, was the key to everything. Immanuel Kant was 57 years old when he published the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals in 1785. He had spent decades thinking about the nature of knowledge, reality, and human reason. His previous work, The Critique of Pure Reason, had revolutionized epistemology by showing how the human mind actively structures experience rather than passively receiving it. Now he turned his revolutionary method to ethics, and what he had discovered would change moral philosophy forever. Kant's breakthrough came from a simple observation about what we actually mean when we make moral judgments. Not what we should mean, not what would be convenient or useful to mean, but what we actually, inevitably do mean whenever we use moral language. When someone says, "You shouldn't have lied to me," they're not making a prediction about consequences. They're not saying, "Lying to me produced outcomes I dislike." They're saying something much stronger. Lying was wrong. You had an obligation not to do it. This obligation existed before you lied, would have existed even if I never found out, and would exist for anyone else in similar circumstances. This is a very specific kind of claim. Its categorical meaning, it applies regardless of what anyone wants or desires. It's not conditional on achieving some goal. It's not hypothetical. It's simply binding. Think about the difference. When someone says, "If you want to get good grades, you should study," that's a hypothetical imperative. The should is conditional on you wanting good grades. If you don't care about grades, the imperative loses its force. But when someone says, "You should keep your promises," they're not conditioning the obligation on whether you happen to want to keep promises. They're saying you're bound to keep them whether you want to or not. That's a categorical imperative, a command that applies to you simply because you're a rational being, regardless of your personal goals or desires. This distinction might seem subtle, but it's revolutionary. Because once you see it, you realize that most attempted justifications for immoral behavior try to smuggle hypothetical imperatives into places where only categorical ones belong. When someone says, "I had to lie because I wanted to avoid conflict," they're treating morality as hypothetically, if you want to avoid conflict, then lying is acceptable. But that's not how morality actually works. The wrongness of lying doesn't depend on whether avoiding conflict is your goal. It's wrong categorically, regardless of what you want. Kant saw that moral obligations had to be categorical, or they weren't really moral obligations at all. They would just be strategic advice dressed up in ethical language. But this raised an even deeper question. Where do categorical imperatives come from? What gives them their binding force? Previous philosophers had offered various answers. Divine command, God makes them binding. Natural law, they're written into the fabric of reality. Social contract, we all agree to follow them. But each answer had problems. If categorical imperatives come from God, then non-believers have no reason to follow them. If they come from nature, we're back to the problem of deriving ought from is. If they come from social agreement, then they're not really categorical, they're conditional on the agreement. Holding Kant's answer was startling in its elegance. Categorical imperatives don't come from anything outside human reason. They emerge from the nature of rational agency itself. Here's how the argument works. When you act, you always act according to some principle or maxim. This isn't something you can avoid. Even seemingly random or impulsive actions are based on implicit principles. I'll do whatever feels good in the moment, or I'll follow my first instinct, or I'll do what's easiest. These maxims are the subjective principles that guide your choices. Sometimes you're aware of them, sometimes not, but they're always there. Now, when you act on a maxim, you're implicitly claiming something. You're claiming that acting this way is permissibly at least for you in this situation. You're treating your maxim as a principle of action. But here's the key insight. If you're a rational being, someone who acts based on reasons rather than mere instinct, then you must be consistent. You cannot coherently claim that some principle justifies your action while simultaneously denying that same principle when others try to act on it. If you lie to someone because it's convenient, you're implicitly claiming that lying for convenience is a permissible principle of action. But then you cannot coherently object when others lie to you for their convenience. To do so would be a contradiction, claiming the principle is valid when you use it, but invalid when others do. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's rational incoherence. It's trying to have things both ways, in a way that violates the basic laws of logic. And this, Kant realized, is where moral obligation comes from. It doesn't require God, or nature, or social agreement. It emerges from what's required for rational agency itself to be possible. When you act, you must act on maxims. When you act on maxims, you must be able to will them as universal principles, principles that anyone in similar circumstances could follow. If you cannot do this without contradiction, then the maxim is morally impermissible. If you can, it's permissible. If you must, it's obligatory. This is why morality is categorical. It's not imposed from outside. It's not a constraint on your freedom. It's the internal requirement of rational action itself. To be a rational agent, it ought to act for reasons rather than mere impulse. Just as to be bound by moral principles. Kant had found something remarkable. He'd shown that morality isn't arbitrary, isn't culturally relative, isn't dependent on what anyone happens to want. It's built into the structure of rationality itself. To deny moral obligation is to deny that you're a rational being. And to deny you're a rational being is to undermine any claim you might make, including the claim that morality doesn't exist. But there was more. Because if this is where moral obligation comes from, then it tells us something profound about what moral actions look like. Most people, when asked why they do the right thing, will point to something outside themselves, because God commands it, because society expects it, because I'll be punished otherwise, because it benefits me in the long run. These might all be good motivations in their own way, but Kant realized they're not truly moral motivations. Why? Because they make morality conditional. They reduce it to a means to some other end. And whenever you treat morality as a means to something else, you open the door to abandoning it when it no longer serves that end. If you're honest because honesty benefits you, then you'll be dishonest when dishonesty benefits you more. If you keep promises because you fear punishment, you'll break them when you can get away with it. If you help others because it makes you feel good, you'll stop helping when it becomes emotionally costly. True moral action, Kant argued, must be done from duty itself, not duty as an external constraint, but duty as the recognition of what rational consistency requires. You act morally because reason shows you this is what you must do to remain coherent as a rational agent. This might sound cold or mechanical, but it's actually the opposite. When you act from duty in this sense, You're expressing your highest nature as a rational being. You're not being controlled by desire or fear or social pressure. You're acting from principle, from reason itself. And this, Kant realized, is what makes human beings special, what gives them dignity rather than mere value, what makes them ends in themselves rather than mere means. An animal acts from instinct. A programmed machine acts from its code. But a rational agent acts from self-given principles. This capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to yourself through reason, is the source of all moral worth. When you act morally, you're not obeying some external authority. You're legislating for yourself. You're being autonomous in the deepest sense, and this autonomy is precisely what the moral law protects and demands. This was Kant's revolutionary insight. Morality isn't imposed on rational beings from outside. It's what rational agency itself requires. The moral law and the law of reason are the same thing. To be free, in the truest sense, is to be bound by principles you give yourself through reason, and to be moral is to exercise this freedom in a way that respects the same capacity in others. Understanding this changes everything. Because now we can see why certain maxims fail moral scrutiny. It's not because they produce bad outcomes, though they often do. It's not because an authority figure forbids them, though they often might. It's because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot be universalized without contradiction, and this gives us the tool we need. A way to test any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim. A principle that cuts through complexity and rationalization to expose the underlying truth. Kant called it the categorical imperative. Now we arrive at the principle itself, the test that exposes every rationalization, every excuse, every sophisticated justification for doing wrong. Kant formulated it in several ways, but the most famous version reads, "Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." Let's break this down, because every word matters. Act only according to that maxim. A maxim is your subjective principle of action. It's the rule you're following when you do something. Sometimes it's explicit, I will always tell the truth. Sometimes it's implicit, I'll lie when it benefits me. But every action has one. The maxim isn't just the action itself. It includes your reason for acting. I will lie isn't a complete maxim. I will lie to avoid embarrassment is. I will lie to protect someone from harm is another. Same action, different maxims. And the moral evaluation depends on the maxim, not just the behavior. This is crucial, because it means you can't game the system by describing your action in favorable terms while ignoring your actual motivation. The maxim captures what you're really doing and why. ... whereby you can, at the same time will... This is where it gets interesting. Kant isn't asking whether you do will it, or whether you'd like to will it. He's asking whether you can will it without contradiction, whether it's rationally possible. Think of it like a logical consistency test. Can this principle operate in all cases without undermining itself? Or does it depend on others not following it? That it should become a universal law. Universal means applying to everyone in relevantly similar circumstances. A law means a principle that holds necessarily, not just contingently. So the test asks, can you coherently will that everyone, when in circumstances like yours, acts according to the same principle you're following? Not would you prefer they did, but can you rationally will it without contradiction? Let's see how this works with concrete examples. Consider lying. Suppose your maxim is, I will make false promises when it helps me get what I want. Now apply the universalization test. Can you will that everyone follows this maxim? That whenever someone wants something, they can make promises they have no intention of keeping? Here's where it breaks down. If everyone made false promises whenever convenient, the entire practice of promising would collapse. No one would believe promises anymore. The institution itself would dissolve. But notice your maxim depends on other people believing promises. You're trying to exploit their trust. You're relying on the general practice of promise-keeping existing, while simultaneously acting to undermine it. This is the contradiction. You cannot coherently will your maxim as universal law, because doing so would destroy the very conditions that make your maxim effective. You're trying to make an exception for yourself, while depending on others not making exceptions for themselves. This isn't a contradiction in consequences, though those would be bad. It's a contradiction in conception. The maxim, when universalized, undermines its own possibility. It's like sawing off the branch you're sitting on. Kant called this a contradiction in conception, and it marks actions that are strictly forbidden. You cannot universalize the maxim even in thought without logical incoherence. But there's another type of failure, more subtle. Consider refusing to help others in distress. Your maxim might be, I will never help anyone who needs assistance, and I will rely entirely on my own resources. Can you universalize this? Unlike the lying case, there's no logical contradiction in everyone following this principle. It's conceivable that people could live this way, everyone completely self-reliant, no one helping anyone. But here's the problem. Can you will it? Can you rationally choose for this to be universal law? As a finite, vulnerable human being, you know you will face situations where you need help. Illness, accident, bad luck, circumstances beyond your control, these are inevitable. Parts of human existence. Your own rationality requires you to will the conditions that make your goals achievable. So you face a contradiction in will. You cannot coherently will both, that you pursue your rational ends as a finite being, and that no one ever helps anyone. To will the second is to will the frustration of the first. This isn't about predicting consequences or calculating benefits. It's about what you can rationally will without self-contradiction. And you cannot will conditions that make your own rational agency impossible. Kant called this a contradiction in will, and it marks actions that are imperfect due to things you're obligated to do, though with some latitude in how and when. The beauty of this test is its simplicity and power. You don't need to calculate outcomes, consult religious texts, or survey what society approves. You just need to think clearly about whether you can universalize your maxim without contradiction. But people often try to evade the test through clever reformulation of their maxims. They make them so specific that they don't seem to apply to anyone else. I will lie when my name is John, and it's raining on a Tuesday in March, and I'm wearing blue socks. Well, that's so specific it only applies to me right now. Surely I can universalize it. But this is cheating. The maxim must include genuinely relevant features of your situation, not arbitrary details designed to make it unique. What makes your circumstances different isn't your name or the whether it's morally relevant factors. Like whether you're protecting someone from harm or just avoiding embarrassment. The test requires honesty with yourself. You have to formulate your maxim in terms of features that actually matter to your moral reasoning, not accidental details that make your case seem special. Another evasion, but everyone does it. The fact that many people violate a moral principle doesn't make the principle invalid. It just means many people are acting wrongly. Universalization isn't about what people actually do. It's about what can be rationally willed as a universal law. Still another, what if I'm in an unusual situation? Kant isn't naive. He knows life presents complex cases. But complexity doesn't eliminate obligation. It just makes discernment more difficult. The categorical imperative doesn't provide automatic answers to every dilemma. It provides a test for evaluating your reasoning. And here's something crucial that people often miss. The categorical imperative isn't about predicting what would happen if everyone acted that way. It's about whether you can rationally will it. Suppose I want to become a concert pianist. Can I will that everyone becomes a concert pianist? Well, if everyone did, there'd be no farmers, doctors, builders. Society would collapse. So does this mean pursuing music is immoral? No, because the maxim isn't everyone should be a pianist. It's I will develop my talents in ways that contribute to human flourishing. That's perfectly universalizable. Everyone developing their particular talents in beneficial ways is not only coherent, but desirable. The test requires you to think carefully about what principle you're actually following, not to apply mechanical rules that ignore context. Similarly, the categorical imperative doesn't demand moral perfection in every moment. It demands that your maxims be universalizable. You can pursue personal projects, have preferences, live your life so long as your principles of action could be rationally willed as universal laws. What you cannot do is make exceptions for yourself. You cannot claim that the rules that apply to others don't apply to you simply because you're you. You cannot exploit others' moral behavior while refusing to be moral yourself. This is why the categorical imperative is so powerful against manipulation and exploitation. Because manipulators always depend on asymmetry. They lie while requiring others to tell truth. They break promises while requiring others to keep theirs. They use people as means while insisting on being treated as ends. The universalization test exposes this asymmetry immediately. It forces you to acknowledge that if your principle is valid for you, it must be valid for everyone. And if you cannot accept it being valid for everyone, then it's not actually valid for you either. This is the weapon Kant gives us. Not a list of rules to memorize, but a test for evaluating any proposed action. A way to see through rationalizations to the underlying logical structure. When someone tells you why their questionable behavior is justified, translate it into a maxim. Then ask, can this be universalized? Can everyone in similar circumstances follow this principle without contradiction? If not, you've found the flaw. Not because you disagree with their values, not because you have different preferences, but because they're being rationally incoherent. They're claiming an exception for themselves, while depending on others not claiming the same exception. And once you see this, you cannot unsee it. Every excuse, every justification, every sophistication, argument for doing wrong reveals itself as an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a moral order while refusing to be bound by it yourself. The categorical imperative strips away the complexity and reveals the simple truth. Either your principle can apply to everyone, or it cannot apply to you. There is no middle ground, no special pleading, no exceptions. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Because the categorical imperative doesn't depend on what anyone desires, believes, or values. It's a test of logical consistency, and logical consistency is binding on all rational beings, regardless of their particular commitments. You might not want to be moral. You might wish you could lie, cheat, and exploit with impunity. But if you're rational, you cannot coherently claim the right to do so. Because to claim that right is to grant it to everyone, which destroys the very conditions that make your actions effective. This is the trap that catches all moral violators. They want the benefits of a moral order, trust, cooperation, stable expectations while refusing its burdens. But they cannot have both. The moment they claim the right to violate moral principles for their benefit, they grant that same right to everyone else. And in doing so, they destroy the very order they depend on. The first formulation of the categorical imperative gives us a test for evaluating maxims. But Kant offered a second formulation that goes deeper, revealing what's at stake in moral action. He called it the formula of humanity, and it reads, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end and never simply as a means. This formulation shifts focus from the logical structure of maxims to the fundamental value that makes morality possible. And in doing so, it reveals something profound about human dignity. Let's unpack it carefully. Treat humanity ... Not just human beings as biological organisms, but humanity, the rational nature that makes us moral agents. The capacity for setting ends, making choices, legislating principles for ourselves. Double quotes ... whether in your own person or in the person of another ... This is crucial. You can violate humanity in yourself as much as in others. Destroying your own rational nature is as wrong as destroying someone else's. ... Always at the same time as an end. An end is something valuable in itself, not just as a means to something else. To treat humanity as an end is to recognize its unconditional worth, its dignity rather than mere price. ... And never simply as a means. Notice the word simply. Kant isn't saying you can never use people as means. You use people as means all the time in perfectly innocent ways. When you buy groceries, you're using the cashier as a means to get food. When you ask for directions, you're using someone as a means to find your way. The problem is treating people merely or simply as means, using them as tools without respecting their rational agency, manipulating, coercing, or deceiving them in ways that undermine their capacity to make informed choices. This formulation captures something the universalization test points toward but doesn't make explicit. Why can't you lie? Because lying treats the person you deceive as a mere tool for achieving your ends. You're manipulating their beliefs to get what you want, without respecting their capacity to reason and choose for themselves. Why can't you break promises? Because promises are commitments between rational agents. Breaking them treats the other person as someone whose rational expectations don't matter, as if they were just an obstacle to navigate rather than a fellow agent with legitimate claims. Why can't you coerce? Because coercion overrides someone's will, treating them as an object to be controlled rather than a person whose choices deserve. Respect, the formula of humanity, reveals that all moral violations share a common structure. They all involve treating rational nature in yourself or others as if it had only instrumental value, as if it could be used, manipulated, or destroyed for the sake of other goals. But rational nature isn't valuable because it's useful. It's valuable in itself. It's the source of all value. Without rational beings who can recognize value, judge worth, and set ends, nothing would have value at all. Think about it. Why is gold valuable? Because rational beings desire it and use it. Why is health valuable? Because rational beings pursue it as an end. Everything else in the universe has value only in relation to rational beings who can care about it, pursue it, use it for purposes. But rational nature itself is different. It's not valuable because it serves some further end. It's valuable because it's the condition of anything having value at all. It's what Kant called an end in itself, something with absolute rather than conditional worth. This is why human dignity is unconditional, not because humans are more intelligent than other animals, or more capable, or more anything, but because humans are rational agents, beings who can recognize value, legislate principles, and hold themselves and others accountable. This rational agency is what makes moral law possible, and recognizing it in all human beings is what morality requires now. The formula of humanity and the universalization test are meant to be equivalent. Two ways of expressing the same fundamental principle. And we can see why. When you violate the universalization test, you're always treating humanity as mere means. The liar uses others' rationality against them, manipulating their beliefs. The promise breaker treats others' rational expectations as inconveniences. The person who refuses all help treats their own rational nature as dispensable in times of need. Conversely, when you follow the universalization test, you'll necessarily respect humanity as an end, because universalization means treating all rational agents symmetrically, acknowledging that what makes your claims valid, your rational nature, makes their claims valid too. But the formula of humanity brings something into sharper focus. It emphasizes that morality isn't just about following rules. It's about recognizing and respecting value, the unconditional worth of rational agency. This has practical implications. It means moral action isn't about grudging compliance with obligations. It's about appreciating what's genuinely precious and acting accordingly. When you keep a promise, you're not just following a rule. You're respecting the rational nature of the person you made the promise to, acknowledging that their plans and expectations matter because they're a rational agent. When you tell the truth, you're not just avoiding lying. You're respecting others' capacity to reason and choose for themselves based on accurate information. When you help someone in distress, you're not just fulfilling a duty. You're recognizing that their rational agency, their capacity to pursue ends, deserves support when it's threatened. The formula of humanity also explains why certain acts seem especially heinous. Torture, slavery, rape, these aren't just violations of the universalization test. They're profound assaults on human dignity itself. Torture treats a person as nothing but a source of information, denying their status as an end in themselves. Slavery treats a person as property, as if rational agency could be owned. Rape treats a person as an object for sexual gratification, completely overriding their will and agency. These acts don't just break moral rules, they attack the very thing that makes morality possible, the rational nature that gives humans their dignity. And notice, the formula of humanity protects you as much as others. You cannot treat your own humanity as mere means either. This rules out self-destructive behavior that damages your rational capacities, addiction that undermines your ability to choose freely, degradation that corrupts your moral judgment. Even suicide, in Kant's view, treats your rational nature as dispensable, as if it could be destroyed for the sake of escaping suffering. You might disagree with some of Kant's specific conclusions here. The point isn't that his every application was perfect. The point is the principle. Your rational nature is precious. You owe it respect. You cannot justifiably destroy or corrupt it, any more than you can destroy or corrupt someone else's. This creates duties to yourself as well as others. Duties to develop your capacities, maintain your integrity, resist corruption of your character. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect even from you. The formula of humanity also suggests something about what a truly moral community would look like. Kant called it the kingdom of Enza. Systematic union of rational beings under common moral laws. In such a community, everyone recognizes everyone else's dignity. Everyone treats everyone else as an end, never merely as means. Everyone acknowledges that the same rational nature that makes their own claims valid makes others' claims valid too. This isn't just a utopian fantasy. It's what morality aims toward. The ideal that guides moral action even when we fall short. When you act from the categorical imperative, you're helping to realize this kingdom. You're treating people as they deserve to be treated with the respect due to rational beings. And here's the remarkable thing. When you really grasp this, when you truly understand that every human being possesses rational nature that gives them unconditional worth, it changes how you see everything. That person who annoyed you in traffic, rational agent, that customer service representative you're frustrated with, rational agent, that political opponent whose views you despise, rational agent, that criminal, that addict, that person society has written off, rational agent, they all possess the same thing you possess, the capacity that makes morality possible, that gives rise to all value, that deserves unconditional respect. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, or like them, or approve of their choices. It means you cannot treat them as mere obstacles, tools, or objects. You must engage with them as fellow, rational beings, even when correcting or constraining their behavior. The formula of humanity is demanding, far more demanding than simple rule following, because it requires you to maintain constant awareness of the dignity in every person you encounter, to never slip into treating people as mere functions, the person who brings your food, the person who cleans your office, the person who processes your paperwork. But it's also liberating, because once you see human dignity clearly, you cannot unsee it. And seeing it makes moral action natural rather than forced. You don't help others because some rule demands it. You help them because you recognize what they are beings with, the same rational nature you possess, deserving the same respect you claim for yourself. This is why Kant thought the formula of humanity and the universalization test were equivalent. They're two ways of expressing one truth. Rational nature is the source and limit of all moral claims. To be rational is to recognize this truth. To be moral is to act on it, and to fail to act on it, to treat people as mere means, to violate their dignity. To claim exceptions for yourself is not just to break rules. It's to deny the very thing that makes you valuable, to saw through the branch you're sitting on, to destroy the foundation of your own worth while claiming that worth. For yourself, this is the deeper reason why immoral action is irrational. Not just because it fails the universalization test, but because it violates what you implicitly affirm every time you claim your own dignity, assert your own rights, or demand respect from others. You cannot coherently claim dignity for yourself while denying it to others. You cannot demand to be treated as an end while treating others as mere means. The rational nature that gives you worth is the same rational nature that gives them worth. And recognizing this, truly recognizing it, changes everything. Now we turn to application. Armed with the categorical imperative, we can examine the most common justifications people offer for questionable behavior. And we begin with perhaps the most universal: lying. It's just a white lie. It doesn't hurt anyone. You've heard this. You've probably said it. We all have. Someone asks if you like their haircut. You think it's terrible, but you say it looks great. What's the harm? You spared their feelings. You avoided awkwardness. Everyone does it. But let's apply Kant's test. What's the maxim here? I will deceive others when telling the truth would cause minor discomfort or social awkwardness. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? At first glance, it seems fine. If everyone told white lies to spare feelings, wouldn't that make social life smoother? Less conflict, less hurt, more harmony. But look closer. If everyone lies to avoid discomfort, what happens to communication itself? When someone compliments you, you can no longer trust it. Maybe they mean it, maybe they're just being polite. When someone agrees with you, you don't know if they actually agree or are avoiding disagreement. When someone says they'll do something, you can't be certain they actually intend to. The entire fabric of linguistic trust begins to unravel. And notice your white lie only works because most people still generally tell the truth. You're exploiting their honesty. You're depending on others maintaining the practice of truthful communication while you make an exception for yourself. This is the characteristic structure of moral failure. The liar needs truth-telling to exist as a general practice, or their lies would have no effect. But their lying, if universalized, would destroy that very practice. But surely, someone objects, we can distinguish between harmful lies and harmless ones, between lying to defraud someone and lying to spare their feelings. Can we? Let's think carefully. The problem isn't the immediate consequence. The problem is what you're doing to the other person. When you lie to someone, even benevolently, you're making a decision for them. You're deciding they shouldn't have accurate information. You're treating them as someone whose rational judgment can be manipulated for their own good. But who are you to make that decision? If you respect them as a rational agent, as an end in themselves, you must allow them to form judgments based on truth, even uncomfortable truth. Even truth that might lead them to choices you wouldn't prefer. To lie to them even kindly is to treat them as a child, as someone whose rationality needs to be managed rather than respected. It's fundamentally paternalistic, assuming you know better than they do what information they should have. Kant goes further. He argues that lying undermines your own dignity, not just others. When you lie, you corrupt your own character. You train yourself to treat truth as negotiable, as something to be deployed strategically rather than respected unconditionally. Over time, this corrodes your moral judgment. You become someone who asks, "Can I get away with this?" rather than, "Is this right?" You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to truth. But what about lying to save a life? This is the famous challenge to Kant. Suppose someone is hiding in your home, fleeing from someone who wants to murder them. The would-be murderer knocks on your door and asks if you're hiding anyone. Do you lie? Common sense screams yes. How? Could telling the truth possibly be right when a life is at stake? Kant's answer shocked his critics then and shocks people now. He said you must not lie, not even here, not even to save an innocent life. Many people think this proves Kant's ethics is absurd, that it leads to monstrous conclusions, that any moral theory producing such results must be rejected. But before we dismiss him, let's understand his reasoning. Kant isn't saying you must tell the murderer where the victim is. He's saying you cannot lie. These aren't the same thing. You could refuse to answer. You could say, "I'm not telling you that." You could physically prevent the murderer from entering, but you cannot deceive. Why not? Because the moment you grant yourself permission to lie even for the best reasons, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made truth-telling conditional rather than absolute. You've decided that there are circumstances where deception is permissible, and once you've done that, where do you stop? If you can lie to save a life, can you lie to prevent serious harm? Can you lie to avoid major financial loss? Can you lie when the truth would be very inconvenient? Every liar thinks their situation is special, their reasons compelling. The business person lying to close a deal thinks their company's survival justifies it. The politician lying to voters thinks maintaining power for the right policies justifies it. The person lying to their spouse thinks preserving the relationship justifies it. Once you abandon the categorical imperative in favor of consequentialist calculation, you have no principled way to limit deception. You're just negotiating how much truth can be sacrificed for your goals. Kant saw this clearly. Either truth-telling is a categorical imperative, or it isn't. Either you respect the dignity of rational agents by never deceiving them, or you treat deception as a tool to be deployed when useful. There's no stable middle ground. You might still disagree with Kant's conclusion about the murderer case. Many thoughtful people do, but notice what disagreeing requires. You have to abandon the idea that morality is categorical. You have to accept that moral principles have exceptions, that duty is conditional, that the rightness of action depends on circumstances and outcomes. Maybe that's correct. Maybe morality is fundamentally consequentialist. But then you've given up what Kant was trying to preserve, the idea that moral obligations are absolute, that human dignity is unconditional, that some things are simply wrong regardless of results. And if you give that up, you're back to the problem Kant was trying to solve. Because now every moral claim is just a prediction about consequences. Every principle is just a rule of thumb. Every obligation is just a suggestion that holds until circumstances change. The liar's excuse in all its forms, from white lies to strategic deceptions, rests on making truth conditional, on deciding that honesty matters except when it doesn't, that you should tell truth unless you have good enough reason not to, but good enough according to whom? Judged by what standard? If you allow exceptions, you allow everyone to judge their own case. And humans are remarkably good at convincing themselves their situation is exceptional. Kant's absolutism about truth-telling isn't arbitrary rigidity. It's the recognition that once you start making exceptions, you've lost the categorical imperative entirely. You've reduced morality to sophisticated rationalization, where the clever can always find some justification for doing what they wanted anyway. The test is simple. When you're considering lying, ask yourself, can I will that everyone in my situation would lie? Can I will that deception is permissible whenever someone judges truth would produce bad results? If you answer honestly, you'll see the problem. You're claiming a right you cannot universalize. You're treating your judgment as special, your situation as uniquely deserving of exception. You're doing exactly what the categorical imperative forbids, making yourself the exception to rules that apply to everyone else. And this is why lying, even kind lying, even life-saving lying, violates human dignity. Because it asserts that you can override others' rational agency when you judge it necessary, that you can manipulate their beliefs, control their choices, treat them as objects to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Perhaps Kant is wrong. Perhaps consequences matter more than he acknowledged. Perhaps flexibility is wisdom rather than weakness. But if he's wrong, we need to explain why. We need to show how we can allow exceptions without opening the door to unlimited rationalization. How we can make truth conditional without making it meaningless. How we can respect human dignity while sometimes deceiving people for their own good. These are hard questions. Much harder than the comfortable assumption that of course you should lie to save a life. Suggests Kant forces us to think carefully about what we're really doing when we lie, about what we're claiming about ourselves and others, about whether our reasons are genuinely exceptional or just conveniently self-serving. And once you start thinking this way, you can't stop. Every easy excuse becomes suspect. Every comfortable rationalization reveals itself as exactly what Kant warned against: an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy moral status while avoiding moral obligation. Lying is straightforward deception, but manipulation is more subtle. The manipulator doesn't necessarily lie. They just arrange circumstances, frame choices, and craft messages in ways that lead people to do what the manipulator wants. I'm not forcing anyone, the manipulator says. I'm just being persuasive, influencing, presenting things in a favorable light. If people make bad choices, that's on them. This excuse appears everywhere. In marketing campaigns that exploit psychological vulnerabilities, in personal relationships where one person constantly maneuvers the other, in institutions that design systems to nudge people toward profitable behaviors, in conversations where someone uses emotional pressure to get their way, the manipulator always has the same defense. I didn't force them. They chose freely. I just made my case effectively. But let's examine this through Kant's lens. What is manipulation exactly? It's getting someone to do what you want by methods that bypass or compromise their rational judgment. You're not presenting reasons that would appeal to a fully informed, clear-thinking person. You're exploiting biases, triggering emotions, creating false urgency, or otherwise interfering with rational deliberation. Consider a simple example. A salesperson is trying to sell you something you don't need. They know you don't need it, but they've studied techniques to overcome objections. They create artificial scarcity only to leapt in stock. They trigger social pressure. Everyone in your neighborhood has one. They use subtle flattery to build rapport. They time their pitch for when you're tired and your judgment is weakened. Have they lied? Not necessarily. There might be only two in stock. Others might have bought one. The compliments might be sincere, but they're not engaged in rational persuasion. They're engaged in psychological manipulation. They're treating you as a system to be gamed, rather than a rational agent to be respected. They're finding your buttons and pushing them, without regard for whether this serves your genuine interests or rational judgment. Apply the formula of humanity. Are they treating you as an end in yourself? Are they respecting your rational agency? No. They're treating you as a means to their end, making a sale. Your rational judgment is an obstacle to overcome rather than something to be engaged with honestly. They're using techniques specifically designed to compromise your ability to think clearly about whether this purchase serves your goals. This violates your dignity as a rational being. Even if you freely choose to buy, your choice isn't genuinely free if it's the product of systematic manipulation. You're being treated as an object to be worked on, rather than a person to be reasoned with. But someone objects. Isn't all persuasion somewhat manipulative? Don't we all frame things too? Our advantage? Where's the line? The line is rational engagement. When you present genuine reasons for your position, explain their logic, provide accurate information, and allow someone to make up their own mind based on their jaw, respecting their agency. You're treating them as a rational being capable of judgment. When you exploit psychological vulnerabilities, hide relevant information, create false impressions, or use emotional pressure instead of rational argument, you're manipulating. You're bypassing their rational judgment rather than engaging it. The difference isn't always sharp, but it's real. And you can usually tell which side you're on by asking, would my approach work on a perfectly rational person who had complete information? Or does it depend on them being confused, emotional, pressured, or ignorant of relevant facts? If the latter, you're manipulating. This applies to personal relationships as much as commercial ones. Perhaps more. Consider someone who wants their partner to do something. Instead of asking directly and respecting whatever answer they get, they create situations where saying no would be awkward. They make the person feel guilty about past refusals. They alternate between affection and withdrawal to condition the desired behavior. They frame the request in ways that make it seem unreasonable to refuse. This might be effective. It might even be unconscious. But it's manipulation. It treats the partner as someone to be controlled rather than respected. It undermines their capacity to make genuine choices based on their own values and judgment. The manipulator might say, but I know what's good for them better than they do. This is the paternalistic defense. I'm manipulating them for their own benefit. But this misses the fundamental point. Even if you're right about what's good for them, and you usually aren't, you have no right to override their agency. They're not children. They're rational beings capable of making their own mistakes and learning their own lessons. To manipulate them, even benevolently, is to deny them the respect their rational nature deserves. It's to assert that your judgment of their good matters more than their own judgment, that you're entitled to control their choices when you think you know better. This is precisely what the formula of humanity forbids. You cannot treat someone as mere means to an end, Devon, if that end is their own welfare. You must respect their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, live their own life. The universalization test makes this clearer. What's your maxim? I will manipulate others when I believe it will lead them to choices I think are better for them. Can you universalize this? Can you will that everyone manipulates everyone whenever they think they know better? Obviously not. Because you don't want others manipulating you based on their judgment of your good. You want them to respect your autonomy, present you with accurate information and genuine reasons, and allow you to decide for yourself. But if you claim that right for yourself while denying it to others, you're making the classic exception. You're saying your judgment is special, your manipulation justified, your paternalism warranted, while everyone else must respect your autonomy. You can override theirs when you see fit. This is the fundamental incoherence in all manipulation. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating them. They require a baseline of honest communication, rational engagement, and respect for agency in order to function. But they refuse to provide that baseline themselves when it's inconvenient. Consider advertising and marketing, an entire industry built on studying how to influence behavior through means other than rational persuasion, finding the triggers that bypass critical thinking, creating needs that didn't exist, exploiting insecurities to sell products. The defense is always, we're just competing for attention, presenting our products attractively, giving people what they want. But look at the methods, associating products with unrelated positive feelings, creating artificial social pressure, targeting children before they develop critical thinking skills, using subliminal techniques, exploiting psychological biases. These methods don't respect rational agency. They treat human minds as machines to be programmed, not persons to be reasoned with. The entire premise is, how can we get people to buy without appealing to their rational judgment of whether the product serves their genuine interests? Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone treats everyone else as a psychological system to be hacked? You cannot, because you don't want to be treated that way. You want honest information, rational arguments, and the freedom to judge for yourself what serves your interests. You want to be treated as an end, not as a means to others' commercial goals. But marketers claim this right for themselves, while depending on most people maintaining basic honesty and trust. They exploit the fact that people generally believe what they're told, generally assume good faith, generally don't expect systematic manipulation. This parasitic relationship depending on others, good faith while refusing to practice it yourself is exactly what Kant's ethics exposes and condemns. The same pattern appears in personal manipulation. The person who constantly maneuvers their partner depends on that partner's honesty and good faith. They're exploiting trust while refusing to reciprocate it, using the other's openness as a vulnerability to exploit rather than something to respect. When discovered, the manipulator often becomes indignant. You're not trusting me. You're being paranoid. But the manipulator is the one who violated trust by treating it as a tool rather than a reciprocal commitment. Kant's ethics draws a bright line. Either you engage with people as rational agents, presenting them with reasons and respecting their judgment, or you manipulate them by bypassing their rationality. There's no middle ground where you can kind of respect someone's agency while also treating them as an object to be controlled. This doesn't mean you can never influence anyone. Rational persuasion is influence. Good arguments, influence. Accurate information influences. But these influence by engaging someone's rationality, not bypassing it. The test is whether you're willing to explain your methods. Can you tell the person, here are the reasons I think you should do this, and here are the psychological techniques I'm using to make you more receptive to those reasons. If revealing your methods would undermine their effectiveness, you're manipulating, because you're depending on the person not recognizing what you're doing. You're treating their ignorance as a resource to exploit. Genuine persuasion doesn't need to hide its methods. Here are the facts. Here's the logic. Make up your own mind. The conclusion stands on its merits, not on psychological tricks, but manipulation dies in the light. Once someone recognizes they're being manipulated, the manipulation fails, which proves it was never about genuine reasons, only about psychological control. The manipulator's defense collapses under Kantian analysis. You cannot claim to respect someone while manipulating them. You cannot treat them as an end while using them as a means. You cannot honor their dignity while overriding their judgment. And you cannot universalize manipulation without destroying the very conditions that make it effective. The manipulator depends on a world of generally honest, trusting, rational people. But manipulation, if universalized, would create a world where no one trusts anyone. Everyone suspects ulterior motives, and all communication becomes a game of deception and counter-deception. In such a world, manipulation itself would be impossible, because it requires targets who aren't expecting it. It requires a baseline of good faith to exploit. This is the trap Kant's ethics reveals. Every form of treating people as mere means depends on others not doing the same. Every violation of human dignity requires dignity to generally be respected, or there would be no stable expectations to violate. The manipulator wants to have it both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a world built on mutual respect while refusing to provide that respect themselves, to use others as tools while insisting on being treated as an end. But they cannot have both. The universalization test forces the choice. Either everyone can manipulate everyone, in which case manipulation becomes impossible, or no one can, in which case you must stop. There is no exception for when you think you know better. No justification based on good intentions. No excuse that your manipulation is sophisticated or subtle or for the right reasons. To be a rational being is to respect rational beings. To claim dignity for yourself is to grant it to others, and to grant it truly is to engage with them as agents, never as mere objects of manipulation. We have a fiduciary duty to maximize shareholder value. This phrase has justified countless actions over the past century. Exploitation of workers, environmental destruction, predatory pricing, tax avoidance schemes that deprive communities of resources, lobbying against regulations that would protect public health, offshoring to exploit cheaper labor and weaker safety standards. The logic seems airtight. A corporation exists to generate profit for its owners. Managers are legally obligated to pursue this goal. Therefore, any action that increases profit is not just permissible but required. To do otherwise would be failing in your duty. This is perhaps the most influential moral justification in the modern world. It shapes how billions of people work, consume, and think about economic activity. It's taught in business schools, defended by economists, enshrined in law, and it's completely incompatible with Kant's ethics. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying corporate behavior justified by profit maximization? I will treat employees, customers, communities, and the natural world as mere means to the end of generating profit for shareholders. Can this be universalized? Can you will that all corporations follow this principle without restriction? Think about what that world looks like. Every company treats its workers as interchangeable units, paying minimum wage, providing no benefits, firing at will, caring nothing for their welfare beyond what's legally required. Every company treats customers as sources of revenue, selling them whatever they can regardless of actual value or benefit. Every company treats the environment as a free resource to exploit, dumping waste wherever cheap is, extracting resources without regard for sustainability. In such a world, human beings exist to serve economic activity. Their dignity, their welfare, their very lives become subordinate to profit generation. They are means, not ends. But notice something crucial. The people making these decisions, the executives, the shareholders, don't want to be treated this way themselves. They want fair wages, safe working conditions, honest products, clean environments. They claim dignity as persons, not mere economic units. They're making the classic exception. The categorical imperative applies to how others must treat them, but it doesn't constrain how they treat others when profit is at stake. This becomes clearer when we apply the formula of humanity directly. Does treating workers as expendable resources respect their rational nature? Does selling harmful products to uninformed customers treat them as ends in themselves? Does destroying ecosystems for quarterly earnings recognize the dignity of all the human beings affected? Obviously not. These actions treat human beings as tools, as obstacles to profit that must be overcome or resources to be extracted. The entire framework reduces persons to economic functions. But, the defender responds, we're not forcing anyone. Workers choose to work here. Customers choose to buy. If they don't like the terms, they can go elsewhere. This is the consent defense. As long as people voluntarily participate, no wrong is done. But Kant would ask, what choice do they really have? A worker who needs income to survive doesn't have meaningful freedom to refuse exploitative conditions. A customer who lacks information about product harms or alternatives isn't making an informed choice. A community that has no say in whether a factory pollutes their air and water hasn't consented. To anything, real consent requires rational agency. The ability to make informed choices among genuine alternatives. When you exploit someone's desperation, ignorance, or lack of options, you're not respecting their agency. You're taking advantage of circumstances that compromise their ability to choose freely. This is using them as mere means. The fact that they agree doesn't change the underlying moral reality. A person who agrees to exploitative terms because they'll starve otherwise isn't exercising rational autonomy. They're being coerced by circumstances you're exploiting. Moreover, the consent defense itself can't be universalized. The corporation claims the right to pursue profit limited only by what people agree to. But do they grant others this same right? When workers organize to collectively bargain for better conditions, corporations resist. When communities try to regulate business practices, corporations lobby against it. When customers demand safer products, corporations fight disclosure requirements. When governments try to enforce labor standards, corporations relocate to places with weaker protections. In other words, corporations want freedom for themselves, but oppose others exercising freedom to constrain corporate power. They claim the right to treat people as means, while resisting when people try to assert their status as ends. This is straightforward hypocrisy. If the consent defense were genuinely principled, corporations would accept workers' right to refuse exploitative conditions, customers' right to full information, communities' right to protect their interests. But they don't. They claim freedom for themselves and resist it in others. The deeper problem is that the entire framework of profit maximization treats human dignity as negotiable. It says, respect for persons is a cost to be minimized, a constraint to be evaded, an obstacle to overcome. If paying workers fairly reduces profit, pay them less. If honest disclosure hurts sales, obscure the truth. If environmental protection costs money, fight the regulations. Always, always. The question is, how little can we respect human dignity while remaining legal and profitable? This inverts the proper relationship. Human dignity isn't a cost. It's the foundation of all value. Rational beings aren't resources for economic activity. Economic activity is supposed to serve rational beings. When you make profit the ultimate goal and treat everything else, including human welfare, as mere means to that goal, you've created a system fundamentally at odds with Kantian ethics. Kant would ask, what is profit for? Why does it matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because it serves human ends. People need resources to live well, pursue their goals, develop their capacities. Economic activity has value because it helps rational beings flourish. But if you organize economic activity to maximize profit without regard for human flourishing, you've made the means more important than the end. You've created a system where rational beings serve the economy rather than the economy serving rational beings. This is treating humanity as mere means on a massive, systemic scale. But capitalism has lifted millions out of poverty, the defender argues. Profit-seeking creates innovation, efficiency, growth. The system works. This is the consequentialist defense. Whatever the moral problems, the results justify the system. But remember, Kant rejects consequentialism. Good outcomes don't justify treating people as mere means. You cannot violate human dignity and then claim the violation was worthwhile because it produced benefits. Moreover, this defense assumes the benefits couldn't have been achieved while respecting human dignity. But that's not obvious. Maybe we could have innovation and efficiency and growth while also treating workers fairly, being honest with customers, and protecting the environment. The fact that we've organized things one way doesn't prove it's the only way. It might just prove we've chosen to prioritize profit over dignity. And notice what the consequentialist defense reveals. If you're justifying corporate behavior by pointing to good outcomes, you're admitting the behavior itself is morally problematic. You're saying, yes, we treat people as mere means, but it's worth it because of the results. This is exactly what Kantian ethics forbids. The moment you start weighing good outcomes against violations of human dignity, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made respect for persons conditional rather than absolute. There's also a deeper issue with the fiduciary duty justification. It assumes shareholders' interests override all other considerations. But why? Shareholders are rational beings. But so are workers, customers, community members, and everyone affected by corporate decisions. What gives shareholders rational agency priority over everyone else's? The answer is usually because they own the company. But ownership is illegal. Fiction, a social construct. It doesn't give shareholders metaphysical priority as rational beings. Their dignity isn't greater just because they hold stock certificates. From a Kantian perspective, all stakeholders are rational beings whose dignity must be respected. You cannot treat workers, customers, and communities as mere means just because. Shareholders have a different legal relationship to the corporation. The corporation itself isn't a rational being. It's a too illegal structure humans created to organize economic activity. And tools should serve human ends. All human ends, not just shareholders. When we organize corporations to maximize shareholder value while treating everyone else as mere means, we've created an institution fundamentally at odds with human dignity. We've built exploitation into the system's basic logic. Kant would say this is irrational. Not just morally wrong, but actually incoherent. Because the corporation depends on all those people it treats as mere means. It needs workers who show up, customers who buy, communities that provide infrastructure. It operates within a social order built on mutual respect and cooperation, but it's parasitic on that order. It takes the benefits while refusing the obligations. It depends on others acting morally while claiming exemption from morality itself. This can't be universalized. If every institution treated human dignity as subordinate to its organizational goals, society would collapse. There would be no stable expectations, no trust, no cooperation. The very conditions that make corporate activity possible would be destroyed. The corporation succeeds by treating people as means while depending on most of society continuing to treat people as ends. It's making an exception for itself that cannot be generalized. Some defenders try a different approach. They argue that corporations can pursue profit while also respecting human dignity. That good corporate citizenship is compatible with profit. Maximization. That the two goals align more than they conflict. Perhaps sometimes they do, but structural incentives matter. When quarterly earnings drive decisions, when executives are compensated based on stock price, when competition rewards whoever can cut costs most aggressively, the system pushes toward treating dignity as expendable. You see this in how corporations behave when they think no one is watching. When oversight is weak, when regulations are unenforced, when consumers can't easily tell the difference between ethical and unethical practices, corners get cut, people get exploited, communities get harmed. This reveals the underlying logic. Respect for human dignity happens when it's profitable or required, not because it's recognized as unconditionally binding. A genuinely Kantian corporation would be different. It would start from the premise that all stakeholders are rational, beings whose dignity must be respected. Profit would be pursued only within constraints set by this fundamental commitment. That might mean lower returns for shareholders. It might mean slower growth. It might mean competitive disadvantages against less scrupulous rivals. But that's the point. Moral obligations aren't conditional on convenience. You don't get to violate human dignity because respecting it is costly. The categorical imperative doesn't have an exception for but profit. The uncomfortable truth is that much of modern corporate behavior is simply incompatible with treating people as ends in themselves. The entire structure is built on the premise that profit justifies treating human beings as resources to be exploited rather than persons to be respected. This doesn't mean all business is immoral. It means we need to rethink how we organize economic activity, to ask whether the institutions we've created truly serve human flourishing or whether they've made humans serve institutions. From a Kantian perspective, the answer is clear. Any system that treats profit maximization as the ultimate goal, while treating human dignity as a constraint to be minimized, has inverted the proper order of values. Rational beings are ends. Economic systems are means. When we organize things the other way around, we've committed a fundamental moral error, one that corrupts everything built on that foundation. The greatest good for the greatest number. This principle sounds obviously right. Who could object to maximizing overall welfare? Isn't that what morality should aim for, making the world as good as possible for as many people as possible? This is utilitarianism, and is probably the most intuitively appealing alternative to Kantian ethics. While Kant focuses on duty and principle, utilitarians focus on outcomes and consequences. While Kant asks whether your maxim can be universalized, utilitarians ask whether your action produces the best overall results. The conflict between these approaches runs deep, and Kant's critique of consequentialism reveals something crucial about the categorical imperative. Consider a classic utilitarian scenario. 5 people are dying and need organ transplants. One person walks into the hospital for a routine checkup. That person is a perfect match for all 5. If you kill the one and harvest their organs, 5 people live instead of 1 dying. The utilitarian calculus seems clear. 5 lives outweigh 1 life. You should kill the one person. Most people recoil from this conclusion. But why? From a purely consequentialist perspective, what's the objection? You've maximized welfare. You've saved the most lives. You've produced the greatest good for the greatest number. The Kantian answer is immediate. You've treated the one person as a mere means. You've used them as a resource, as a source of organs, as a tool for saving others. You've completely violated their dignity as an end in themselves. That person didn't consent to being killed. They had their own life, their own project, their own rational agency. You've treated all of that as irrelevant, as something that can be sacrificed if the numbers work out right. This is the fundamental problem with consequentialism from a Kantian perspective. It makes human dignity negotiable. It says that respect for persons can be overridden when doing so produces enough benefit. But, Kant argues, this gets the relationship backwards. Consequences matter only because they affect rational beings. Value exists only because rational beings can recognize and pursue it. Therefore, rational beings themselves, their dignity, their agency, their status as ends must be prior to, and more fundamental than any calculation of consequences. You cannot coherently say we should maximize value, while treating the very beings who are the source of all value as expendable when the math requires it. The utilitarian might respond, but we're not saying individuals don't matter. We're saying every individual matters equally. One person's welfare counts the same as anyone else's. We're being perfectly impartial. This sounds fair, but consider what it means in practice. It means that if violating one person's rights produces enough benefit for enough other people, you should violate those rights. If enslaving a minority produces enough happiness for the majority, slavery is justified. If torturing one person saves many others, torture is required. The utilitarian might say these scenarios are unrealistic, that violating rights rarely produces net benefits. But that's an empirical claim, not a principled objection. If the numbers did work out that way, utilitarianism would endorse the violation. This reveals something crucial. Utilitarianism doesn't actually protect human dignity. It protects people's welfare only instrumentally, only when protecting it maximizes overall utility. The moment violating dignity becomes more useful than respecting it, utilitarianism requires. The violation. Kant would say, this makes dignity conditional. And if dignity is conditional, it's not really dignity at all. It's just another value to be weighed against other values. But the whole point of dignity is that it's unconditional. Rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on consequences, on utility calculations, on whether respecting them produces good outcomes. They have worth simply because they're rational agents capable of setting ends. To treat this worth as negotiable, as something that can be sacrificed for sufficiently good consequences, is to deny what makes human beings different from objects. It's to treat persons as if they were just a very complicated source of utility rather than beings with intrinsic value. The deeper problem is that utilitarianism can't be universalized in the Kantian sense. What's the maxim of utilitarian action? Something like, I will do whatever produces the greatest total utility, even if it requires treating some people as mere means. Can everyone follow this maxim? Can it be willed as universal law? Consider, what happens if everyone acts to maximize utility without constraints on respecting dignity? You get a world where anyone can be sacrificed at any time if doing so benefits enough others. There are no stable rights, no protected freedoms, no inviolable dignity. In such a world, you cannot plan your life. You cannot trust that others will respect your agency. You cannot know whether you'll be the one selected for sacrifice when the utility calculus requires it. More fundamentally, the entire framework of morality breaks down. Because morality requires stable expectations, reciprocal respect, and recognition of each other as agents with claims that bind others. But utilitarianism says these only matter when they produce good consequences. This is incoherent. The very idea of moral obligation of being bound to respect others, regardless of whether doing so benefits you, is incompatible with making everything conditional on consequences. Kant saw this clearly. Either morality is categorical or it's not morality at all. It's just sophisticated prudence. Doing what's useful while calling it duty. Utilitarians might object that this is unfair. They're not abandoning morality, just grounding it differently. Instead of abstract principles, they base ethics on the concrete reality of human welfare. But Kant would ask, why does human welfare matter? The only answer that makes sense is, because humans are beings whose well-being has value. But why does their well-being have value? Because they're rational agents capable of caring about their lives, setting goals, pursuing ends. In other words, human welfare matters because human agency matters. The value of good consequences derives from the value of the rational beings who experience those consequences. But if that's true, then you cannot coherently sacrifice the agency that gives consequences their value for the sake of those consequences. You're sawing off the branch you're sitting on. This is the deep incoherence in consequentialism. It depends on the value of rational agency to explain why consequences matter, but then treats rational agency as expendable when pursuing good consequences. Cons. Ethics doesn't have this problem. It says, rational agency is the source of all value. Therefore, respect for rational agency is the fundamental moral requirement. Consequences matter, but only within the constraint of respecting dignity. You cannot produce good outcomes by methods that violate what makes outcomes good in the first place. The utilitarian might make one more argument. Maybe, in theory, utilitarianism allows rights violations. But in practice, respecting rights generally produces the best outcomes. So Kantian. Principles and utilitarian calculations usually lead to the same conclusions. This is true more often than not. But it's a contingent coincidence, not a principled convergence. Kant would say, if you're following moral principles only because they produce good outcomes, you're not actually following them morally, you're using them instrumentally. And the moment you encounter a case where violating principles produces better outcomes, you'll violate them. True moral action requires acting from duty itself, not from calculation of consequences. It requires recognizing moral principles as categorically binding, not as useful rules of thumb. This matters because humans are very good at convincing themselves that their rule violations will produce good outcomes. The person who betrays a confidence tells themselves it's for the best. The official who takes a bribe tells themselves they'll do more good with power than without it. The person who breaks a promise tells themselves that consequences justify it. If morality is fundamentally consequentialist, these rationalizations might sometimes be correct. And if they might sometimes be correct, everyone will think their case is one of those times. This is why Kant insists on categorical principles, not because consequences don't matter, but because making morality conditional on consequences opens the door to unlimited rationalization. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can maximize good outcomes while treating the beings who are the source of all value as means to those outcomes. But this is incoherent. Value exists because of rational agency. Therefore, rational agency must constrain how you pursue value. You cannot violate what makes value possible for the sake of producing more value. When you try, you end up with conclusions that shock moral intuition, killing the innocent to save the guilty if the numbers work, torturing one to benefit many, enslaving minorities for majority happiness, breaking promises when convenient, lying when useful. Each conclusion follows logically from utilitarian premises. Each reveals what's at stake when you abandon categorical respect for human dignity. Kant isn't saying consequences are irrelevant. He's saying they're not fundamental. They matter, but they matter within constraints set by respect for rational agency. You should produce good outcomes, but only by methods that treat people as ends, never merely as means. This is harder than pure consequentialism. It means sometimes you cannot do what would produce the best outcomes because doing so would violate someone's dignity. It means constraints on pursuing the good that have nothing to do with whether the pursuit would be successful. But Kant would say this: Difficulty reveals moral truth rather than obscuring it. Morality is difficult because human dignity is unconditional. Because rational beings have worth that doesn't depend on whether respecting them is convenient or beneficial. Because some things are simply wrong regardless of consequences. If you abandon this, if you make dignity conditional on producing good outcomes, you've given up the substance of morality while keeping its language. You're left with sophisticated calculation, dressed up as ethical reasoning. The utilitarian's trap is thinking you can avoid this while still being consequentialist. But you cannot. The moment you make consequences fundamental in dignity derivative, you've opened the door to treating people as expendable resources, to violating rights when the numbers require it, to sacrificing persons for impersonal goods. And once you've done that, you're no longer doing ethics in any meaningful sense. You're just doing accounting with human lives. In the real world, power matters. Ideals are nice, but survival requires strength. The strong dominate the weak. That's just how things are. This is perhaps the oldest justification for immoral behavior, before sophisticated philosophical systems, before appeals to greater goods, before elaborate rationalizations. There was simply power. The assertion that might makes right, that winners write the rules, that morality is just a story the strong tell to control the weak. This view has enormous, intuitive appeal. Look at history, look at nature. The powerful do seem to prevail. Resources flow to those who can take them. Those with strength impose their will on those without it. Why shouldn't we acknowledge this reality? Why pretend otherwise with talk of dignity and moral obligation? Kant's response to this position is devastating, not because he denies the reality of power, but because he shows that the power player's logic is self-refuting. Let's examine it carefully. What's the maxim underlying pure power ethics? I will take whatever I can get through superior force, and others have no legitimate claim against me except their own power to resist. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? The power player might say yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. Let everyone exercise whatever power they have. May the best survive. But notice what this actually means. If everyone follows this maxim, you live in a world of pure conflict, a war of all against all, where every interaction is a test of force, where no commitments bind, where cooperation is impossible except as temporary alliance based on mutual threat. In such a world, you cannot sleep safely, cannot trust anyone, cannot plan beyond immediate survival, cannot develop anything requiring time and cooperation, cannot build, create, or achieve anything complex. More fundamentally, you cannot even assert claims. When you say this is mine, you're making a claim that goes beyond mere physical possession. You're asserting a right that should bind others, even when you're not actively defending the resource. But if might makes right, there are no such rights. There's only current ability to control. The moment you turn your back, lose your strength, or face superior force, you lose everything. Can you will this? Can you rationally choose a world where you have no stable claims, no protected space, no security beyond immediate force? You cannot, because willing requires planning. Planning requires stability. Stability requires that others respect claims. You're not currently enforcing with power. In other words, the power player depends on others not following the power maxim. They depend on a world where most people respect rights, keep commitments, and cooperate so the power player can exploit that cooperative order while refusing to be bound by it themselves. This is the classic exception counter ethics exposes. The power player wants the benefits of a moral, order-stable property, honored agreements, predictable behavior while claiming exemption from moral constraints themselves. But they cannot have both. If power is really the only reality, then their own claims based on power have no more validity than anyone else's. They cannot object when others use power against them. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, or violated agreements. Because, in a world of pure power, there is no justice. There is only force and counterforce. The formula of humanity reveals another dimension of this failure. When you treat others based solely on power relations, you're not engaging with them as rational agents. You're treating them as obstacles to overcome or resources to exploit. But you don't treat yourself this way. You regard yourself as an agent with legitimate projects, justified claims, and reasonable expectations. You think others should respect your interests, honor their commitments to you, and recognize your autonomy. This is inconsistent. Either rational agency creates legitimate claims, or it doesn't. If it does, then others' rational agency creates claims on you. If it doesn't, then your own rational agency creates no claims on others. You cannot coherently assert your own dignity while denying others. Because the same rational nature that grounds your claims grounds theirs. The power player might respond, "I'm not making moral claims. I'm just taking what I can. I don't ask others to respect my rights. I defend them with power." But this is self-deception. The moment the power player expects others to honor agreements, the moment they object to theft or betrayal, the moment they appeal to any principle beyond immediate force, they're making moral claims. And they do this constantly. When someone steals from them, they don't just physically resist. They claim it was wrong. When someone breaks an agreement with them, they don't just shrug. They assert betrayal. When someone challenges their authority, they don't just apply force. They justify their position. All of this reveals that even the pure power player doesn't actually believe might makes right. They believe it when they're exercising power over others. But when others exercise power over them, suddenly principles matter. Justice matters. Rights matter. This hypocrisy is built into the power position, because power by itself cannot justify anything. It's just a fact about who can do what. To move from "I can do this" to "I should be able to do this," or others should not interfere requires normative claims that go beyond power. And once you're making normative claims, you're in the moral domain. You're implicitly asserting principles that should bind others, regardless of their power to resist you. But if those principles bind others, they bind you. You cannot claim rights for yourself while denying them to others based solely on power. Differential. Kant saw that power ethics is fundamentally incoherent. It tries to assert claims while denying the basis of all claims. It depends on moral concepts while rejecting morality itself. There's also a practical problem. The power player assumes they'll always have power, but power is unstable. Fortunes change. Today's dominant become tomorrow's vulnerable. Age weakens. Circumstances shift. Allies become enemies. When you've built your position on pure power, you have no recourse when power fails. You've granted everyone the right to dominate you if they can. You've eliminated any basis for appealing to their restraint, compassion, or sense of justice. This is profoundly irrational. You're willing a world where you have no protection except strength, knowing that you will inevitably experience weakness. A rational person would want principles that bind others even when you lack power to enforce them. Principles that protect you when vulnerable, constrain you when strong, and create stable expectations for everyone. But these are precisely the principles the power player rejects. They want freedom when strong and protection when weak. But they cannot have both without accepting moral constraints that operate independently of power. The categorical imperative forces consistency. If you claim others should respect you regardless of whether you can force them to, you must respect others regardless of whether they can force you to. If you think there are constraints on what stronger parties can do to weaker ones, you must accept those constraints when you're stronger. There's no middle ground where power justifies your actions, but not others. Where might makes right when you're wielding it, but wrongs you when others wield it. The power player's logic collapses into either pure nihilism, nothing matters. There are no legitimate claims, force is the only reality, or concealed moralism, where they make exception for themselves while denying others the same claims. If they choose nihilism, they've given up any grounds for objecting to anything. They cannot complain about injustice, betrayal, cruelty. They can only resist or submit. This makes rational agency impossible, because agency requires being able to make and receive claims. If they choose concealed moralism, they're admitting that moral principles exist and bind others. But then why don't those same principles bind them? What makes them special? Usually the answer is, because I'm stronger, because I can, because I have the power to make exceptions for myself. But this is circular. You're using power to justify claiming exemption from moral principles, while depending on those principles to constrain others' use of power against you. This doesn't work. Either moral principles are binding regardless of power, or they're not binding at all. You cannot have it both ways. Kant would say, the power player's mistake is treating power as if it were a source of normativity, as if being able to do something gave you the right to do it, as if superior force made your claims more valid than others. But power is normatively neutral. It's just a capacity. What matters morally is how you use that capacity, whether you exercise it in ways that respect the rational nature of those affected. When you have power over others, you have greater responsibility, not greater permission. Because you can do more harm, can violate dignity more extensively, can create more suffering through careless exercise of strength. The person with power who uses it purely for self-interest, while disregarding others' dignity, is acting worse than the powerless person who would do the same. Because they're doing more damage to the moral order, treating more people as mere means, causing more violation of rational agency. This is the opposite of what power ethics claims. It says power gives you a pass from moral constraints. Kant says power gives you greater obligations precisely because you can do more harm. The fundamental insight is this: rational agency is what grounds moral claims. Power has nothing to do with it. The weakest person has the same dignity as the strongest, the same status as an end in themselves, the same right to respect. Power can't change this. It can only create temptations to violate it and opportunities to uphold it when the powerful respect the weak despite having no external compulsion to do so. They demonstrate genuine moral character. They show they recognize dignity as unconditional, not dependent on whether others can force respect. When the powerful exploit the weak simply because they can, they reveal themselves as morally bankrupt. They show they recognize no principles beyond convenience, no constraints beyond external force. And most tellingly, they show they don't really believe their own position, because they still expect others to respect them, still make claims, still appeal to principles when it suits. Then, the power player wants moral order for themselves and moral freedom over others. But this cannot be universalized. It depends on asymmetry that cannot be rationally willed. Either we all live under power alone, in which case no one has legitimate claims and life is nasty, brutish, and short, or we all live under moral principles that bind regardless of power, in which case the strong must respect the weak. There is no coherent middle position where power justifies the strong dominating the weak, while moral principles protect the strong from each other. Kant's ethics reveals that might doesn't make right, it only makes might. And if that's all it makes, then the mighty have no more justified claims than anyone else. Their power is just a fact, not a justification. The only thing that makes claims justified, that gives anyone the right to expect anything from anyone else, is rational agency. And rational agency belongs equally to the strong and the weak, the powerful and the vulnerable, the dominant and the dominated. To recognize this is to see that power ethics is not just wrong, but incoherent. It asserts claims while denying the only possible basis of claims. It demands respect while refusing to give it. It wants the benefits of morality while rejecting moral constraints. And it cannot be universalized without destroying itself. The power player depends on others not being power players, depends on a world of generally moral behavior that they exploit while contributing nothing to its maintenance. This is parasitism, not realism, and Kant's ethics exposes it completely. I had no choice. The situation forced my hand. Anyone would have done the same. It was necessary. This is perhaps the most common moral excuse, not an assertion that the action was right, but a denial of responsibility, a claim that circumstances eliminated alternatives, that necessity overrode obligation, that the normal rules don't apply when you're backed into a corner. The excuse of necessity appears everywhere. The person who lies says they had to, that telling truth wasn't an option. The person who breaks a promise says circumstances changed, that keeping it became impossible. The person who betrays someone says they were forced, that they faced pressures, leaving no room for loyalty. Sometimes these claims are legitimate. Sometimes circumstances genuinely eliminate options, creating tragic situations where any choice causes harm. But far more often, the excuse of necessity is sophisticated self-deception, a way of denying agency when agency would require difficult choices, a way of avoiding responsibility by claiming helplessness. Kant's ethics cuts through this evasion ruthlessly. First, we need to distinguish genuine necessity from false necessity. Genuine necessity means literal impossibility. You cannot keep a promise to meet someone if you're physically prevented from traveling. You cannot tell truth if you're unconscious. You cannot fulfill an obligation if circumstances make the action literally impossible. But this kind of necessity is rare. Most claims of necessity aren't about impossibility, but about cost. I had to lie usually means telling truth would have been costly. I had to break my promise usually means keeping it would have been difficult. I had no choice usually means the alternative was uncomfortable. This is false necessity. Not the elimination of options, but the rejection of options you don't. Like, Kant would ask, what's your maxim when you claim necessity? I will violate moral obligations when following them would impose costs I'm unwilling to bear. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone abandons moral constraints whenever they face significant difficulty? Obviously not, because moral obligations are binding precisely in difficult circumstances. When following them is easy, you don't need obligation, you denade. Anyway, from inclination. The whole point of moral duty is that it applies even when you don't want to follow it, even when following it is costly, even when alternatives would be easier. If everyone abandoned moral constraints when circumstances became difficult, there would be no moral constraints at all. Because circumstances are always difficult for someone. There's always some pressure, some cost, some reason why following morality is inconvenient. The person claiming necessity is making a classic exception. They want others to follow moral obligations even when difficult, but they claim exemption when facing their own difficulties. This is the familiar pattern. Universalization exposes asymmetry. You're asserting a right you cannot grant to others without destroying the very moral order you depend on. But there's a deeper issue. The claim of necessity often reflects confusion about what moral obligation requires. Kant distinguishes between perfect and imperfect duties. Perfect duties are strict and allow no exceptions. You must never lie, must never treat someone merely as means, must never violate the categorical imperative. Imperfect duties allow latitude in how and when you fulfill them. You should help others, should develop your talents, should promote your own happiness. But you have discretion about specific applications. When people claim necessity, they're usually trying to turn perfect duties into imperfect ones. They want discretion when none exists. They want to weigh costs and benefits when the obligation is categorical. I had to lie because telling truth would have been too costly. But truth-telling is a perfect duty. Cost is irrelevant. You're obligated to tell truth regardless of consequences to yourself. I had to break my promise because circumstances changed. But promise-keeping is a perfect duty. Changed circumstances don't eliminate obligations, though they might make them more difficult to fulfill. The excuse of necessity tries to smuggle consequentialist reasoning into a deontological framework. It says, this particular instance of following duty would produce bad results, so I don't have to follow it. But this contradicts the categorical nature of moral obligation. Duties are binding regardless of consequences. That's what makes them categorical rather than hypothetical. You might disagree with this. You might think consequences matter enough to override obligations. But then you're abandoning Kantian ethics entirely, not claiming its protection while evading its constraints. The formula of humanity reveals another aspect. When you claim necessity as an excuse for violating someone's dignity, you're treating them as expendable when circumstances require it. I had to deceive them, the situation forced me. But they're a rational being deserving respect regardless of your situation. Your difficulty doesn't give you the right to treat them as mere means. I had to break my commitment. I faced pressures they don't understand. But your pressures don't eliminate their legitimate expectations or their status as an end in themselves. The excuse of necessity places your concerns above others' dignity. It says, my convenience, my welfare, my ability to avoid difficult choices matters more than respecting your rational agency. This cannot be universalized, because others face pressures too. If everyone gets to violate dignity when circumstances are difficult, dignity becomes conditional on everyone having easy circumstances, which is the same as saying it's not real dignity at all. There's also a practical problem with the necessity excuse. It trains you to see yourself as helpless, as a passive victim of circumstances, rather than an active agent making choices. Every time you say I had to, you're denying your own agency. You're treating yourself as an object pushed around by forces beyond your control rather than a rational being choosing among options. This is a form of self-disrespect. You're failing to recognize your own capacity for autonomous choice. You're treating your own rational nature as if it were mere nature subject to causal forces but not capable of self-determination. Kant would say this degrades your own humanity. When you claim helplessness where you actually had choice, you're treating yourself as less than what you are, being capable of acting from principle regardless of pressure. Moreover, the necessity excuse becomes a habit. The more you invoke it, the more you train yourself to see obligations as optional when difficult. You develop character structured around avoiding responsibility rather than accepting it. This corrupts moral judgment. You lose the ability to distinguish genuine impossibility from mere difficulty. You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to principle. Over time, you become someone who always finds reasons why normal rules don't apply to you, why your situation is special, why circumstances justified the exception. But, of course, everyone's situation feels special to them. Everyone faces pressures they think others don't understand. Everyone encounters circumstances that make morality inconvenient. If necessity excuses everyone, it excuses no one, because the excuse eliminates the very concept of obligation. Kant saw this clearly. Either moral obligations or categorical binding, regardless of cost, regardless of difficulty, regardless of what you'd prefer, they're not really obligations at all. They're just suggestions that apply when convenient. Guidelines that hold unless following them is hard. Ideals you nod toward while acting on entirely different principles. This doesn't mean Kant was naive about difficulty. He recognized that humans are finite beings with real limitations. That circumstances sometimes genuinely constrain options. That moral life involves genuine dilemmas. But he insisted on distinguishing genuine constraints from self-serving excuses, real impossibility from unwillingness to pay costs, tragic circumstances from convenient rationalizations. The test is simple. Are you claiming you couldn't do something that was literally impossible? Or are you claiming you had to abandon a moral obligation because following it would have been difficult? If the former, fine. No one can demand the impossible. If the latter, you're making an excuse, not stating a fact. And the excuse can't be universalized, because everyone faces difficulty. If difficulty eliminates obligation, obligation eliminates itself. There's one more aspect to consider. The excuse of necessity often reveals failure of moral imagination, an inability to see options that would allow you to fulfill obligations. Despite difficulty, when you claim I had no choice, you're usually wrong. You had choices. You just didn't like them. You didn't want to pay the price of acting morally. But moral life requires creativity, finding ways to honor obligations despite obstacles, discovering paths through difficult circumstances that respect everyone's dignity. The person who immediately claims necessity has often simply stopped thinking. They've identified the easy option that violates obligation and declared all others impossible without seriously considering them. Kant would say this shows insufficient commitment to morality. A genuinely moral person would exhaust all options before concluding that obligation cannot be fulfilled, would accept significant cost to themselves before violating others. Dignity. This doesn't mean moral heroism is required of everyone, but it means you cannot casually abandon obligations while claiming you had no alternative. The excuse of necessity, in most cases, is simply moral laziness, a refusal to think hard about options, to accept costs, to honor the categorical nature of obligation, and when you examine it through Kant's test, it fails immediately. You cannot will that everyone abandons obligations when circumstances are difficult. You cannot universalize the maxim of convenience over duty, because you depend on others maintaining their obligations to you even when doing so is costly for them. You depend on a world where most people honor commitments, tell truth, respect, dignitize spite pressures and difficulties. You're claiming exception from the very order you require to function, asserting that others must follow rules you won't follow, treating your convenience as more important than the moral fabric of human community. This is the characteristic failure that Kant's ethics exposes in all its forms. The attempt to benefit from morality while evading its constraints, to enjoy the protections of a moral order while contributing nothing to its maintenance. The excuse of necessity is just one more version of this eternal human tendency to claim helplessness when agency would require sacrifice, to invoke circumstances when principle would require cost, to deny responsibility when accepting it would be difficult. But Kant shows us we always have a choice, not always an easy choice, not always a choice we like, not always a choice that spares us difficulty, but a choice nonetheless, between following the categorical imperative or violating it, between respecting human dignity or treating people as means, between acting from duty or from inclination. The excuse of necessity tries to deny this choice, to claim that circumstances made the decision for you, that you were forced to violate obligation. But this is false. You chose. You decided that your convenience mattered more than your duty, that the cost of morality was more than you were willing to pay. You can admit this honestly, accept responsibility, and face whatever consequences follow from your choice, or you can hide behind necessity, pretending you had no agency, denying the choice you actually made. But you cannot do both. You cannot claim helplessness while also claiming moral status. You cannot deny agency while expecting to be treated as an agent, and you cannot universalize the excuse without destroying the very concept of moral obligation, without reducing ethics to a system where everyone follows rules when convenient and abandons them when not. Kant's ethics demands more. It demands recognition that moral obligation binds regardless of difficulty, that human dignity matters regardless of cost, that some things are simply required of rational beings, regardless of whether circumstances make compliance easy. This is demanding. It's meant to be. Because morality isn't about convenience, It's about what rational agency itself requires, about what must be true if human community is to be possible at all, and the excuse of necessity, in the end, is just another way of denying these truths while depending on them, of claiming helplessness while demanding that others remain bound. By principles you refuse to follow, Kant's test exposes this completely, and leaves no room for the comfortable lie that circumstances can eliminate what reason demands. We've seen how various justifications for immoral behavior fail the categorical imperative, but there's a deeper pattern worth exploring. A reason why bad maxims always fail universalization, and understanding this pattern reveals something profound about the structure of morality itself. Every immoral maxim has the same fundamental problem. It depends on conditions it simultaneously undermines. It requires stability it destroys. It exploits an order it refuses to maintain. Think about lying. The liar needs people to believe them. But lying, if universalized, destroys belief itself. The practice of communication depends on a presumption of truthfulness. When that presumption collapses, words lose their power to convey information. The liar is sawing off the branch they're sitting on. Their maxim only works because most people don't follow it. They're making an exception for themselves that cannot be generalized. This isn't an accident. It's structural, built into the nature of rational agency in communication. When you speak, you implicitly claim to be communicating something true. Not necessarily that your statement corresponds to reality, but that you believe what you're saying. You're presenting your words as expressions of your actual thoughts. Lying violates this implicit claim. You're using the communication system while refusing to play by its rules. You're exploiting others' assumption of good faith while acting in bad faith yourself. This is why the contradiction isn't just about consequences. It's about the internal coherence of the maxim itself. You cannot universalize lying because doing so destroys the very practice that makes lying possible. The same pattern appears in promise breaking. Promises work because people generally keep them. They create expectations that guide planning and enable cooperation. When someone makes a promise, others adjust their behavior in reliance on that commitment. The promise breaker exploits this system. They gain the benefits of being trusted, without bearing the costs of being trustworthy. They want others to treat their promises as binding while treating those same promises as optional for themselves. But if everyone broke promises when convenient, the institution of promising would dissolve. No one would adjust their behavior based on commitments. Promises would become mere predictions, not obligations. The promise breaker, like the liar, depends on others maintaining what they refuse to maintain. They're parasitic on a practice they're undermining. This reveals something important about why Kant's ethics works. It's not imposing arbitrary constraints from outside. It's showing what rational agency itself requires. To be a rational agent is to act for reasons, to claim that your actions are justified. And to claim justification is to assert principles that apply beyond your particular case. When you act, you're implicitly saying, this type of action, in these types of circumstances, is permissible. You're making a universal claim, whether you realize it or not. The categorical imperative simply makes this implicit universality explicit. It asks, can your maxim actually function as a universal principle, or does it depend on others not following it? If the latter, you're being incoherent. You're claiming a justification that undermines itself when universalized. You're trying to have things both ways to benefit from a practice while refusing to maintain it. This is why bad maxims always self-destruct, not because God punishes them, not because society disapproves, not because they produce bad consequences, though they often do, but because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot survive their own universalization. Consider manipulation. The manipulator needs people who aren't suspicious, who take communications at face value, who assume good faith. Manipulation works by exploiting trust. But if everyone manipulated everyone, trust would disappear. Everyone would constantly suspect ulterior motives. Every communication would be analyzed for hidden agendas. The baseline of good faith that makes manipulation effective would be destroyed. The manipulator depends on most people not being manipulators, on a world where trust is the default, so violations of trust can be exploited. This dependency reveals the incoherence. You cannot coherently will that everyone manipulates, because doing so eliminates what makes manipulation work. You're asserting a right that destroys its own conditions of possibility. The pattern extends to all immoral maxims. The thief needs property rights to exist, or there's nothing to steal. The fraudster needs honest commerce, or fraud would be expected and anticipated. The person who refuses all help needs a society where most people do help, or human cooperation would be impossible. In every case, the immoral agent is free-riding, taking advantage of a moral order they refuse to support, exploiting others' good behavior, while exempting themselves from reciprocal obligations. Kant's genius was recognizing that this free-riding is not just unfair, it's logically incoherent. You cannot rationally will a world where everyone free-rides, because free-riding depends on others not free-riding. This gives us a different way of understanding why morality is binding. Not because of divine command, not because of social contract, not because of consequences, but because of what rational agency itself requires. To be rational is to act according to principles. To act according to principles is to claim those. Principles could be universal. To claim they could be universal is to be bound by them yourself. You cannot escape this by denying you're making universal claims, because any justification of your action implicitly universalizes. When you say, "It was okay for me to do this because of these reasons," you're saying these reasons justify this type of action, and that's a universal claim. The only way to avoid universal claims is to admit you're not acting for reasons at all, that you're just doing what you feel like, with no justification, making no claim that your action is permissible, but then you're not exercising rational agency. You're just behaving. And if you're just behaving, you cannot object when others behave toward you in ways you don't like. You've given up any basis for making claims against others. This is the choice Kant presents. Either you act rationally, according to principles that could be universal, in which case morality binds you, or you give up rationality entirely, in which case you give up any basis for asserting claims, making demands, or expecting anything from anyone. Most people don't want to give up rationality. They want to be rational agents who act for reasons and can justify their choices. But they also want to avoid moral constraints when those constraints are inconvenient. Kant shows this is impossible. You cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. You cannot assert justifications while refusing to universalize them. You cannot expect others to respect your claims while refusing to respect theirs. the self-destructive nature of bad maxims isn't a curious feature. It's the fundamental fact about immoral action. Every violation of the categorical imperative is an attempt to assert something that cannot be coherently asserted, to claim a right that destroys itself. When universalized, to enjoy benefits while refusing to bear their costs. This is why you can always tell when someone's reasoning is bad. Not because you have moral intuitions that disagree, not because you calculate different consequences, but because their maxim, when made explicit and universal, reveals its own incoherence. They want special treatment they cannot justify, exceptions. They cannot universalize, rights they cannot grant to others without undermining their own position. Kant gives us the tool to see this, to take any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim and test whether it can survive its own universalization. If it can, the action is at least permissible. If it cannot, the justification is hollow. Not wrong in some subjective sense, but objectively incoherent, self-undermining, rationally untenable. This is the deeper pattern. Bad maxims fail not because they violate external rules, but because they violate the internal requirements of rational agency itself. They try to claim what cannot be claimed, to assert what cannot be asserted, to universalize what destroys itself when universalized. And once you see this pattern, you cannot unsee it. Every rationalization reveals itself as an attempt to make an exception that cannot be made. Every excuse exposes itself as a claim to rights that undermine themselves when extended. The categorical imperative is not a constraint imposed from outside. It's the internal logic of rational agency made explicit. Acting morally is not sacrificing your interests for some external authority. It's being consistent with what you're already implicitly claiming whenever you act rationally at all. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Not because reason tells us what to desire or what goals to pursue, but because reason itself has a structure, and acting according to that structure requires acting morally. The person who violates the categorical imperative isn't just doing something wrong. They're being irrational, incoherent, self-contradictory. They're claiming what they cannot claim, asserting what they cannot assert, willing what they cannot will. And this irrationality is visible, not through moral intuition or divine revelation or cultural conditioning, but through simple, logical analysis, through asking, can this maxim be universal? Does it survive its own generalization, or does it depend on conditions it undermines? When you ask this question honestly, bad maxims always reveal themselves. They collapse under their own weight. They prove unable to sustain what they require. This is the deeper pattern, and understanding it transforms how you think about morality. It's not about following rules because someone said so. It's about being coherent, about not soaring off the branch you're sitting on, about not claiming rights you cannot grant, about not willing what cannot be willed. It's about recognizing what rational agency itself demands, and accepting that you cannot escape those demands while remaining rational. Having understood why bad maxims self-destruct, we can examine the deeper architecture of how people try to evade moral constraints. There are patterns to manipulation and rationalization, strategies that appear again and again, and understanding these patterns helps you recognize violations before they deceive you. The first strategy is particularization, taking a universal moral principle and adding qualifications that make it apply only to others. You shouldn't lie becomes people shouldn't lie to me. Promises should be kept becomes others should keep their promises to me. Human dignity must be respected becomes my dignity must be respected. The pattern is subtle because it uses moral language while evacuating moral content. It sounds like you're affirming moral principles, but you're actually claiming special status that exempts you from them. Kant's test exposes this immediately. Can you universalize your actual maxim? Not the principle you cite, but the principle you actually follow. If your real maxim is, others must respect my dignity, but I can treat them as mere means when convenient, that obviously fails universalization. You're claiming an exception with no justification. The second strategy is false equivalence, treating fundamentally different situations as if they raise the same moral issues, then using one to justify the other. Everyone lies sometimes, so my lies are no different. But your lies and white lies about someone's haircut are categorically different. One manipulates someone for your benefit. The other spares minor hurt feelings. The maxims are completely different. All business involves some exploitation, so my exploitation is normal. But there's a difference between employing someone at market wages and systematically abusing workers because you can. The fact that all economic relationships involve power doesn't mean all exercises of power are equivalent. This strategy works by blurring distinctions, by grouping all instances of some behavior together, regardless of maxims, intentions, or contexts, then using the acceptability of mild instances to justify severe violations. Kant's ethics requires examining actual maxims, not surface behaviors. Two people might tell falsehoods. Following the maxim, I will speak falsely to protect someone from harm. Another following, I will deceive others for personal gain. Same behavior, completely different moral status. The third strategy is infinite regress, questioning every moral claim until the person either gives up or admits uncertainty, then treating this as permission to ignore morality entirely. Why should I respect human dignity? Because Kant said so. Why should I listen to Kant? Because he gave good arguments. Why should I care about good arguments? Because rationality matters. Why does rationality matter? This can continue indefinitely, but it proves nothing. You can apply the same strategy to any claim whatsoever, including the strategy itself. Kant's response is that some things are simply presupposed by rational agency. You cannot question whether rationality matters while engaging in rational questioning. The very act of asking undermines the skeptical conclusion. Similarly, you cannot claim rational agency for yourself while denying its implications. Questioning moral principles is fine, but you cannot question them while simultaneously making moral claims against others. The fourth strategy is hypothetical extremes, presenting bizarre scenarios where moral principles seem to lead to absurd conclusions, then using these to reject the principles entirely. What if an asteroid was going to destroy Earth, and the only way to stop it was by torturing one person? Would you really say we shouldn't torture them? These scenarios are designed to make moral principles seem rigid or unrealistic, but they prove nothing about ordinary cases. The fact that principles might face dilemmas in wildly improbable situations doesn't eliminate their binding force in normal life. Moreover, these hypotheticals often smuggle in assumptions that beg the question: They're constructed specifically to make the violation seem necessary. Then treat this construction as revealing a flaw in moral reasoning. Kant would say, focus on actual situations you face. Don't let imaginary edge cases undermine your commitment. 2 principles that apply clearly in real life. The 5th strategy is motive questioning. Instead of engaging with moral arguments, attacking the motives of people making them, you only care about honesty because you're judgmental. You only oppose exploitation because you're envious. You only emphasize duty because you're repressed. This is ad hominem reasoning. It tries to discredit moral claims by discrediting their advocates. But the validity of an argument doesn't depend on the character of the person making it. Kant's principles stand on their own logical merits. They're true or false based on whether they survive rational examination, not based on who endorses them. The 6th strategy is selective empathy. Focusing intensely on how moral principles constrain you, while ignoring how your violations harm others. When told not to lie, you vividly imagine the awkwardness of telling truth. When told not to manipulate, you focus on how difficult, honest persuasion would be. When told not to break promises, you emphasize how circumstances have changed, but you don't imagine what it's like to be lied to be manipulated, to have commitments broken. You don't feel the violation of agency, the loss of dignity, the harm to trust. This asymmetry allows you to see moral constraints as unreasonable impositions, while not seeing your violations as significant. Wrongs. Kant would say, apply the formula of humanity consistently. Imagine yourself in the position of those affected by your actions. Ask whether you're treating them as you'd want to be treated, as an end, not merely as a means. The 7th strategy is moral diffusion, spreading responsibility so widely that no one feels personally accountable. Everyone else is doing it. The system is corrupt anyway. My individual action doesn't matter. I'm just following orders. It's not my decision alone. Each statement might be factually true. Others might be doing it. The system might be corrupt. Your individual action might have small impact. You might be following orders. But none of this eliminates your personal responsibility for your own maxims. You choose what principles to act on. That choice is yours, regardless of what others do or what systems you operate within. Kant's ethics is radically personal. You're responsible for your maxims. You must ask whether you can universalize them. You cannot evade this by pointing to others' behavior or institutional structures. The 8th strategy is temporal compartmentalization, treating past actions as irrelevant to present identity and future actions as too uncertain to constrain present choice. Yes, I lied before, but I've changed. I might need to lie in the future, so I can't commit to never lying. The present moment becomes the only reality. Past patterns don't reveal character. Future implications don't constrain choice. This allows you to repeatedly violate principles while claiming each instance is an exception, not a pattern. To avoid accountability for establishing habits and corrupting character, Kant would emphasize that moral development matters. Each choice shapes who you become. Each exception makes the next exception easier. Character is built through consistent commitment, not through treating each situation as isolated. The 9th strategy is emotional override, using intense feelings to bypass rational evaluation. I was so angry. I was terrified. I was desperate. The emotion becomes both explanation and justification. as if feeling something strongly makes acting on it permissible. But emotions don't suspend the categorical imperative. They explain why you violated it, showing you acted from inclination rather than duty. But they don't justify the violation. Kant isn't saying emotions are bad. He's saying they can't override moral obligation. When duty and inclination conflict, duty must prevail if you're to be genuinely moral rather than merely following your feelings. The 10th strategy is definitional games. Redefining terms to make violations seem like compliance. I'm not lying, I'm being strategic with information. I'm not manipulating, I'm influencing. I'm not exploiting. I'm engaging in mutually beneficial exchange. I'm not violating dignity. I'm being realistic about human nature. The words change, but the underlying maxims remain the same. You're still deceiving, still treating people as mere means, still making exceptions for yourself. Kant would focus on the actual maxim you're acting on, regardless of how you label it. What principle are you really following? Can that principle be universalized? Understanding these strategies reveals something important. They're all variations of the same fundamental evasion, trying to claim moral status while avoiding moral constraint, claiming others must respect you while refusing to respect them, claiming rights while denying equivalent rights to others, demanding principle from others while allowing exceptions for yourself. Every strategy tries to maintain the asymmetry that Kant's ethics exposes, to preserve the gap between how you want to be treated and how you're willing to treat others. This is why manipulation has an architecture. It's not random. It follows patterns because it's always trying to solve the same problem. How to violate the categorical imperative while claiming its protections? The answer is, you can't, not coherently. Every evasion strategy fails under examination. Every rationalization reveals itself as special pleading. Every exception proves unable to generalize. But humans are remarkably persistent. When one strategy fails, we try another. When direct violation is too obvious, we obscure it with rhetoric. When logical analysis exposes the problem, we appeal to emotion or authority. The architecture of manipulation is intricate because people are clever. But it's also fragile because all its structures rest on the same incoherent foundation. The attempt to have moral order without moral constraint. Recognizing these patterns makes you harder to manipulate and less likely to manipulate yourself. When someone tries one of these strategies, you can identify it. When you're tempted to rationalize, you can catch yourself. The categorical imperative, once truly understood, acts like a philosophical immune system. It recognizes attempts to evade it, rejects sophistical reasoning, and maintains clarity about what rational consistency requires. This doesn't make moral life easy. Recognizing manipulation doesn't eliminate temptation. Understanding doesn't automatically produce right action, but it does strip away comforting illusions. It makes self-deception harder. It exposes the architecture of rationalization so you can see it operating in yourself and others. And seeing clearly is the first step toward acting well. Throughout our exploration, one concept has appeared again and again: autonomy. It's time to understand why this concept is so central to Kant's ethics and why it unlocks everything else. The word autonomy literally means self-law. Auto, self. Nomos, law. A being who gives laws to themselves rather than receiving them from outside. This might sound like moral relativism, everyone making up their own rules. But Kant means something entirely different, something profound about what it means to be rational. To see this, we need to distinguish autonomy from mere independence. Independence is simply doing what you want without external constraint. A person stranded alone on an island is independent in this sense, but they're not autonomous in Kant's sense. Autonomy isn't about absence of constraint. It's about the source of constraint. An autonomous being is constrained by principles, by laws, by obligations. But these constraints are self-imposed. They come from the rational nature of the being itself, not from external forces. Think about mathematics. When you recognize that 2 + 2 = 4, you're constrained. You can't rationally believe that 2 + 2 = 5. But this constraint isn't imposed from outside. It comes from the nature of rational thought itself. You give this law to yourself through your own reason. Moral autonomy works similarly. When you recognize that the categorical imperative binds you, you're constrained. You can't rationally will maxims that can't be universalized. But this constraint isn't imposed by God, society, or nature. It comes from your own rational nature. This is why Kant says that autonomy is the foundation of human dignity, because to be autonomous is to be the source of your own laws, to be self-determining rather than determined by outside forces. An animal acts from instinct. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by natural drives. It doesn't choose. A programmed machine acts from its code. It's not autonomous because its behavior is determined by external programming. But a rational being can step back from any particular drive or desire and ask, should I act on this? Is this consistent with principles I can will as universal law? This capacity for critical reflection, for self-legislation, is what makes rational beings special, and it's what gives them dignity rather than mere value. Things with value can be traded, replaced, or sacrificed for something of greater value. But beings with dignity are priceless. They cannot be traded or replaced because their worth is unconditional. Why? Because they're the source of all valuing. They're what makes value possible in the first place. Without autonomous, rational beings, nothing would have value because there would be no one to recognize it, pursue it, or care about it. This is why the formula of humanity commands treating rational beings as ends in themselves. Not because they're useful, though they often are. Not because they produce good outcomes, though they often do. But because they have the capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to themselves through reason. When you respect someone's autonomy, you're acknowledging their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, determine their own life through reason. You're recognizing them as a fellow legislator in the kingdom of ends. When you violate someone's autonomy by lying, manipulating, coercing, or otherwise treating them as mere means, denying this capacity, you're treating them as if they were an object to be used rather than an agent to be respected. This is why all moral violations involve treating rational nature as mere means. Because all moral violations override autonomy. They substitute your judgment for someone else's, your ends for theirs, your will for their self-legislation. But here's the key insight. You cannot coherently deny autonomy in others while claiming it for yourself. Because the same rational capacity that grounds your autonomy grounds theirs. When you assert your own dignity, make claims against others, Demand respect for your choices, sure, implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal. It's not something you uniquely possess. It's what makes any being capable of moral status. So to claim autonomy for yourself while denying it to others is incoherent. You're asserting that rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. You're making an exception that cannot be justified. The categorical imperative simply makes this explicit. It says, if you're going to act as an autonomous being setting ends, making choices, following principles, then you must recognize autonomy in others. You must act only on maxims you could will as universal law. This isn't an external constraint on your autonomy. It's what autonomy itself requires. Because to be truly autonomous isn't to do whatever you happen to want. It's to act according to principles that reason can endorse. And reason can only endorse principles that respect rational nature wherever it appears. Principles that could serve as universal laws for all autonomous beings. This is why Kant says that autonomy is both the ground and the goal of morality. It's the ground because rational beings' capacity for self-legislation is what makes moral law possible. It's the goal because moral action aims to respect and promote autonomy in all rational beings. When you act morally, you're exercising your own autonomy, giving law to yourself through reason, and you're respecting others, autonomy treating them as self-legislating beings rather than mere objects. This creates a beautiful symmetry. Moral action expresses what you are, an autonomous being, while recognizing what others are equally autonomous beings. It's consistent with your nature while respecting the equivalent nature in everyone else. Immoral action, by contrast, is self-contradictory. You're exercising your autonomy to deny others autonomy, using your capacity for self-legislation to override others' equivalent capacity. Acting as if rational nature deserves respect when it's yours, but not when it's theirs. This is why evil is always, fundamentally, irrational. Not just wrong, but incoherent. It involves claiming for yourself what you deny to others, while possessing no basis for the distinction. Understanding autonomy also explains why moral development matters. You don't become autonomous simply by reaching a certain age or achieving independence. Autonomy must be developed through practice. Every time you act from duty rather than inclination, you strengthen your capacity for self-legislation. Every time you universalize your maxims rather than making exceptions for yourself, you exercise autonomy more fully. Every time you respect others' rational agency despite pressure to violate it, you become more genuinely autonomous. This is because autonomy isn't just a capacity you have. It's a capacity you must actively realize through your choices. You can have the potential for autonomy while consistently acting heteronomously, following desire, social pressure, or arbitrary authority. True autonomy requires consistently choosing to act from principles that reason itself endorses, and that means acting morally. There's no gap between being genuinely autonomous and being moral. They're the same thing. This is perhaps Kant's most radical claim. Morality isn't a constraint on your autonomy. It's the fullest expression of autonomy. When you act morally, you're most fully yourself, most fully realizing your nature as a rational, self-legislating being. When you act immorally, you're less autonomous, not more. You're allowing inclination, pressure, or desire to override your rational nature. You're being determined by forces outside, your rational agency rather than determining yourself through reason. This inverts common assumptions. People often think morality constrains freedom, that moral obligations limit what you can do, that being moral means sacrificing your autonomy to external rules. But Kant shows this is backwards. You're most free when you act morally because you're acting from your own rational nature rather than being pushed around by desires, circumstances, or manipulation. You're least free when you violate moral principles because you're being controlled by forces outside your rational agency. You're allowing heteronymous factors: desire for pleasure, fear of consequences, social pressure to determine your action. True freedom is autonomy, and autonomy is moral action. They're inseparable. This doesn't mean moral action is easy. It means it's the only action that's truly free, that expresses what you really are rather than what external forces push you to do. Understanding this transforms how you think about moral obligation. It's not a burden imposed from outside. It's the demand of your own rational nature. When you feel obligated, what you're feeling is your own reason calling you to act consistently with what you are. When you resist this call, when you act from inclination against duty or not asserting your freedom, you're surrendering it. You're allowing something other than your rational agency to control your action. This is why Kant places autonomy at the center of his ethics. It's not just one value among others. It's the foundation of all moral value, the source of human dignity, the condition of genuine freedom, the goal of moral development. And it's the key to understanding why the categorical imperative binds, not because some external authority demands it, but because your own rational nature demands it. Because to be autonomous is to act on principles that could be universal laws. Because to claim autonomy for yourself is to recognize it in others. The categorical imperative isn't a constraint on autonomy. It's autonomy making explicit what it requires. It's reason calling you to consistency with your own nature as a rational, self-legislating being. And once you see this, you see why morality isn't optional for rational beings. Not because they'll be punished for immorality, but because immorality is incompatible with what they essentially are. To be rational is to be autonomous. To be autonomous is to be moral. There's no way to be fully human, fully realizing your nature as a rational being, while consistently violating the categorical imperative. This is autonomy's central place in Kant's ethics. Not just important, but foundational. Not just a value, but the condition of all value. Not just relevant to morality, but identical with it. Understanding this unlocks everything else we've explored. Why bad maxims self-destruct, why manipulation fails universalization, why moral violations are irrational, why human dignity is unconditional. All of it flows from the nature of autonomy, from what it means to be a rational being capable of giving law to yourself through reason, from the recognition that this capacity is what makes morality possible and what morality must protect. Kant gave us a third formulation of the categorical imperative, one that synthesizes the insights of the first two while pointing towards something aspirational. He called it the formula of the kingdom of ends. Act according to maxims of a universally legislating member of a merely possible kingdom of ends. This formulation is more complex, but it captures something beautiful about what morality aims toward. A vision of human community at its best. A kingdom is a systematic union under common laws. But this isn't a political kingdom ruled by a monarch. It's a moral kingdom where all members are both legislators and subjects. Each member legislates universal laws through their rational nature, but each is also subject to the very laws they legislate. You make moral law through your reason, but you're also bound by it. This dual status, legislator and subject, simultaneously is what distinguishes the kingdom of ends from hierarchical structures. There's no ruler imposing law on subordinates. Everyone participates equally in moral legislation. The kingdom consists of ends, rational beings who are valuable in themselves, not merely as means. Each member recognizes every other member as an end. Each treats everyone else with the respect due to autonomous agents. This creates a moral community, where everyone relates to everyone else as fellow rational beings, where no one is used as a mere tool, where each person's dignity is recognized and respected by all. Kant describes this as a merely possible kingdom because it's an ideal rather than a current reality. No actual human society fully realizes it, but it represents the goal toward which moral action tends when you act according to the categorical imperative. You're legislating for this kingdom. You're acting as if it already existed. You're treating others as ends, following only maxims. That could be universal laws, recognizing the dignity of all rational beings. Each moral action is like a vote for the kingdom of ends, a contribution toward making it real, a refusal to treat the current state of imperfection as justification for further violation. The beauty of this vision is how it combines equality with respect. Everyone is equal as a legislator. Each person's rational nature has the same status and authority, but this equality grounds respect rather than uniformity. Each person's unique ends, projects, and choices deserve respect precisely because they're exercises of autonomous, rational agency. The kingdom of ends isn't a place where everyone does the same things or pursues identical goals. It's a community where everyone pursues their own rationally chosen ends while respecting others' equivalent freedom to do the same. This vision has political implications. It suggests what legitimate political authority looks like. Not ruled by the powerful over the weak, but self-governance by rational beings who recognize each other's equal status. Laws are legitimate when they could be willed by everyone as self-legislation. When they respect the autonomy of all citizens, treating them as ends rather than means. When they create conditions for each person to develop and exercise their rational capacities. But the kingdom of ends goes beyond politics. It's a moral ideal that applies to all human relationships, to families, friendships, businesses, institutions, any context where rational beings interact. In each context, the question is, are people treating each other as ends in themselves, as autonomous agents whose dignity deserves respect? Or are they treating each other as mere tools, as means to their own ends? A family that respects the kingdom of ends would recognize each member's rational agency. Parents would guide children toward autonomy rather than merely controlling them. Adults would respect each other's choices, even when disagreeing. Relationships would be structured by mutual respect rather than domination. A business that respected the kingdom of ends would treat workers as agents, not resources. Customers as persons, not revenue sources. Communities as partners, not externalities. Profit would be pursued within constraints, set by respect for human dignity. An institution that respected the kingdom of ends would empower rather than subordinate. It would create space for people to exercise autonomy rather than merely following orders. It would be accountable to those it affects rather than imposing decisions on them. None of this means conflict disappears. Rational beings with different ends will sometimes clash, but in the kingdom of ends, these conflicts are resolved through reason, dialogue, and respect rather than through power, manipulation, or violation of dignity. The ideal might seem impossibly distant. Human societies are full of hierarchy, exploitation, and violation. Most relationships involve some degree of using others as means. Perfect respect for autonomy seems utopian, but Kant would say this doesn't undermine the ideal. It just means we have work to do. Each action that respects dignity moves us closer. Each refusal to treat people as mere means contributes to realizing the kingdom. And importantly, you can act as a member of the kingdom of ends regardless of whether others do. You can treat people as ends even when they treat you as means. You can follow universal laws even in an unjust world. This is what acting from duty means. Not waiting until conditions are perfect, but acting morally now. Treating the kingdom of ends as already existing through your own behavior, even when others haven't caught up. This is hard. It means respecting people's dignity even when they don't respect yours. Maintaining moral principles even when others violate them. Acting as if rational nature deserves unconditional respect even in circumstances that make this costly. But it's the only way the ideal can ever be realized. Not through some sudden transformation, but through individuals choosing to act morally despite imperfect conditions. Through each person taking responsibility for their own maxims, their own treatment of others, their own contribution to moral community. The kingdom of ends represents Kant's answer to cynicism. Yes, people often act badly. Yes, the world is full of exploitation and violation. Yes, perfect justice seems impossibly distant. But this doesn't mean moral action is pointless. Every moral action is a contribution. Every respect for dignity creates a small instance of the kingdom. Every universalizable maxim legislates for the ideal, and gradually, through accumulation of individual moral choices, human community can approximate the ideal more closely. Not perfectly. Human nature is flawed, circumstances are difficult, conflicts are inevitable, but better than before, more respectful of dignity, more consistent with what rational beings deserve. This is Kant's vision. Not naive optimism about human goodness, but realistic hope based on what autonomy makes possible. Not fantasy about perfection, but commitment to progress through moral action. The kingdom of ends is the goal. The categorical imperative is the path. Each individual's choice to act morally is a step forward. And while no one can create the kingdom alone, everyone can refuse to act as if dignity doesn't matter. This refusal, this commitment to treating rational nature as an end regardless of circumstances is what moral action means. And it's available to everyone, always, regardless of what others do. You cannot create the kingdom of ends by yourself, but you can be its representative in every action. You can legislate its laws through your maxims. You can treat everyone you encounter as the fellow member of a moral community. They deserve to be recognized as This is what the formula of the kingdom of ends asks. Not that you wait for perfect conditions, but that you act now as if those conditions existed. Not that you create utopia, but that you refuse to let imperfection justify violations. It's demanding, but it's also liberating, because it means your moral action always matters, always contributes, always makes the world slightly more like what it should be. The kingdom of ends is possible, precisely because each rational being can choose to realize it in their own actions, can treat others as ends, can follow universal laws, can recognize dignity regardless of what others do, and through these individual choices, the merely possible becomes increasingly real. Kant's ethics has faced serious objections since its inception. Understanding these challenges helps us appreciate both the theory's strengths and its genuine difficulties. Let's examine the most important criticisms, honestly. The first major objection is rigidity. Critics argue that Kant's categorical imperatives allow no exceptions, even when exceptions seem obviously right. The murderer at the door case is the classic example. Surely you should lie to save an innocent life. Kant's response seems heartless to many. He insists you cannot lie even here. This leads critics to say his ethics is too rigid for real life, that it produces counterintuitive conclusions, that flexibility matters. But defenders point out that Kant offers options besides lying. You can refuse to answer. You can physically prevent the murderer from entering. You can do many things. The prohibition is specifically against lying, not against protecting the innocent. Moreover, if we allow exceptions for good consequences, where do we stop? Once we say lying is acceptable when it produces good outcomes, we've abandoned the categorical nature of moral obligation. We're back to consequentialism with all its problems. The deeper response is that Kant's ethics isn't about maximizing good outcomes. It's about respecting human dignity regardless of consequences. If this sometimes requires accepting worse outcomes, that's the price of treating moral principles as truly categorical. You might still disagree, but the disagreement is about whether morality is fundamentally deontological or consequentialist, not about whether Kant is consistent within his framework. The second objection concerns conflicts of duty. What happens when two perfect duties conflict? When keeping one promise requires breaking another? When telling truth to one person means violating confidentiality to another? Kant has no clear procedure for resolving these conflicts. He tends to deny they can genuinely occur, to suggest that careful analysis will reveal one duty takes priority, or that there's a creative solution respecting both. But critics say this is unrealistic. Real life does present tragic choices where any option violates some duty. Kant's ethics seems to break down here. Defenders argue this objection misunderstands the theory. Kant isn't claiming moral life is easy or that dilemmas never occur. He's claiming that moral principles are categorical. When you face a genuine dilemma, you do your best to reason through which obligation is stronger, then accept responsibility for the choice. The theory doesn't provide mechanical answers, but it does provide a framework for thinking through difficult cases. And it prohibits certain easy outs like sacrificing others' dignity for your convenience. The third objection involves moral motivation. Kant says actions have moral worth only when done from duty rather than inclination. But this seems to devalue natural sympathy, love, and compassion. Surely the person who helps others from genuine care is more praiseworthy than someone who helps grudgingly from duty alone. Doesn't Kant's ethics make morality cold and mechanical? Kant's response is often misunderstood. He's not saying emotions are bad or that you should help people without caring about them. He's saying moral worth comes from acting on principle, not from acting on feeling alone, when duty and inclination align. That's wonderful. When you help someone you care about, you're acting from both duty and love. But the moral worth specifically comes from the recognition that you would have obligations, even if you didn't feel like helping. The person who helps only when they feel like it isn't genuinely moral. They're just following their feelings. Moral character requires helping even when you don't feel like it, because duty requires it. The fourth objection concerns application. How do you determine the right level of specificity for maxims? How do you know which features of your situation are morally relevant? The theory seems to require perfect judgment while providing limited guidance. This is a fair concern. Kant's ethics requires practical wisdom to apply correctly. You can't just mechanically test maxims without understanding which formulations capture the morally relevant features. But defenders argue this is true of any ethical theory. All require judgment in application. Kant at least provides clear principles to guide that judgment, the tests of universalization and respect for humanity. Moreover, practice improves judgment. As you apply the categorical imperative over time, you develop better intuitions about which maxims accurately describe your actions and which features matter morally. The fifth objection involves scope. Does the categorical imperative apply to non-human animals, to future generations, to artificial intelligences if they become rational? Kant's framework seems unclear about boundaries. Kant himself limited moral status to rational beings. Animals, in his view, have only indirect moral significance. We shouldn't be cruel to them because cruelty corrupts our character, not because they have rights. Many modern philosophers find this too narrow. They argue that the capacity to suffer, not just rationality, creates moral status, that we have direct duties to animals, not just indirect ones mediated through effects on human character. This is a real tension. Kant's focus on rational agency as the sole source of moral status seems problematic to many contemporary thinkers. But extending moral status beyond rational agency requires rethinking the foundation of his theory. The sixth objection concerns realism. Is Kant's account of autonomy psychologically realistic? Can humans really act from pure rational principle, rather than emotion and desire? Doesn't his theory require capacities humans don't have? Research in psychology and neuroscience suggests that emotion and reason are deeply intertwined. The so-called rational decision-making always involves emotional components. That pure practical reason might be a myth. Defenders argue Kant isn't denying the role of emotion. He's making a normative claim about what gives actions moral worth, not an empirical claim about how human psychology actually works. Moreover, the fact that perfect autonomy is difficult doesn't make it irrelevant. It's an ideal we can approximate, a standard that guides self-improvement, even if we never achieve it completely. These objections are serious. They point to genuine difficulties in Kant's ethics, but none of them devastate the theory. Each has responses that preserve the core, insights while acknowledging limitations. Perhaps the fairest assessment is this: Kant's ethics captures something deeply true about morality and human dignity. The categorical imperative reveals real inconsistencies in immoral reasoning. The formula of humanity identifies genuine violations we should care about, but the theory isn't perfect. Application requires judgment it doesn't fully provide. Some conclusions seem counterintuitive. Some questions don't have clear answers within the framework. This doesn't mean we should abandon Kant. It means we should engage with his ideas thoughtfully. Take what works, grapple with what doesn't, and recognize that ethical thinking is an ongoing project without final answers. The categorical imperative remains a powerful tool for moral reasoning. Even if you don't accept every detail of Kant's system, the universalization test and respect for humanity can guide ethical thinking. What matters most is the core insight. Rational beings have dignity that deserves unconditional respect. Moral principles must be universal, not arbitrary exceptions. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental about what they are. These insights survive even if specific applications are debatable. They provide framework for moral thinking even if they don't resolve every dilemma. They call us to higher standards even if perfect. Consistency is difficult. Kant's ethics isn't the final word in moral philosophy, but it's an essential word, one that transformed how we think about duty, dignity, and what it means to be rational beings living together. The challenges make the theory richer, not weaker. They show where more work is needed, where judgment matters most, where difficult choices remain difficult. But they don't undermine the fundamental achievement, showing that morality can be grounded in reason itself, that human dignity has philosophical foundation, that rational consistency demands moral action. This is enough. Not to answer every question, but to provide a framework for thinking them through. Not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake. Not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. And that revelation, what we are and what this demands remains, Kant's enduring contribution to human self-understanding. Now we move from theory to practice. You understand the categorical imperative intellectually, but how do you actually use it? How do you recognize violations as they happen in the messy, complex flow of daily life? The first step is developing what we might call moral attention, the ability to notice when someone is treating rational beings as mere means, when universal principles are being violated, when dignity is being compromised. This is harder than it sounds. We're surrounded by violations so normalized we don't see them, practices so common they seem natural, behaviors so standard they feel inevitable. Consider advertising. Every day you're exposed to hundreds of messages specifically designed to bypass your rational judgment, to trigger desires you didn't have, to create needs that don't exist, to associate products with emotions unrelated to the product itself. Watch a commercial carefully. Notice how it works. It's not presenting rational arguments for why you should buy something. It's showing you attractive people, creating artificial scarcity, exploiting insecurities, triggering social pressure. This is manipulation in its purest form, using your psychology against you, treating you as a system to be hacked rather than a rational agent to be convinced. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. The entire commercial landscape reveals itself a systematic violation of the formula of humanity. Every ad is trying to use you as a means to someone else's profit, without engaging your rational agency honestly. Does this mean all advertising is immoral? Perhaps not every instance, but the dominant model certainly violates Kantian principles. And recognizing this changes how you relate to commercial messages or consider workplace dynamics. How many conversations involve people treating each other as obstacles rather than persons, as functions rather than agents, as means to productivity rather than ends in themselves? A manager who sees employees only as resources to be optimized. A colleague who views others only as competition or tools. A system that measures human worth by output and treats dignity as overhead cost. These aren't dramatic violations. No one is shouting about their contempt for human dignity. But the structure of how people relate treats rational agency as secondary to organizational goals. Treats persons as occupying roles rather than as beings whose autonomy deserves respect. Watch for phrases that reveal this: human resources, labor costs, productivity metrics. Each phrase subtly treats people as inputs rather than ends, as things to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Or consider social media. You post something, immediately you're aware of performing for an audience, crafting your image, managing impressions, competing for attention and validation. But what's your actual maxim? Not the stated one I'm sharing my thoughts, but the real one that drives behavior. Often it's closer to, I will present a curated version of myself designed to maximize approval and minimize disapproval, even if this misrepresents my actual experience. Can this be universalized? If everyone presents carefully curated false versions of themselves, does authentic communication survive? Or does all social interaction become performance, everyone manipulating everyone else's perceptions? The platform's design encourages this. It optimizes for engagement, not authenticity, for addiction, not well-being, for time spent, not flourishing. The business model treats users as commodities, packages of attention and data to be sold to. Advertisers, you're not a customer of social media platforms. You're the product. Your attention, your data, your behavior patterns. These are what's being sold. The actual service is provided to advertisers who pay to manipulate you. This is treating humans as means on industrial scale, but it's so normalized, so integrated into daily life, that most people don't consciously recognize the violation. Developing moral attention means learning to pause and analyze these situations. To ask, what's actually happening here? What are people's real maxims, not their stated ones? Who's being treated as means rather than ends? In personal relationships, this is even more crucial, because violations are often subtle, rationalized, wrapped in good intentions. Someone says they're giving you advice for your own good, but actually they're trying to control your choices because they're uncomfortable with your autonomy. They want you to be what they think you should be, not what your own rational judgment determines. Someone says they're just being honest, but actually they're being cruel, using truth as a weapon, treating your emotional well-being as less important than their desire to express negative judgments. Someone says they need you to do something, but when you examine their actual maxim, it's, I will use guilt, obligation, and emotional pressure to get what I want, regardless of whether this respects your autonomous choice. These violations are harder to spot because they're close to us, because we're emotionally invested, because calling them out creates conflict, because the perpetrator might be someone we love or depend on, but the categorical imperative doesn't make exceptions for difficulty. If your parent, spouse, friend, or colleague is treating you as a means rather than an end, that's a violation regardless of their intentions, regardless of how much you care about them. Recognizing this isn't about becoming judgmental. It's about seeing clearly, about understanding what's actually happening beneath the surface of social interaction. And once you develop this attention, you notice patterns. Certain types of people consistently violate. Certain situations reliably create pressure toward treating others as means. Certain institutions structurally encourage violation. The salesperson who builds rapport just to close a deal, the date who uses strategic ambiguity to maintain multiple options, the colleague who shares information selectively to maintain power, the institution that creates rules that serve administrative convenience rather than human flourishing. Each instance has its own surface story, but underneath, the same pattern, treating rational beings as tools, as obstacles, as resources, as anything except what they actually are: autonomous agents whose dignity deserves unconditional respect. Learning to recognize this in others is valuable, but it's even more important to recognize it in yourself, because you do it too. Everyone does. The question isn't whether you ever treat people as means, but whether you notice when you're doing it and commit to doing better. You're late to meet someone. Your maxim isn't "I prioritize punctuality." It's closer to "my time is more valuable than others' time, so they should wait when convenient for me. Can you universalize that? You tell a story that makes you look good but omits details that would complicate the narrative. Your maxim isn't "I'm sharing my experience." It's "I will manipulate others' perceptions of me by selectively presenting information." Can you universalize that? You've promised to do something with no real intention of following through. Your maxim isn't "I'm making a commitment." It's "I will say whatever is convenient now, regardless of whether I'll honor it later." Can you universalize that these casual, everyday violations are where most moral failure happens? Not in dramatic confrontations with evil, but in small compromises, in treating people as slightly less important than you, in making minor exceptions for yourself, in allowing convenience to override principle. The categorical imperative, properly applied, catches all of it. Every rationalization, every excuse, every comfortable compromise with treating people as less than ends in themselves. This can feel overwhelming. If you look carefully at daily life through Kantian lens, violations are everywhere. In yourself, in others, in institutions, in culture. But the point isn't to become paralyzed by guilt or rage. It's to develop clarity, to see what's actually happening, to recognize patterns of violation so you can begin addressing them. Start small. Pick one area of life and apply moral attention consistently. Maybe it's how you interact with service workers, checking whether you're really treating them as persons or just as functions. Maybe it's how you present yourself online, examining whether you're being authentic or performing. Maybe it's how you handle workplace relationships, noticing when you treat colleagues as obstacles versus agents. Apply the tests. When you're about to act, pause and ask, what's my actual maxim? Can I universalize it? Am I treating people as ends or as means? Initially, this feels unnatural. You're interrupting the flow of habitual behavior to inject conscious, ethical analysis. It's slow and awkward, but with practice, it becomes more automatic. You develop intuitions. You start catching yourself before acting rather than noticing. Violations only in retrospect. Your default behavior shifts toward greater consistency with the categorical imperative. This is moral development in the Kantian sense. Not becoming emotionally warmer or socially smoother, but becoming more rationally consistent, more aware of your actual maxims, more committed to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. The violations don't disappear. You'll keep spotting them in yourself and others forever. But you'll get better at recognizing them quickly, better at correcting course, better at maintaining standards despite pressure, and something interesting happens. As you develop moral attention, as you consistently apply the categorical imperative, you start seeing the world differently. You notice the constant manipulation more clearly, but you're less controlled by it. You recognize dignity violations, but you maintain your own dignity in response. You see how often people treat each other as means, but you commit more firmly to treating them as ends. The categorical imperative becomes less like a rule you follow and more like a perspective you inhabit. A way of seeing that reveals what's really happening beneath social surfaces. A clarity about what rational beings deserve and what violations look like. This clarity is liberating, because once you see clearly, you can choose consciously. You're no longer just floating through social interactions, unconsciously participating in mutual instrumentalization. You're an agent, making real choices about how to relate to other agents. Sometimes you'll compromise. Sometimes you'll fail. Sometimes you'll choose convenience over principle. But at least you'll know what you're doing. You'll be conscious rather than habitual, responsible rather than reactive, and increasingly you'll choose the harder path. Not because you're morally superior, but because you've developed the clarity to see what's at stake. You understand that every violation, however small, is a failure to respect what makes humans special. Every exception you make for yourself erodes your own rational integrity. The categorical imperative, properly understood and consistently applied, transforms how you navigate daily life. It gives you tools to see clearly, standards to aspire toward, and principles that don't bend when things get difficult. This is what living the imperative means. Not perfection, but attention. Not freedom from all violation, but commitment to recognizing and reducing it. Not moral heroism, but rational consistency. And it starts with simply noticing, with paying attention to actual maxims rather than stated intentions, with asking whether actions can be universalized, with checking whether people are being treated as ends or as means. Once you start noticing, you can't stop. The violations are everywhere, but so are the opportunities to do better. Recognizing violations in others is easier than addressing them in yourself, because in yourself you see all the complexity, all the reasons, all the circumstances that make your violations seem necessary or justified. But the categorical imperative doesn't care about your special circumstances. It asks only, can your maxim be universalized? Are you treating rational nature with the respect it deserves? Personal application starts with brutal honesty about your actual maxims, not the principles. You claim to follow, but the rules you actually act on. Not your ideals, but your practices. This is harder than it sounds. We're experts at self-deception, at describing our behavior in flattering terms while acting on entirely different principles. You say you value honesty, but your actual maxim might be, I will be honest when convenient, but lie when truth would create significant awkwardness or cost. You say you respect others' autonomy, but your actual maxim might be, I will respect others' choices when I agree with them, but pressure and manipulate when I think I know better. You say you keep commitments, but your actual maxim might be, I will honor promises when easy, but feel free to break them when circumstances change or when I find something better to do. The gap between stated values and actual maxims is where all moral failure lives. Closing that gap is what personal application means. Start by picking specific situations and reconstructing your maxims honestly. A recent interaction where you felt uncomfortable afterward. A choice you rationalize but now question. A moment when you treated someone as less important than yourself. Write out what you actually did and why. Not the charitable interpretation, but the real reason. The maxim you actually followed, even if it's embarrassing to admit. Then test it. Can this maxim be universalized? If everyone followed this principle, would the world still function? Would it create the kind of community you want to live in? Often the answer is obviously no. Your maxim was selfish, short-sighted, or inconsistent. You were making an exception for yourself that you wouldn't grant others. This recognition is uncomfortable. It reveals that you're not living up to your own standards, that the gap between your ideals and your actions is real and significant. But discomfort is useful. It's your own rational nature calling attention to inconsistency, your own reason, pointing out that you're not being what you claim to be. The next step is commitment. Not vague resolution to do better, but specific commitment to changed maxims. 2 principles you'll actually follow, not just endorse. If your maxim has been treating your time as more valuable than others, commit to punctuality. Not someday, but now. Not when convenient, but categorically. If your maxim has been lying when truth is awkward, commit to honesty. Accept the discomfort. Face the consequences. Stop treating communication as strategic rather than authentic. If your maxim has been breaking promises when circumstances change, commit to keeping them. Or don't make promises you're uncertain about. But stop treating commitments as provisional. This will be costly. That's the point. Moral action requires sacrifice. Not because sacrifice is valuable in itself, but because respecting dignity often conflicts with convenience. You'll be late sometimes, but you'll respect others' time. You'll face awkward conversations, but you'll respect truth. You'll honor inconvenient commitments, but you'll respect the institution of promising, and you'll discover something interesting. The costs, while real, are smaller than you imagined. The world doesn't collapse when you stop lying. Relationships survive honesty. People respect punctuality. Kept promises create trust. What felt like necessary violations often turn out to be convenient excuses. What seemed like impossible demands often turn out to be difficult but manageable. This doesn't mean personal application is easy. It means your initial resistance was often exaggerated, that your fears about the cost of morality were partly projection, but sometimes the costs are real and significant. Sometimes respecting dignity genuinely requires major sacrifice. Sometimes the right action genuinely hurts. This is where moral character is tested. Not in easy cases where duty and inclination align, but in hard cases where they conflict sharply. Your friend betrays you. Your inclination is to retaliate, to hurt them back, to treat them as they treated you. But the categorical imperative requires maintaining respect for their dignity, even when they've violated yours. This doesn't mean accepting abuse. You can protect yourself, set boundaries, end the relationship, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as license for your own, cannot respond to their violation with equivalent violation. A colleague gets credit for your work. Your inclination is to expose them, to damage their reputation, to make them suffer. But the categorical imperative requires treating them with the respect their rational nature deserves, regardless of whether they reciprocate. This doesn't mean silence. You can address the injustice, correct the record, protect your interests, but you cannot treat their wrongdoing as permission to violate their dignity in return. Someone causes you serious harm. Your inclination is to see them as less than human, to deny their moral status, to respond with cruelty. But the categorical imperative recognizes their dignity even in their worst actions. This is perhaps the hardest application. To maintain moral principles when someone has forfeited all claim to your sympathy. To treat their rational nature with respect even when they fail to respect yours or others. But this is what categorical means. Not binding when convenient, not applicable when others deserve it, but absolute, unconditional, non-negotiable. The temptation is always to make exceptions, to say this case is special, this person is different, these circumstances justify violation. But every exception undermines the categorical nature of moral obligation. Every justice once becomes a pattern. Every justified violation becomes a precedent for future violations. Personal application requires catching yourself making exceptions, noticing when you're treating moral principles as provisional, recognizing when you're claiming special circumstances that don't actually matter morally. This is ongoing work. You never reach a point where you've mastered it, where violations stop tempting you, where consistency becomes automatic, because you're a finite being with desires that often conflict with duty, with pressures that push toward violation, with circumstances that make moral action costly. Moral development isn't about eliminating these conflicts. It's about choosing rightly despite them, about strengthening your commitment to principle through repeated practice. Each time you act from duty rather than inclination, you reinforce that capacity. Each time you maintain principle despite cost, you build character that makes future moral action easier. Not easy moral action is always demanding when duty and desire conflict, but easier than it was before, more natural, more integrated into who you are. This is why Kant emphasizes virtue as a disposition, not a single act, but a stable tendency toward moral action, a character structured by commitment to the categorical imperative rather than by pursuit of personal advantage. Building this virtue requires conscious effort over time. You can't just decide to be virtuous and have it be so. You must practice, must repeatedly choose principle over convenience, must strengthen moral commitment through exercise, like strengthening a muscle, and you must be honest about failures. When you violate principles, Acknowledge it clearly. Don't rationalize. Don't minimize. Don't pretend circumstances justified what they merely explained. You lied. You broke a promise. You treated someone as a means. Face this honestly. Accept responsibility. Commit to doing better without pretending you didn't fail. This honesty is crucial, because self-deception about past violations enables future violations. If you convince yourself that your exceptions were justified, you'll make similar exceptions again. But if you recognize them as failures, as moments when you failed to live up to what rational consistency requires, you maintain clear standards. You know what you're aspiring toward even when you fall short. Personal application also means being honest about limitations. You're not perfect. You're not going to perfectly follow the categorical imperative in every moment. You're going to fail, rationalize, compromise. This doesn't make the imperative less binding. It makes you human. The goal isn't perfection, but genuine effort. Not flawless consistency, but honest commitment. What matters is the direction of your development. Are you becoming more consistent or less? More attentive to your maxims or less? More committed to treating rational nature with respect or more willing to make exceptions? If the direction is positive, if you're genuinely trying to close the gap between your ideals and your actions, then you're developing morally even when you still have far to go. If the direction is negative, if you're increasingly rationalizing violations, making more exceptions, treating principles as optional, then you're regressing morally even if you maintain appearances. The categorical imperative provides the standard. Personal application provides the practice. Character development provides the goal. An honest self-assessment provides feedback on whether you're moving in the right direction. This is demanding work. It requires constant attention to your actual behavior, willingness to face uncomfortable truths about yourself, commitment to changing patterns that are deeply ingrained. But it's also liberating, because moral clarity about your own behavior eliminates the constant, low-level guilt that comes from knowing you're not living up to your standards while refusing to examine why. When you're honest about violations, you can address them directly. When you commit to genuine principles rather than convenient ideals, you know what you're actually aspiring toward. When you take responsibility for your choices, you become genuinely autonomous rather than just reactive. Personal application isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming real, about closing the gap between who you claim to be and who you actually are, about living with integrity in the deepest sense, being whole rather than divided between stated values and actual practices. And this integration, this alignment of claimed principles with lived reality, is what moral development means. Not achieving perfection, but achieving honesty. Not becoming flawless, but becoming genuine. The categorical imperative asks you to be what you claim to be, to follow the principles you assert, to treat rational nature with the respect you demand for yourself. Personal application is accepting this challenge, examining your actual maxims, testing them for universality, changing them when they fail, and building character through repeated practice of principled action. It's hard work. It never ends. But it's the only way to truly respect your own rational nature by living consistently with what rational agency requires. Personal moral development matters, but humans don't live in isolation. We exist in communities, institutions, and relationships. The categorical imperative has implications for how we structure these social contexts. The first question is whether you can maintain moral principles in immoral environments. If everyone around you violates dignity, treats people as means, and follows self-interest rather than duty, can you be different? Kant's answer is yes, you must be. Because the categorical imperative binds you regardless of what others do. You're responsible for your own maxims, not for whether others respect theirs. This is both empowering and isolating. Empowering because you're not dependent on others' moral behavior to act morally yourself. Isolating because maintaining principles when others don't creates friction. When everyone lies, your truthfulness makes you seem naive or rigid. When everyone manipulates, your honest communication seems ineffective. When everyone treats relationships transactionally, your respect for persons seems foolish. But the categorical imperative doesn't promise ease. It promises rational consistency, and rational consistency requires maintaining principles even when costly. This doesn't mean withdrawing from society. It means participating while refusing to adopt society's violations. Being in the world, but not of it, in the sense of maintaining moral clarity, despite surrounding compromise. You work in an organization that treats employees as resources. You cannot change the system alone, but you can treat people you interact with as ends. Can recognize their dignity in your specific relationships. Even when the broader structure doesn't, you live in a culture saturated with manipulation. You cannot eliminate advertising or social media mechanics, but you can refuse to manipulate in your own communications. Can be authentic in your presentations of self, even when everyone else is performing. These individual acts of integrity might seem small. What difference does one person's moral behavior make in vast systems of violation? But this question misses the point. You're not responsible for fixing everything. You're responsible for your maxims, for whether your actions can be universalized, for how you treat the rational beings you encounter, and your example matters more than you might think. Because most people participate in violations without examining them. They follow social scripts, adopt normal behaviors, do what everyone else does. When you don't, when you maintain standards others have abandoned, you make the invisible visible. You reveal that alternatives exist, that dignity can be respected, even when it's not standard practice. This influence works subtly. You're not preaching or judging. You're simply being consistent, treating people with respect they're not used to receiving, communicating honestly in contexts of routine manipulation, keeping commitments in environments of casual breach. Others notice, maybe not consciously, maybe not immediately, but your behavior creates contrast, makes others aware of violations they'd stopped seeing, reminds them that integrity is possible. Some will resist this. Your moral consistency threatens their rationalizations. If you can maintain principles they've decided are impracticable, their excuses look weaker. Your integrity indicts their compromise. Expect pushback. You think you're better than everyone. You're being rigid. That's not realistic. These responses reveal discomfort with moral clarity they've avoided. Don't defend yourself by claiming moral superiority. You're not better than them. You're just trying to be consistent with what rational agency requires. But also don't abandon standards to make others comfortable with their violations. This is delicate navigation. Maintaining principles without self-righteousness, being clear about standards without being judgmental, offering example without demanding others follow it. The key is recognizing that you can only control your maxims. You can be clear about principles. You can explain why you act as you do if asked. But you cannot force others to adopt the categorical imperative. Each person must recognize moral requirements through their own reason. You can't argue someone into genuine moral commitment. You can only demonstrate what it looks like and hope. The example resonates with their own rational nature, but you can do more than just model individual behavior. You can also advocate for structural changes that reduce systematic violations, for institutional designs that respect rather than violate dignity, for policies that treat people as ends rather than means. This is where personal morality meets social reform. Kant wasn't naive about institutions. He recognized that structures shape behavior, that environments can make moral action easier or harder. A workplace designed around respect for autonomy makes treating people as ends more natural. A marketplace regulated to prevent exploitation reduces systematic violations. A political system structured to protect dignity creates conditions for moral community. Advocating for such changes is consistent with the categorical imperative. You're not just maintaining your own principles, you're working toward conditions where more people can maintain theirs, where the default is respect rather than violation. This doesn't require perfection. You can work for better institutions while acknowledging they'll never eliminate moral challenge. You can advocate for structural improvements while recognizing that individual character still matters. The goal isn't creating conditions where morality is automatic. That would eliminate autonomy. It's creating conditions where moral action is possible, where dignity is protected rather than systematically violated, where the categorical imperative can be followed without heroic resistance to overwhelming pressure. Education plays a crucial role here, not moralizing lectures or rote memorization of rules, but cultivation of capacities for moral reasoning, teaching people to examine their maxims, to test for universality, to recognize when they're treating others as mere means. This kind of education empowers autonomy rather than replacing it with external authority. It develops people's ability to think morally rather than just enforcing compliance with rules. Kant believed enlightenment meant learning to think for yourself, to examine received wisdom rather than accepting it blindly, to use your own reason rather than depending on others to tell you what to think. This applies to moral education. The goal isn't producing people who obey. It's producing people who can think through moral questions themselves, who understand why dignity matters and how to recognize violations. Such education requires patience. You cannot shortcut moral development, cannot make people understand through force or manipulation, can only create conditions where understanding becomes possible and hope individuals choose to develop it. In relationships, the social dimension of the categorical imperative means recognizing that treating individuals as ends requires respecting their connections. Their families, communities, and relationships matter to them. Your actions toward them affect these broader networks. You cannot treat someone's welfare as irrelevant while claiming to respect them as an end. Cannot destroy their relationships, harm their communities, or damage their social connections while maintaining that you respect their dignity. This doesn't mean never disagreeing or opposing, but it means recognizing that persons exist in webs of relationship, that respecting them requires some regard for what they care about, even when you don't share their values. The categorical imperative applies to communities as well as individuals. A genuine moral community would be structured by mutual recognition of dignity, by practices that respect autonomy, by institutions that treat rational nature as an end rather than a means. Building such communities requires collective effort. No individual can create them alone, but each person can contribute through their choices about how to relate to others, through refusing to participate in systematic violations, through advocating for better structures. This is the social dimension of living the imperative, not withdrawing into private virtue while society crumbles, not compromising principles to fit in, but maintaining integrity while engaging constructively, being clear about standards while working to help others meet them. It's harder than pure individual morality because you must navigate complexity, must balance principle with practical engagement, must maintain standards while avoiding self-righteous withdrawal. But it's necessary because humans are social beings, because isolation isn't autonomy, because the kingdom of ends is a community, not a collection of hermits. The categorical imperative calls you to be a moral agent in social contexts, to treat the people you encounter as ends, to advocate for structures that respect dignity, to contribute to building communities where rational beings can flourish, not by force, not by manipulation, not by imposing your vision on unwilling others, but by example, by advocacy, by persistent commitment to principles others have abandoned. This is how moral progress happens, not through sudden transformation, but through gradual accumulation of individuals choosing integrity, through slow construction of institutions that respect rather than violate, through patient education that develops moral capacities. Your contribution might seem small, but small contributions accumulate. Each person who maintains principles despite pressure makes it easier for the next person. Each instance of integrity creates space for others to follow. This is the social dimension. Not replacing personal morality with structural change, but complementing it. Not abandoning individual responsibility for collective action, but recognizing both matter. You're responsible for your maxims, but you also live in community with others. The categorical imperative applies to both dimensions, to how you treat individuals and how you work toward better collective conditions. Both matter. Both require attention. Both demand commitment to treating rational nature with the respect it deserves. We've explored the categorical imperative as if it resolves all moral questions. But honesty requires acknowledging its limits alongside its possibilities. The first limit is determinacy. The categorical imperative provides a test for maxims, but it doesn't tell you which maxim describes your action. You must supply that interpretation, and sincere people can disagree about the right formulation. Consider helping someone. Is your maxim, I will help this person because they need assistance? Or I will help this person to feel good about myself? Or I will help people I like, but not those I dislike? The moral evaluation depends entirely on which maxim you're actually following. Kant provides no mechanical procedure for determining true maxims. You must examine your motivations honestly, and self-knowledge is difficult. You can deceive yourself about why you act as you do. This doesn't make the categorical imperative useless. but it means applying it requires judgment, honesty, and self-awareness that the formula itself doesn't provide. The second limit is conflict resolution. When perfect duties seem to conflict, the categorical imperative doesn't clearly specify which takes priority. Should you keep a promise or tell the truth when they conflict? Should you respect one person's autonomy or another's when both can't be fully respected? Kant often denied such conflicts are genuine. He suggested careful analysis would reveal creative solutions respecting both duties. But this seems optimistic. Life does present tragic choices, where any option violates some principle. The categorical imperative tells you to respect all perfect duties. But when circumstances force choice between them, it provides limited guidance. You must use practical wisdom the theory doesn't fully explain. The third limit is scope. The categorical imperative clearly applies to rational beings. But what about beings with partial rationality? Young children? People with cognitive impairments? Non-human animals with some cognitive capacities? Kant's framework suggests dignity attaches to rational nature. But rational nature comes in degrees. Pure rationality is an ideal no human perfectly achieves. Where exactly does moral status begin? These boundary questions matter practically. How should we treat animals? How should we regard people at different developmental stages? The categorical imperative doesn't provide clear answers. The fourth limit is motivation. Kant argues that acting from duty has moral worth, but he acknowledges humans are not purely rational. We have desires, emotions, inclinations that influence behavior. Can humans really act from pure duty rather than mixed? Motives. Psychological research suggests reason and emotion are deeply intertwined. That pure rational motivation might be a philosophical fiction. This doesn't invalidate Kant's normative claims, but it suggests the psychology he assumes might not match human reality, which raises questions about whether his ideal of moral agency is achievable. The fifth limit is cultural variation. Kant claimed the categorical imperative as universal binding on all rational beings. But moral intuitions vary significantly across cultures. What seems obviously universalizable in one context seems obviously non-universalizable in another. Does this mean the categorical imperative is culturally relative? Or does it mean some cultures have false moral beliefs? Kant would choose the latter, but this seems problematically dismissive of moral diversity. These limits are real. The categorical imperative doesn't answer every question, resolve every dilemma, or work exactly as Kant described. But recognizing limits doesn't require abandoning the theory, because alongside limits, there are genuine possibilities. Things the categorical imperative accomplishes that no other framework matches first. It grounds morality in reason rather than authority. You don't need to believe in God, accept tradition, or defer to experts. You can discover moral principles through your own rational reflection. This is enormously empowering. It makes moral knowledge accessible to everyone with rational capacity, creates philosophical foundation for human rights, provides basis for moral critique of unjust traditions. Second, it protects human dignity unconditionally. Not based on usefulness, not contingent on good behavior, not dependent on someone liking you, but simply because you're a rational being capable of autonomy. This protection is robust. It doesn't disappear when protecting dignity becomes inconvenient. Doesn't depend on calculating good outcomes. Doesn't require that you deserve it through virtue. Third, it exposes sophistical reasoning. When someone tries to justify bad behavior, the universalization test reveals inconsistency immediately. No more clever rationalizations that sound plausible but don't survive scrutiny. This is practical power. You can evaluate any moral claim by asking whether it can be universalized. Can cut through complexity to core questions about consistency and respect for rational nature. Fourth, it connects individual morality to broader social ideals. The kingdom of ends isn't just personal virtue. It's a vision of human community where everyone respects everyone's dignity, where institutions protect rather than violate autonomy. This connection between personal ethics and social justice is powerful. Your individual moral choices contribute to larger transformation. Your respect for dignity isn't isolated virtue, but participation in building better community. Fifth, it explains why morality feels binding, not through external enforcement, but through internal recognition. When you grasp that violating the categorical imperative is rationally inconsistent, you understand why you should be moral without needing threats or rewards. This makes moral obligations self-enforcing for rational beings. You cannot coherently deny it without denying your own rational nature. The bindingness is internal, not imposed. These possibilities are significant. They provide what Kant promised, foundation for morality based on reason itself, protection for human dignity, tools for moral reasoning, connection between personal virtue and social justice. The theory isn't perfect. No theory is. But its strengths are genuine and its limits are navigable. You can use the categorical imperative effectually while acknowledging questions it doesn't fully answer. The key is holding limitations and possibilities together, neither dismissing the theory because of its limits nor ignoring limits because of its strengths, but engaging honestly with both. Use the categorical imperative for what it does well, testing maxims for universalizability, identifying violations of dignity, providing principled foundation for moral reasoning. Don't demand it, resolve every edge case or answer every boundary question, supplemented with practical wisdom for situations requiring judgment it doesn't fully provide. Combine it with honest self-examination to identify actual maxims. Integrate it with understanding of human psychology to make ideals realistic, but don't abandon its core insights. That rational beings have unconditional dignity, that moral principles must be universal, that treating people as mere means violates something fundamental. That rational consistency demands moral action. These insights survive the theory's limitations. They provide genuine guidance even when application requires additional judgment. They ground human rights even when boundary cases remain unclear. The categorical imperative is a tool, powerful but not omnipotent, clarifying but not automatic, principled but requiring wise application. Used well, with awareness of both limits and possibilities, it transforms moral reasoning, provides standards that don't shift with convenience, protects dignity that other frameworks leave vulnerable, connects personal integrity with social justice. This is enough, not to answer every question, but to ground the most important answers, not to eliminate moral difficulty, but to clarify what's at stake, not to perfect human behavior, but to reveal what rational agency requires. and for beings who are rational but finite, who must navigate complex reality with imperfect knowledge, who need both principle and judgment as combination of limits and possibilities, is exactly what moral theory should provide. We arrive at the final, practical implication, the one that makes the categorical imperative truly dangerous to systems built on manipulation and exploitation. When you genuinely understand and commit to the categorical imperative, you become ungovernable. Not in the sense of being uncontrollable or rebellious, but in the sense of being immune to manipulation, resistant to exploitation, impossible to deceive. Because you now possess a tool that exposes every sophisticated rationalization, every clever excuse, every attempt to use you as a means while claiming to respect you as an end. You're immune to advertising because you recognize it as systematic manipulation. You see through the psychological tricks, the manufactured needs, the exploitation of insecurity. You cannot be manipulated by what you clearly see as manipulation. You're immune to political rhetoric that treats citizens as means to power. You recognize empty appeals, false promises, strategic ambiguity. You demand actual principles rather than accepting comfortable lies. You're immune to social pressure that demands you violate your principles to fit in. You understand that following the crowd when the crowd violates dignity is itself a violation, that conformity is no excuse for treating people as means. You're immune to institutional demands that you compromise integrity for organizational goals. You recognize when systems ask you to treat people as resources rather than persons, and you refuse, regardless of career consequences. This is what ungovernable means. Not that rules don't apply to you, but that bad rules have no moral authority. That corrupt systems cannot claim your willing participation. That sophisticated manipulation cannot overcome your rational clarity. Organizations built on exploitation need willing participants who don't examine the actual maxims they're following, who accept surface justifications without testing for universality, who prioritize their careers over others' dignity. When you commit to the categorical imperative, you become the wrong kind of person for such systems. You ask uncomfortable questions. You refuse convenient violations. You maintain standards others have abandoned. This makes you difficult to manage, hard to control, resistant to corruption. Not because you're rebellious by nature, but because you've developed clarity about what rational consistency requires. The powerful often prefer people who are confused about morality, who can be convinced that violations are necessary, that exceptions are justified, that circumstances override principles. Such people are manageable. They'll do what they're told. If the rationalization is sophisticated enough, but you're no longer confused. You understand that moral principles are categorical, that human dignity is unconditional, that no sophistical argument makes violation acceptable. This clarity is freedom, true freedom. Not freedom from all constraint you're constrained by rational consistency, but freedom from manipulation, from exploitation, from sophisticated systems designed to use you. You cannot be recruited into violating dignity because you see the violation clearly. Cannot be persuaded that treating people as means is acceptable because you understand why it isn't. Cannot be pressured into compromising principles because you grasp their categorical nature. This is why philosophy matters, why abstract, ethical reasoning has concrete implications. Why understanding the categorical imperative changes how you navigate reality. You're not just learning theory. You're developing capacities that protect you from manipulation and enable you to protect others. You're becoming a rational agent who truly exercises autonomy rather than just responding to sophisticated control. This doesn't make life easier. Being ungovernable means accepting costs. When you refuse to participate in violations, you lose opportunities available to those who compromise. When you maintain principles others have abandoned, you face social pressure. When you demand actual, universalizable maxims rather than accepting clever excuses, you create conflict. But you're free in the deepest sense. Free from the exhausting work of rationalizing violations. Free from the corruption that comes from repeated compromise. Free from manipulation by those who understand psychology better than you do, because you understand something deeper than psychology. You understand what rational agency itself requires, and that understanding cannot be overcome by clever tricks or sophisticated pressure. Systems of exploitation depend on people not seeing clearly, on confusion about what morality demands, on sophisticated rationalization that makes violations seem acceptable. The categorical imperative cuts through all of this. It provides clarity that cannot be obscured by complexity, principles that cannot be negotiated away, standards that don't depend on whether maintaining them is convenient. When enough people achieve this clarity, exploitative systems lose their power. Not through violent revolution, not through dramatic transformation, but through simple refusal to participate in violations. One person refusing is easily marginalized, but as more people develop moral clarity, the costs of maintaining exploitative systems increase. Eventually, systems must change or collapse. This is the long-term promise of moral philosophy. Not immediate transformation, but gradual erosion of structures built on violation. Through education, through example, through persistent commitment to principles that survive rational scrutiny. You're part of this process. Every time you refuse manipulation, you make manipulation slightly less effective. Every time you maintain principles despite pressure, you'll demonstrate that integrity is possible. Every time you treat someone as an end when others treat them as means, you create contrast that reveals the violation. This is your contribution, not changing everything, not perfecting society, but being ungovernable, maintaining clarity, refusing to participate in sophisticated systems of exploitation, and helping others develop the same clarity, not by preaching, not by judging, but by demonstrating what principled consistency looks like, by explaining the categorical imperative when asked, by living in ways that make dignity visible. This is becoming ungovernable through philosophy, using rational tools to protect autonomy, developing clarity that resists manipulation, building character that cannot be corrupted by sophisticated pressure. It's available to anyone, doesn't require special talent or privileged background, just willingness to think clearly, to examine maxims honestly, to maintain consistency despite cost. The categorical imperative gives you everything you need. A test for evaluating any maxim, a principle that protects all dignity, a framework that grounds morality in reason itself. The rest is practice, applying principles despite pressure, maintaining clarity despite confusion, building character through repeated choice of duty over inclination. This is what it means to live the imperative, to let it transform not just your thoughts but your actions, your relationships, your participation in institutions, your very being as a rational agent, and in doing so, to become truly free, truly autonomous, truly ungovernable by those who depend on confusion, manipulation, and sophisticated exploitation. This is philosophy's ultimate gift. Not just understanding, but liberation. Not just knowledge, but power. Not just theory, but transformation. The categorical imperative makes you dangerous, not to legitimate authority or genuine community, but to systems built on violation, to manipulation disguised as persuasion, to exploitation justified by necessity. And that danger is exactly what corrupt systems cannot tolerate, which is precisely why understanding Kant matters now more than ever. You possess the tool. The question is whether you'll use it. We began by noting something remarkable. A principle formulated in 1785 still exposes modern deceptions. An insight from an 18th century German philosopher still reveals 21st century violations. How is this possible? If morality were culturally constructed, you'd expect moral insights to become obsolete. What worked for Kant's world shouldn't necessarily work for ours. Different technology, different social structures, different problems surely these require. Different moral frameworks. But the categorical imperative persists. It exposes violations in contexts Kant never imagined. Social media manipulation, corporate exploitation, political propaganda, algorithmic manipulation, technologies that didn't exist, but patterns of violation that remain fundamentally unchanged. This persistence suggests something profound, that Kant discovered something real, not invented a useful fiction, not proposed a culturally specific framework, but actually identified genuine features of moral reality. Consider why manipulations that work today would work in Kant's time. Why lies succeed now as they succeeded. Then, why exploitation follows. Similar patterns across centuries and cultures. It's because human rational nature hasn't changed. We're still beings who communicate through language, who form expectations about others' behavior, who require trust for cooperation, who possess dignity that can be violated. The categorical imperative works because it's keyed to this stable nature. It identifies what rational agency itself requires, not what any particular culture happens to value. It reveals violations of dignity that don't depend on historical circumstance. This is why the universalization test still catches rationalizations, why the formula of humanity still identifies violations, why the kingdom of ends still represents a meaningful ideal. The sophistication of manipulation has increased enormously. Modern psychology provides tools for exploitation Kant couldn't have imagined. Technology enables violations at scales he never conceived. Systems of control have become vastly more complex and subtle, but the fundamental pattern remains unchanged. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating. The liar depends on others telling truth. The exploiter depends on others maintaining cooperative order. The person claiming exception depends on others not claiming equivalent exceptions. Every attempt to violate dignity while enjoying its protections faces the same logical incoherence. Every rationalization that can't be universalized fails the same test. Every treatment of persons as mere means violates the same fundamental principle. This structural consistency is what makes Kant's insights timeless. He wasn't describing features of his particular moment. He was identifying what rational agency itself requires. And rational agency has the same requirements whether you're in 18th century Prussia or 21st century anywhere. The details change. The contexts evolve. These specific forms violations take very enormously, but the underlying logic of violation and the test for detecting it remain constant. This suggests something about moral truth, that it's not arbitrary or constructed, that discovering it is possible, that reason can identify principles that really bind, not just conventions that happen to work. Kant believed this. He thought moral philosophy could be objective truths about what rationality requires, rather than inventing useful fictions. And the persistence of his insights across radical historical transformations supports this belief. If the categorical imperative were just a product of Enlightenment culture, it would have become dated. If it were merely useful rather than true, changing circumstances would have rendered it obsolete. If it were an invention rather than a discovery, it wouldn't continue exposing violations in radically different contexts. But it does continue working. The same test that revealed inconsistency in 18th century rationalization reveals inconsistency in 21st century sophistication. The same principle that protected dignity then protects it now. The same ideal that guided moral aspiration continues to guide it. This is the persistence of truth. Not because people keep choosing to believe Kant, but because he identified something real about what rational beings are, and what this requires. You can reject his specific conclusions, you can question his applications, you can identify limitations in his framework, but the core insights survive scrutiny across centuries, precisely because they're not time-bound. Rational beings have dignity. This dignity doesn't depend on utility or majority preference. Moral principles must be universal, or they're not really moral. Using people as mere means violates something fundamental. Rational consistency demands acting on principles you could. Will as universal law. These aren't claims about Kant's historical moment. They're claims about rational nature itself. And rational nature persists across historical change. This persistence has implications. It means moral progress is possible not just changing moral beliefs, but actually approaching truth. It means moral knowledge can accumulate later thinkers, building on genuine insights rather than just replacing old fashions with new ones. It means that when you commit to the categorical imperative, you're not choosing one ethical system among many equivalent options. You're aligning yourself with requirements that genuinely bind rational beings, with truths that don't depend on anyone believing them. This is both comforting and demanding. Comforting because moral truth exists to be discovered, not invented. Because principles that survive rational scrutiny really do apply. Because dignity has objective foundation. Demanding because these truths don't adjust to circumstances, don't become less binding when inconvenient, don't care whether you like them or find them comfortable. The persistence of truth means you cannot escape moral requirements by claiming they're outdated, cannot dismiss principles because they're old, cannot reject obligations because circumstances have changed. If treating people as ends was required in 1785, it's required now. If universalization exposed rationalization then, it exposes it today. If dignity deserved respect in Kant's world, it deserves respect in yours. The sophistication of your violations doesn't change their character. The complexity of your rationalization doesn't survive scrutiny any better than simpler excuses. The novelty of your circumstances doesn't create exceptions to principles that apply to all rational beings. This is what persistence means. Not that nothing changes, but that what matters most, the requirements of rational agency, the demands of dignity, the logic of moral consistency remains constant, beneath surface variation, and recognizing this changes how you relate to moral principles. They're not suggestions from the past. They're requirements of the present. They're not historically situated opinions, but timeless truths about what rational nature demands. This doesn't mean Kant was right about everything. Doesn't mean his specific applications were perfect. Doesn't mean his framework has no limitations. But it means he discovered something that persists because it's true. That continues revealing violations because violations really are violations, regardless of how skillfully they're disguised or how much circumstances have changed. The categorical imperative works today for the same reason it worked then, because rational beings are rational beings, because dignity is dignity, because treating people as mere means is treating people as mere means. Whether you do it through 18th century exploitation or 21st century algorithms, this persistence is the test of genuine insight. Ideas that capture something real survive contextual change. Principles that identify genuine requirements apply across historical transformation. Truth persists when fashion fades, and the categorical imperative has persisted through 2 centuries of radical change, through technological revolution, through social transformation, through challenges from multiple philosophical traditions. It persists because it's true, because it identifies what rational agency actually requires, because it protects what genuinely deserves protection, because it reveals what consistently needs revealing. This is why an 18th century principle still matters, why Kant's insights remain relevant, why understanding the categorical imperative transforms how you see modern violations. Not because he was particularly clever at constructing systems, but because he was particularly clear at seeing what was really there, at identifying requirements that genuinely bind, at discovering truths that don't depend on historical circumstance. The persistence of truth is the ultimate validation, not immediate popularity, not universal acceptance, but survival across time, across context, across challenge. And by this measure, Kant's core insights have proven themselves. They persist because they're true. They continue working because they identify what really matters. They remain relevant because rational nature remains constant. This is the first meditation, that truth persists, that Kant discovered something real, that the categorical imperative works across centuries because it keys into what rational agency itself requires, and that recognizing this transforms obligation from historical accident to genuine requirement, from interesting idea to binding. Truth, from philosophical system to revelation of what you really are and what this demands. But this raises a deeper question. How did Kant discover these truths? How did rational analysis alone reveal requirements that genuinely bind? How is moral knowledge possible at all? This is the mystery at the heart of ethics. Not just what's Right, but how we can know what's right. Not just what obligations exist, but how we access them through thought. Kant's answer is simultaneously elegant and mysterious. Moral knowledge is possible through the same rational faculty that makes any knowledge possible. Through reason examining its own requirements, through rational self-reflection revealing what rational agency itself demands. But this seems almost magical. How can thinking about thinking reveal genuine obligations? How can examining the structure of rationality uncover duties that really bind? Consider what Kant actually did. He analyzed what's involved in making any moral judgment at all. What you're implicitly claiming when you say something is right or wrong. What rational agency requires when you act for reasons rather than mere impulse. And from this analysis, he derived the categorical imperative, not from external authority, not from empirical observation, not from surveying what people happen to believe, but from examining what's involved in being a rational agent at all. This is the crucial move. Morality emerges from rational agency itself, from what you must presuppose to act rationally, from requirements that come with claiming to be a reasoning being. When you assert your own dignity, demand respect, make claims against others, you're implicitly affirming that rational nature deserves respect. But rational nature is universal, so you're committed to respecting it wherever it appears. When you justify your actions by citing reasons, you're implicitly claiming your reasons could justify similar actions by others. But then you cannot coherently reject others acting on equivalent reasons in relevantly similar circumstances. When you treat certain things as binding on others, you're implicitly granting that principles bind. But principles, by their nature, apply universally, so you're committed to being bound by the same principles. You assert bind others. Each of these moves reveals that rational agency comes with commitments. Not commitments you choose, but commitments built into what rational agency is. Requirements that come with thinking and acting rationally at all. This is how moral knowledge is possible. Not through mystical intuition or divine revelation or empirical observation, but through analyzing what rational agency itself requires. Through reason examining itself and discovering what it demands. The mystery is how this works. How examination of rational structure reveals genuine obligations. How thinking produces knowledge of what you ought to do. Part of the answer is that rationality has intrinsic norms. To be rational isn't just to follow any patterns of thought whatsoever. It's to conform to standards of consistency, coherence, and universality. These standards aren't imposed from outside. They're what makes thought rational rather than arbitrary. Moral norms emerge from applying these standards of rationality to action. An action is rational when it conforms to principles you could will universally, when it respects the rational nature that makes principle following possible, when it treats rational beings as ends rather than mere means. These aren't additional requirements added to rationality. They're applications of rational standards to the domain of action, logic extended to practice, consistency demanded in behavior as well as belief. This is why moral obligations are categorical. They're not based on what you happen to want or contingently value. They're based on what rational consistency itself demands, on requirements that come with being a rational agent at all. But the mystery deepens when you recognize that these requirements are simultaneously discovered and binding. You don't create them by thinking about them, but you cannot know them without thinking about them. They're objective, but accessible only through subjective, rational reflection. This is the paradox at the heart of moral knowledge. The requirements are real, they bind, whether or not you recognize them. But knowing them requires rational self-examination. They're accessible only through your own thinking. Can't resolve this by arguing that rational nature is both empirical and noumenal. As empirical beings in time, we discover moral requirements through reflection. As noumenal beings, we're subject to those requirements independently of whether we discover them. The moral law is both in us and above us. We give it to ourselves through reason, yet it binds us unconditionally. We're simultaneously the legislators and the subjects of moral law. This might sound paradoxical, but it captures something important about moral knowledge. You cannot delegate it to others. Cannot accept moral truth on authority. Cannot know what you ought to do except through your own rational reflection. Yet what you discover through reflection isn't arbitrary or invented. It's genuine knowledge of requirements that really bind, of truths about what rational agency demands. This is the mystery. How examination of your own rational nature reveals requirements that apply to all rational beings. How subjective reflection produces objective knowledge. How thinking discovers rather than invents moral truth. Perhaps a mystery can never be fully resolved. Perhaps there's something irreducibly puzzling about how rational self-examination produces moral knowledge, about how we can know through pure thought what we genuinely ought to do. But the mystery is productive. It reveals that moral knowledge is unique, not like empirical knowledge of external facts, not like mathematical knowledge of abstract structures, but something distinct knowledge of requirements that emerge from what we are as rational agents. This uniqueness is important. It means moral truth can't be reduced to other kinds of truth, can't be discovered through the same methods that work for science or logic. Requires its own form of rational reflection, and it means moral education must cultivate this capacity for reflection, must teach people to examine their own rational commitments, to discover through their own thinking what rational consistency demands. You cannot be told what your moral obligations are and genuinely understand them. You must discover them yourself through rational analysis, must work through the arguments, test the principles, examine your own commitments. This is why Kant's philosophy is simultaneously accessible and demanding. The insights are available to any rational being, but accessing them requires work, requires thinking carefully about what rational agency involves, requires honest examination of your own principles and their implications. The mystery of moral knowledge is that it's both profoundly personal and completely universal. Personal because you must discover it yourself through your own reason. Universal because what you discover applies to all rational beings. This combination makes moral truth unique, neither purely subjective nor purely objective, neither invented nor simply found, but discovered through rational self-examination and binding on all who share rational nature. The mystery remains, but it's a productive mystery, one that reveals something important about what we are and how we know what matters most, about the strange gift of rational agency that examining ourselves reveals truths that bind everyone, that thinking produces knowledge of what we ought to do. Kant didn't fully resolve this mystery, but he showed us its contours, revealed how moral knowledge is possible even if we can't completely explain why. demonstrated that rational reflection produces genuine insight into what really binds. And in doing so, he opened a path, not to certainty about every moral question, but to confidence that moral knowledge is possible. That examining rational requirements reveals real truths. That thinking carefully about what rational agency involves produces understanding of what rational agents ought to do. This is the second meditation. That moral knowledge is mysterious but real. That rational self-examination reveals genuine requirements. That we can know through thought what we ought to do, even if we cannot fully explain how this knowledge is possible. The mystery remains. But it's a mystery that enables rather than prevents moral understanding. A productive puzzle rather than an insurmountable obstacle. A reminder that we are mysterious to ourselves, capable of discovering through thought what we genuinely owe to ourselves and others. We arrive at the final meditation, the insight that is threaded through everything we've explored, the principle that grounds all else. Human dignity is not earned, not granted, not contingent on behavior, achievement, or virtue, but unconditional, belonging to every rational being simply by virtue of their rational nature. This is a staggering claim, that every person you encounter possesses unconditional worth, that this worth doesn't increase with accomplishment or decrease with failure, that it remains constant regardless of what they do or who they become. Feel the weight of this. Every person, the stranger who annoyed you today, the colleague you disliked, the person whose politics you despise, the criminal whose actions you find abhorrent, everyone possesses the same fundamental dignity you claim for yourself, not because they've earned it, not because they deserve it, but because they share the capacity that makes any valuing possible rational agency, the ability to set ends, make choices, act from principle. This capacity is precious. It's what makes human beings different from objects. It's the source of all value. It's what makes moral law possible, and it belongs equally to all who possess it. You cannot destroy this dignity, only violate it. Cannot eliminate it, only fail to respect it. The dignity persists even when trampled, even when ignored, even when the person possessing it fails to recognize or honor it themselves. This persistence is important, because it means your obligations don't depend on whether others fulfill theirs. Don't evaporate when people act badly. Don't require that dignity be earned or maintained. Through good behavior, you must respect dignity in the person who respects no one. Must treat as an end the person who treats everyone as means. Must honor rational nature even in those who dishonor it. This is demanding. It requires maintaining moral standards when others abandon them, respecting dignity when it's violated, treating people as they ought to be treated rather than as they've earned. But this is what unconditional means. Not conditional on good behavior, not conditional on reciprocity, not conditional on whether you feel like it. Unconditional. Period. The weight of this recognition changes everything. When you truly see that every person possesses unconditional dignity, you cannot casually instrumentalize them, cannot thoughtlessly use them as means, cannot dismiss their rational nature as irrelevant. Every interaction becomes fraught with moral significance. Every choice about how to treat someone becomes a choice about whether to honor their dignity or violate it. Every relationship requires conscious attention to whether you're respecting their autonomy or undermining it. This weight is heavy, It's meant to be, because what's at stake matters absolutely. The dignity you're called to respect is the foundation of all value. Violating it isn't a minor transgression, but a fundamental failure to recognize what rational beings are. Yet this weight is also liberating, because recognizing dignity in everyone means recognizing it in yourself. Understanding that your worth doesn't depend on achievement, on others' approval, on being useful or productive, but is simply given with your rational nature. You cannot lose this dignity, cannot forfeit it through failure, cannot have it taken away by others' rejection. It belongs to you unconditionally, just as it belongs to everyone unconditionally. This should change how you see yourself. Not as a resource to be optimized or a function to be performed, but as a rational being whose worth is absolute, whose capacity for autonomy deserves respect even from yourself. Many people treat themselves as mere means, instrumentalize their own lives, sacrifice their autonomy for goals that matter less than the capacity being sacrificed, treat their own rational nature as expendable. But the formula of humanity applies to yourself as much as others. You cannot justifiably treat your own dignity as mere means any more than you can treat others. Dignity that way, this creates duties to yourself, to develop your capacities, to maintain your integrity, to resist corruption of your rational nature. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect. The weight of dignity is thus double. You must respect it in others and in yourself, must treat all rational beings, yourself included, as ends, never merely as means, must honor rational nature wherever you encounter it, including in the mirror. This is demanding, but the demand comes from what you are, from the rational nature you possess, from the capacity that gives you worth and that gives everyone worth. When you grasp this fully, when you really understand the weight of dignity, two things happen simultaneously. First, you become more serious about morality, because you see what's actually at stake. Not arbitrary rules or social conventions, but recognition of what makes beings valuable at all. Violations aren't just bad behavior, but failures to respect what really matters. Second, you become more free, because your worth doesn't depend on anything external. Your dignity is given with your rational nature and cannot be taken away. Others can violate it, but they cannot eliminate it. You possess unconditional worth regardless of circumstances. This combination increase seriousness about moral obligation and increased confidence in your own worth is what understanding dignity produces. You're called to more because you recognize what's at stake, but you're also liberated because you understand that your value is secure, that nothing can diminish your fundamental worth as a rational being. This is the weight of dignity, heavy because it demands unconditional respect for all rational beings, light because it secures your own worth unconditionally, heavy because you must maintain standards when others don't, light because your worth doesn't depend on others maintaining standards toward you, heavy because every interaction carries moral weight, light because this weight comes from something precious, the rational nature that makes you and everyone special. Kant's ethics returns us to this fundamental insight again and again, that rational beings have dignity, that this dignity is unconditional, that respecting it is what morality requires. Everything else follows from this. The categorical imperative, the formula of humanity. The kingdom of Enzol are applications and elaborations of this basic recognition. When you truly grasp the weight of dignity, you understand why lying violates morality, why manipulation fails the categorical imperative, why exploitation is wrong, why all violations of rational agency are fundamentally failures to recognize what matters most. You understand because you see clearly, not through moral intuition or cultural conditioning or divine revelation, but through recognizing what you are and what this means: a rational being capable of autonomy, possessing dignity that deserves unconditional respect, worthy not because of what you achieve, but because of what you are. This is true of you. It's true of everyone. And recognizing this truth, recognizing it, letting it transform how you see yourself and others, is what moral enlightenment means. The weight of dignity, both burden and gift, demand and liberation, obligation and assurance. This is what Kant revealed, not invented, but discovered, not constructed, but seen, the unconditional worth of rational beings and what this requires. We end where we began, with a question that exposes every lie, every manipulation, every excuse for treating people as less than they are. But having traveled through Kant's ethics, having examined its implications and applications, having understood why it works and what it demands, a deeper question emerges. What does it mean that one 18th century principle still exposes modern evil? Not just that it works, we've seen why it works. Not just that it persists, we understand its persistence. But what does this persistence reveal about human nature, about moral reality, about what we are? It reveals that beneath all surface change, something essential remains constant. That rational beings in the 21st century face the same fundamental choice as rational beings in any century, whether to respect dignity or violate it, whether to treat people as ends or as means, whether to act from principle or from mere inclination. The technology changes. The sophistication of manipulation increases. The complexity of social systems grows. But the basic structure of moral choice remains the same, because rational agency remains the same. The capacity that makes humans special, that gives them dignity, that creates moral obligations, this hasn't evolved. It's as present now as it was in Kant's time, as it has been throughout human history, and the violations remain the same in Marès. Structure, new methods, new contexts, new rationalizations, but the same fundamental pattern: treating rational beings as mere tools. Making exceptions for yourself, you won't grant others. Claiming dignity while denying it to those you exploit. The categorical imperative exposes all of it, not because Kant was uniquely clever, but because he identified something real and permanent about what rational beings are, and what this demands. This reveals something sobering about human nature, that the same violations keep recurring, that each generation must rediscover moral truth, that clarity about dignity is constantly threatened by convenient rationalization, but it also reveals something hopeful, that moral truth persists to be rediscovered. That reason can still identify what really matters. That understanding is possible even when convenient forgetting is tempting. The question that remains is thus not about Kant or his principle. It's about you and your choice. Will you use the tool you've been given? Will you apply the categorical imperative to your own maxims? Will you examine your behavior honestly and change what fails the test? Will you recognize dignity in everyone you encounter? Will you treat rational beings as ends rather than means? Will you maintain standards when others abandon them? Will you become ungovernable through clarity? Will you resist manipulation that you now recognize? Will you refuse to participate in violations you now see clearly? These aren't theoretical questions. They're practical demands. The categorical imperative doesn't just describe moral truth. It calls you to live by it. And this call cannot be escaped through clever argument, cannot be evaded through sophistical reasoning, cannot be rationalized away by claiming special circumstances, because you now understand how all those strategies work, how every evasion ultimately fails, how every violation reveals itself under examination, how every rationalization collapses when tested for universality. You possess the tool that exposes every excuse. The question is whether you'll use it on yourself as rigorously as you use it on others, whether you'll maintain the same standards for your own behavior that you demand from everyone else. This is the choice that remains, not whether the categorical imperative is correct. You understand why it is, not whether dignity deserves respect. You'll recognize that it does. But whether you'll actually align your behavior with what you now understand. This choice cannot be made once and then forgotten. It must be renewed constantly. In every interaction, every decision, every moment when convenience tempts you toward violation, the categorical imperative doesn't make moral life easy. It makes it clear. You now know what you're called to do. Whether you'll do it is up to you. But understand what's at stake. Not just your personal virtue, though that matters. Not just your relationships, though they'll be affected. But your very nature as a rational being. To consistently violate the categorical imperative is to live in contradiction with your own rational nature. To claim dignity while denying it to others. To demand respect while refusing to give it. To assert autonomy while undermining the autonomy that makes your own meaningful. This contradiction corrupts from within, not through external punishment, but through internal incoherence, through the slow erosion of moral clarity, through gradual acceptance of rationalization as reason. But to live by the categorical imperative is to achieve integrity in the deepest sense. To align your behavior with what rational consistency requires. To respect in practice what you affirm in principle. To be whole rather than divided. This wholeness is its own reward. Not the only reason to be moral, should be moral, because dignity deserves respect, regardless of benefits to you, but a natural consequence of rational consistency. When you live by principles, you can universalize. When you treat all rational beings as ends, when you maintain the standards that rational agency requires, you become what you essentially are. A rational being fully realizing its nature through autonomous moral action. This is what Kant offers. Not an impossible ideal, but a clear standard. Not a burden to bear, but a nature to realize. Not a constraint on freedom, but freedom's fullest expression. The question remains. The tool is in your hands. The violations are visible. The principles are clear. The choice is yours. What will you do with what you now understand? This is where philosophy meets life, where understanding demands decision, where knowledge calls for action. The categorical imperative has exposed every justification for evil. It has revealed what rational beings owe each other and themselves. It has shown you what dignity means and why it matters. Absolutely now, you must decide. Will you honor what you've discovered? Will you live by what you know? The question remains, and only you can answer it.
Greetings, friends. Please unwind, feel comfortable, and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions while exploring unraveling philosophy and psychology. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? This is the question that begins our journey. A question that has echoed for centuries. A question that seems simple at first, but grows heavier the longer we sit with it. Pause for a moment and reflect. If you were in a position of power, which would you choose? Love with all its warmth and loyalty, or fear with all its force and reliability? Niccolo Machiavelli forces us to face this dilemma without comfort. He does not allow us to hide behind ideals. He does not let us escape into fantasy. He pushes us to stare directly at the mechanics of power in all their beauty, in all their brutality. Who was Machiavelli? To many, he is a sinister name, a whisper in political history. To others, he is a genius, a man who saw the truth of politics more clearly than anyone before him. He was born in Florence in 1469, a city of art, ambition, and endless intrigue. He lived through wars, shifting alliances, and the fall of powerful families. For a time, he served as a diplomat, moving between the courts of kings and popes. He saw power up close. He studied how men rose and how they fell. But Machiavelli's life was not one of endless triumph. When the Medici family returned to power in Florence, he was cast out. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, even tortured. When he was finally released, he was forced into exile. His career seemed broken, his influence gone. Yet it was in that exile, stripped of privilege and honor, that he wrote his most famous work, The Prince. Many read The Prince as a manual for tyranny, a book that teaches rulers how to deceive, manipulate, and control. Others see it as satire, perhaps a veiled attack on the very leaders it appears to praise. Some read it as a desperate plea from a man trying to win back his position. Whatever the case, it remains one of the most controversial books ever written. It is both admired and despised. It is quoted and condemned, and it is still alive in political thought today. But tonight, we are not here to simply read The Prince as a historical artifact. We are here to open Machiavelli's entire playbook, to move through his writings, his ideas, his warnings, to understand not only what he wrote, but why his words still matter. Machiavelli does not give us a clean theory of government. He does not build grand systems like Plato. He does not argue for natural law like Aristotle. Instead, he studies the battlefield of politics as it really is. He watches men seize power, and he asks why some succeed while others fail. He pulls apart the myths that rulers tell, and he exposes the machinery beneath. This is why he unsettles us. He reminds us that behind every ideal of justice, there is calculation. Behind every display of mercy, there is strategy. Behind every speech about unity or faith, there is ambition. Machiavelli is not interested in how things should be. He is interested in how they actually are. And so this lecture is not simply a reading of old texts. It is an exploration of strategies that remain alive in politics, in business, in leadership, and in human behavior. Each section we will examine reveals another tool in Machiavelli's power playbook. Some tools are violent, some are subtle. Some seem obvious, while others shock us with their coldness. Together, they form a portrait of power that is as fascinating as it is unsettling. We begin with questions, and we will not always end with answers. Because Machiavelli does not comfort us with certainty. He offers instead a mirror that reflects the ambition, the fear, the cunning, and the cruelty that drive human affairs. Over the course of this exploration, we will see how Machiavelli redefined ideas like virtue, fortune, loyalty, and cruelty. We will examine his metaphors of the lion and the fox, his warnings about mercenaries and corruption, his reflections on republics and monarchies, and his relentless insistence that power must be maintained through action, not through hope. Be prepared for ideas that may disturb you. Be prepared for truths that may feel uncomfortably close to the world you see today. And be prepared to find yourself returning again and again to that first question. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Because by the time we have moved through Machiavelli's playbook, that question will not feel simple anymore. It will feel like the key that unlocks every struggle for power, from the courts of Renaissance Italy to the halls of modern governments, corporations, and even our own relationships. Let us begin. When we think of politics, we often imagine it wrapped in ideals. We picture justice, fairness, or virtue as the guiding lights of rulers. From Plato to Augustine, philosophers before Machiavelli told us that politics should aim at the highest good. They taught that leaders must embody wisdom, courage, and morality. They drew images of republics ruled by reason, kingdoms guided by divine law, and communities built upon virtue. Machiavelli cuts through these illusions with a single stroke. He says, in effect, that politics is not about what should be. It is about what is. The ideals may look beautiful, but they are fragile masks. Behind them lies the raw struggle for survival, dominance, and control. In The Prince, Machiavelli writes that a ruler who tries to live up to ideals will be ruined among men who are not ideal. He insists that leaders must be prepared to act against faith, against charity, against humanity, even against religion, if that is what their survival requires. This is not because he rejects morality outright. It is because he believes that morality alone cannot withstand the forces of fortune, ambition, and conflict. This view shocked his contemporaries. They had been taught that rulers must serve God and justice first. Yet Machiavelli observed rulers who acted in pious ways often lost their states. Meanwhile, those who betrayed promises, deceived rivals, and used cruelty effectively survived and thrived. He concluded that power abates its own laws. To ignore those laws is to invite collapse. We must understand the context of his time to appreciate the force of his argument. Florence and the Italian peninsula were not peaceful lands. They were fractured into city-states, each with its own ambitions. The French invaded, the Spanish interfered, and the papacy itself played politics like a prince. Alliances shifted weekly, armies burned towns, families rose and fell in sudden turns of fortune. In this setting, a ruler who clung to ideals without flexibility was not admired. He was destroyed. Machiavelli observed that men judge more by appearances than by reality. People will believe a ruler is good if he appears to act morally, even if he is ruthless behind the scenes. This creates a tension. The illusion of morality can be useful, even necessary. But the pursuit of morality itself, without calculation, can be fatal. Here we see the first layer of Machiavelli's power playbook. Do not confuse appearance with reality. Appearances must be carefully managed, but the reality of decision-making must remain grounded in necessity. If mercy preserves stability, then mercy is chosen. If cruelty is required, then cruelty must be applied. What matters is not whether an act is good or evil in the abstract, but whether it secures the state and preserves authority. This raises uncomfortable questions. Are moral systems then only tools of control if rulers pretend to be just, kind, or faithful while acting with cunning? Is morality anything more than theater? Machiavelli does not answer directly. Instead, he turns the question back to us. Do we prefer a ruler who clings to ideals and loses the kingdom, or a ruler who bends morality and keeps the kingdom alive? He points to history for answers. Consider the Roman Republic, which he admired in his discourses on Livy. Rome expanded, not by living as a model of peace and charity, but through discipline, cunning, and often harsh measures. Its leaders pretended to honor traditions and gods, but behind that veil they made ruthless decisions for survival. Machiavelli's lesson is clear. Stability requires more than ideals. It requires cold, practical calculation. Let us pause and reflect. Imagine two leaders facing the same crisis. One refuses to break his promises because he believes in absolute honesty. The other breaks his word when it serves his interest. Who survives? Machiavelli would say the second. Why? Because men are fickle, promises are fragile, and power rests on force and cunning more than on trust. This does not mean Machiavelli denies all value in morality. He sees its utility. He urges rulers to appear merciful, faithful, and upright. He insists that people must see their leader as virtuous. Yet he separates this appearance from reality. A wise ruler is skilled in performance. He puts on the mask of virtue while keeping the hands of strategy free. This duality between appearance and reality is one of Machiavelli's most unsettling contributions to philosophy. It strips away comforting illusions. It tells us that rulers succeed not because they are moral, but because they understand when to use morality and when to discard it. Think again of Plato. In the Republic, Plato describes the philosopher king as one who rules with wisdom and justice, guided by eternal truth. Machiavelli turns this image upside down. For him, the successful ruler is not the philosopher who contemplates ideals. It is the strategist who adapts, deceives, and seizes opportunity. Where Plato sought harmony between justice and power, Machiavelli separates them. The contrast extends further. Christian thinkers taught that rulers must be shepherds of their people, accountable to divine law. Machiavelli does not dismiss religion entirely, but he treats it as another instrument. A ruler may use religion to inspire loyalty or to justify decisions, but he must never allow religious ideals to dictate choices that threaten survival. Here again, the reality of power trumps the illusion of morality. What does this mean for us? It means that when we look at history, we should ask whether the actions of rulers were driven by ideals, or whether ideals were used as masks for pragmatic calculation. It also means that when we look at our own time, we must ask whether the values leaders display are genuine, or whether they are carefully chosen illusions. Machiavelli offers no comfort in these questions. He offers only clarity. He tells us that power, stripped of illusions, is not gentle. It is harsh, competitive, and endlessly unstable. If rulers refuse to face this reality, their states collapse. If rulers embrace it too openly, they risk hatred and rebellion. The art lies in walking the fine line between appearance and necessity. As we move deeper into Machiavelli's playbook, we must hold on to this tension. The illusions of morality are powerful, but the reality of power cannot be ignored. In his writings, Machiavelli shows us again and again how rulers who fail to balance these forces are destroyed. Some cling too tightly to virtue and fall to cunning enemies. Others display cruelty without restraint and provoke hatred. The survivors are those who master the balance, who act without hesitation, yet who know how to clothe their actions in the garments of morality. This is why Machiavelli's work endures. It is not a celebration of evil, but a study of necessity. He strips away the comforting myths of political philosophy and forces us to confront the engine that drives human affairs. And once we see it, the illusions of morality can never fully shield us again. In Machiavelli's writings, two concepts dominate the landscape of power. These are fortuna and virtue. To understand his playbook, we must first understand them. Fortuna is often translated as fortune or luck. It represents the unpredictable elements of life. It is the flood that can sweep away kingdoms. It is the sudden death of a prince. It is the betrayal of allies, the revolt of citizens, the invasion of foreign armies. Fortuna is chaos made tangible virtue. On the other hand, is not morality. It is not virtue in the sense of goodness or justice. It is a kind of strength, skill, and decisiveness. It is the ability to shape circumstances. It is a capacity to act boldly, to plan wisely, and to respond quickly. Virtue allows a ruler to confront fortune and, when possible, to bend it to his will. Machiavelli presents these two forces as intertwined. Fortune is like a river that rises and falls without warning. Virtue is the dam, the levee, or the engineer who redirects the waters. Without virtue, fortuna will destroy even the strongest ruler. Without fortuna, virtue has no challenges to overcome, but its presence is constant. It tests leaders, pernicious hesitation, and rewards audacity. Consider his famous river metaphor. Machiavelli describes fortune as a river that floods suddenly. The flood destroys villages, drowns cattle, and scatters crops. Those who prepare levees, who build channels, who anticipate the rising waters, survive. Those who do not are swept away. In human affairs, fortune functions in the same way. Wars, betrayals, deaths, and revolutions can overwhelm a state in an instant. Virtue is the preparation, the adaptability, and the courage to confront these forces. This does not mean that fortune can be fully controlled. Machiavelli is clear. Fortune is unpredictable and often cruel, but it can be mitigated. A prince who acts boldly, decisively, and with cunning can reduce the power of fortune. He can turn its unpredictability into opportunity. History is full of examples. Leaders who hesitated in crises perished. Leaders who seized the moment thrived. Machiavelli observes that fortune favors the bold vertic also requires knowledge and action. It is not enough to be courageous. A ruler must understand the world in which he lives. He must study the patterns of human behavior, the weaknesses of rivals, and the strengths of allies. Virtue is intelligence applied to power. It is flexibility combined with decisiveness. It is the ability to act swiftly when opportunity appears and to recover quickly when disaster strikes. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that virtue must be practicable. A prince cannot rely on ideals alone. He must take risks, sometimes calculated, sometimes bold, to secure his position. He must not wait for luck or hope for fortune to protect him. Fortune may knock on the door, but only Vert can open it. The interplay of fortune and virtue appears in Machiavelli's historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He inherited a position of power and expanded it through audacity and strategy. He knew when to use force, when to deceive, and when to negotiate. He acted decisively against enemies, and fortune, in some measure, favored him. Yet Borgia's success was not guaranteed. When his father, Pope Alexander VI, died, fortune turned. Borgia's enemies struck, and his state collapsed. This demonstrates the limits of virtue when fortune is overwhelming. Machiavelli also examines the role of timing in virtue. Acting too soon can provoke resistance before power is secure. Acting too late can allow enemies to consolidate their strength. A wise ruler observes carefully, prepares meticulously, and strikes with precision. Virtue is the skill of timing. It is the combination of preparation, courage, and intelligence. We must also consider the human dimension. Virtue is not only strategic, it is psychological. A ruler must inspire confidence, command respect, and manage fear. Virtue allows a leader to read the hearts of men, to discern who will betray, who will follow, and who will hesitate. It is the skill of understanding not just events, but people. Fortune tests the world. Virtue tests human nature. There is a deeper lesson here. Machiavelli does not glorify luck. He does not suggest that fortune alone creates great leaders. He insists that a ruler's success depends on his ability to seize opportunity, adapt to changing circumstances, and act decisively. Virtue is the engine that drives mastery over fortune. Without it, chaos reigns. With it, a skilled prince can turn crises into triumphs. This interplay explains why Machiavelli values preparation. A ruler must study war, politics, and human behavior. He must anticipate rebellion, treachery, and misfortune. Virtue is cultivated through experience, observation, and learning. A leader cannot rely on theory alone. Action, informed by knowledge, is the only path to stability. Yet Machiavelli warns against arrogance. Virtue is not omnipotence. It does not make a ruler invincible. Fortune will always remain partially beyond control. A wise leader recognizes this, adapts, and uses every opportunity to shape events. The balance of Virtue and Fortuna is delicate. Too much reliance on one without respect for the other leads to disaster. Machiavelli's exploration of these concepts also has modern resonance. In politics, business, and personal ambition, we see fortune as chance and circumstance. Virtue is preparation, strategy, and decisiveness. Those who succeed are rarely the luckiest. They are the most capable of turning opportunity into advantage and disaster into survival. Finally, it is essential to understand the moral neutrality of Machiavelli's framework. Virtue is not about ethics. It is about effectiveness. Fortune is not about justice. It is about unpredictability. Together, they create a landscape where success is determined by skill, courage, and adaptability, not by adherence to moral ideals. This is the essence of Machiavelli's playbook. To master power, one must respect the force of fortune. One must cultivate virtue relentlessly. One must act decisively when opportunity arises. One must recognize the limits of human control and act within those boundaries. This is the anatomy of fortune and virtue. It is the foundation upon which all other strategies of Machiavelli will build. By understanding this, we begin to see how a ruler can survive in a world that is uncertain, dangerous, and ever-changing. Fortune will challenge him. Virtue will guide him. The wise prince knows when to bend, when to strike, and when to appear steady. This is the essence of the strategy that underlies every decision in Machiavelli's writings. Machiavelli confronts one of the most enduring questions of power. Is it better for a ruler to be loved or to be feared? This is not a question of morality. It is a question of survival. Leaders throughout history have struggled with it. The answer, according to Machiavelli, is complex, but it carries a clear warning. He begins by observing human nature. Men are generally self-interested. They will break promises, betray allies, and abandon leaders if it suits their advantage. They are fickle and changeable. Their loyalty is often dependent on circumstances rather than conviction. A ruler who relies solely on love risks being abandoned when it is inconvenient. Fear, in contrast, is more reliable. When men fear the consequences of disloyalty, they are less likely to act against a ruler. Fear can be controlled, punishments can be applied consistently. Laws and consequences create order. In Machiavelli's view, fear provides stability in a way that love cannot always guarantee. Yet Machiavelli does not advocate cruelty for its own sake. He warns against excessive cruelty that provokes hatred. Hatred is dangerous. It can unite enemies, inspire rebellion, and destroy a ruler. The wise leader uses fear strategically. He applies it decisively and at the right time. Fear must be measured and directed at threats, not at loyal subjects. Love, however, cannot be ignored entirely. People prefer to follow a leader who is respected and admired. Popular support reduces the need for harsh enforcement. A ruler who is loved can govern with less constant pressure. The ideal balance, according to Machiavelli, is to be feared without being hated. This requires skill, judgment, and careful management of perception. He illustrates this with historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He was feared by his enemies and respected by his allies. He applied cruelty swiftly and decisively, eliminating threats before they could grow. Yet he avoided widespread hatred among the populace by controlling his image and demonstrating fairness to those who served him faithfully. Borgia's ability to combine fear with calculated generosity allowed him to maintain power effectively. Machiavelli also emphasizes the role of appearance in managing loyalty. A ruler must cultivate the perception of virtue, kindness, and justice. People must believe in his good intentions even if they know he acts with calculation. This combination of fear and the appearance of love creates a form of control that is both effective and sustainable. He cautions against relying solely on love. History is full of rulers who were adored but who fell because their followers placed personal interest above loyalty. Affection alone cannot ensure obedience. Love is fragile, easily broken by greed, ambition, or external pressure. Fear, however, can endure because it is grounded in consequences. The management of fear and love also requires understanding of human psychology. Machiavelli notes that men forgive injury quickly if they benefit from the ruler. They remember cruelty longer if it threatens them personally. A wise leader uses this knowledge to act decisively against enemies while reassuring allies. This creates a hierarchy of loyalty based on both respect and self-interest. Timing is essential. Fear applied too early can provoke resistance. Fear applied too late may allow threats to grow unchecked. Love applied indiscriminately may encourage complacency. Machiavelli teaches that the ruler must act like a conductor, orchestrating both fear and affection to maintain harmony in the state. He also addresses the relationship between fear, love, and reputation. A ruler's name is powerful. If people believe he is just, merciful, and strong, his authority is reinforced. Reputation amplifies both fear and love. A clever ruler manages his image with care, demonstrating strength when necessary and benevolence when advantageous. Machiavelli warns that extremes are dangerous. Excessive cruelty provokes hatred. Excessive leniency invites disobedience. Excessive reliance on affection leaves the ruler vulnerable to betrayal. The key is moderation and calculation. The ruler must constantly assess the loyalty of subjects and the stability of his power. Another important point is the unpredictability of human nature. People's emotions cannot be controlled completely. Leaders must accept that loyalty will fluctuate. Virtue, the skill and decisiveness we explored earlier, allows a ruler to respond to these fluctuations. By applying fear strategically and cultivating respect, he can shape loyalty in his favor. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond rulers. The principles of fear, love, and loyalty apply to leaders in all forms of organization. In business, politics, and social structures, those who understand human nature can maintain influence and control. Those who rely on idealized notions of affection or loyalty risk failure. He also highlights the symbolic dimension of fear and love. Public punishments, ceremonies, and displays of power communicate strength. Generosity, rewards, and recognition communicate benevolence. The combination of these signals reinforces loyalty while minimizing resentment. The careful use of symbols is part of the art of leadership. Finally, Machiavelli presents a stark choice. Leaders must decide where to place their reliance. They can seek love, risk in vulnerability. They can seek fear, risk in hatred. The wise ruler achieves a balance that maximizes loyalty while minimizing threats. This balance is not fixed. It changes with circumstances, enemies, and the temperament of the populace. Constant attention and adaptation are required. Through these lessons, Machiavelli demonstrates that power is not granted. It is constructed. It is maintained through understanding, skill, and strategy. Fear and love are tools, not ends. They are instruments in the broader architecture of control. The ruler who masters them can survive where others fail. This exploration of fear, love, and loyalty illustrates the precision of Machiavelli's playbook. It shows his deep understanding of human behavior and the mechanics of authority. By studying these principles, we see why he remains one of the most influential thinkers in the history of political thought. The question we opened with returns now with greater weight. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He shows us that the wise ruler must navigate between these forces, mastering both when possible, balancing them against the unpredictable currents of fortune, and always remaining aware of the human tendencies that shape every political act. Machiavelli introduces one of his most memorable metaphors. He tells us that a successful ruler must be both a lion and a fox. This is not a simple comparison. It is a lesson in the duality required to maintain power. Strength alone is insufficient. Cunning alone is inadequate. Both must coexist within the leader. The lion represents strength and force. A lion attacks, overpowers, and defends territory with raw power. It inspires respect and fear. In human affairs, this symbolizes the use of direct action, military might, and authority to overcome obstacles. A ruler must know when to strike. Decisively, strength is necessary to confront enemies, suppress rebellion, and establish control. Without it, the state is vulnerable to internal and external threats. The fox, in contrast, represents cunning, intelligence, and deception. A fox senses traps and avoids danger. It uses strategy rather than brute force. In leadership, the fox symbolizes subtlety, manipulation, and foresight. A ruler must be able to recognize hidden threats, negotiate effectively, and manipulate appearances. Without cunning, even the strongest leader can be outmaneuvered. Machiavelli emphasizes that one quality without the other leads to failure. A ruler who relies only on strength may crush enemies, but he will be blind to subtler dangers. He may be betrayed by those he trusted or undermined by those he underestimated. A ruler who relies only on cunning may deceive allies and opponents. But he may lack the force to defend his power when open conflict arises. Survival requires a combination of both. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia once again. Borgia combined military skill with political cunning. He knew when to fight directly and when to manipulate alliances. His ability to assess both open threats and hidden dangers allowed him to expand his influence. Quickly, when one element failed, his dual approach often compensated, demonstrating the importance of flexibility. The metaphor also highlights the adaptability required of a leader. The world is unpredictable. Enemies change tactics. Allies shift loyalties. Fortune intervenes. A ruler who is rigid, relying solely on force or solely on deception, risks destruction. The lion and the fox symbolize the capacity to switch strategies depending on circumstances. This adaptability is a cornerstone of Machiavelli's philosophy. Machiavelli warns that deception is often necessary. The fox allows the ruler to recognize traps, to anticipate betrayal, and to use appearances to maintain stability. A ruler may need to present mercy while acting ruthlessly, or appear weak while preparing to strike. The cunning use of perception enables a leader to shape events before they become crises. Strength, however, cannot be neglected. The lion ensures that the ruler can enforce decisions, command armies, and eliminate threats decisively. Without strength, cunning alone cannot secure power. A deceptive strategy without the capacity to enforce it fails. The world tests the ruler physically, and he must respond with force when required. This duality is not only practical, it is psychological. Subjects respond differently to strength and cunning. Fear of force demands respect. Awareness of cunning generates uncertainty in opponents, preventing them from acting impulsively. Loyalty, obedience, and alliance are shaped by both elements. The ruler who embodies both is unpredictable and therefore secure. Machiavelli also considers timing. The lion and the fox must be deployed according to circumstances. A time of rebellion may demand the strength of the lion. A time of diplomacy may demand the subtlety of the fox. A ruler who cannot read the situation or who applies the wrong method invites disaster. Success is contingent upon judgment as much as skill. The duality extends to internal governance as well. Rulers must manage advisors, nobles, and citizens with both strength and cunning. They must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and manipulate perception. The lion ensures the power to act decisively. The fox ensures the capacity to navigate complex social and political networks. Together, they allow the ruler to maintain stability over time. Machiavelli also notes that appearances matter. The ruler should project the qualities of both animals. Even when they are not fully exercised, a leader who appears strong can deter enemies. A leader who appears cunning can prevent plots. Perception is an instrument of power, reinforcing both force and strategy. The lesson for leaders is clear. One cannot rely solely on morality, ideology, or a single skill. Survival demands versatility, perception, and intelligence applied to action. The lion and the fox are not symbols of good or evil. They are tools for navigating the realities of human behavior. Leaders who master both can withstand fortune, outmaneuver enemies, and maintain control. Machiavelli's metaphor also has a modern application. Leaders in business, politics, and society face challenges similar to those of Renaissance princes. Threats come from competitors, shifts in power, and unpredictable circumstances. The balance of force and strategy, boldness and cunning, remains essential. Those who rely exclusively on one approach fail to achieve lasting success. Finally, this duality emphasizes preparation and self-awareness. A ruler must cultivate both strength and intelligence continually. Complacency in one domain invites disaster. The combination of lion and fox requires constant vigilance, learning, and adjustment. Leadership is not a static condition. It is an ongoing process of adaptation and mastery. Machiavelli's insight is that the art of power is not a single skill. It is a composite of capabilities applied with judgment. The lion and the fox exemplify this. They teach that power is dynamic, conditional, and deeply intertwined with human nature. A leader who embodies this duality understands both the threats he faces and the opportunities he can seize. By studying this principle, we begin to see the depth of Machiavelli's strategy. Power is never absolute. It must be constantly managed. Force and cunning are complementary tools. They must be balanced, applied with foresight, and adapted to shifting circumstances. This understanding sets the foundation for every further strategy in Machiavelli's playbook. Machiavelli addresses one of the most controversial aspects of his philosophy. He argues that cruelty, when applied correctly, can be necessary for the stability of a state. This idea challenges conventional morality. It is not intended to shock. For its own sake, it is practical. It is rooted in the realities of human behavior and political survival. He begins by distinguishing between types of cruelty. There is cruelty that is well used. There is cruelty that is excessive or poorly timed. Well-used cruelty is decisive. It is applied quickly and with purpose. It eliminates threats, prevents rebellion, and secures authority. Poorly used cruelty is endless and arbitrary. It breeds hatred, fear without respect, and eventual collapse. Machiavelli explains that cruelty is most effective when it is limited and targeted. A ruler may need to eliminate rivals or punish conspirators. When this is done decisively, the message is clear. Potential enemies understand the consequences of opposition. This type of cruelty prevents disorder, it consolidates power, it does not invite continuous resistance because it is controlled. Historical examples illustrate his point. Consider Cesare Borgia. Borgia faced a fragmented state and rebellious subjects. He acted with ruthless efficiency against those who threatened his authority. Ramiro de Orco, one of his lieutenants, was sent to enforce discipline. The people initially resented the actions, but Borgia quickly executed de Orco, presenting himself as just. The cruelty served a purpose, and then it ended. This calculated approach stabilized the region. Machiavelli emphasizes that cruelty must be applied at the beginning of a ruler's tenure. Early decisive actions prevent prolonged unrest. Hesitation allows enemies to grow stronger and emboldens conspirators. Once a ruler establishes control through measured force, ongoing cruelty becomes less necessary. The goal is to secure loyalty, not to perpetuate fear indefinitely. He also warns against arbitrary cruelty. Violence without purpose undermines authority. It creates resentment. It destabilizes rather than strengthens. The wise leader uses cruelty as a tool, not as an expression of personal anger. Decisions must be calculated and disciplined. Emotion alone is insufficient and dangerous. Machiavelli extends his analysis to the broader principle of necessity. Rulers exist in a world of danger. Enemies plot, allies betray, and fortune is unpredictable. In this context, cruelty is often unavoidable. It is the means by which order is maintained and the state preserved. Without it, instability spreads. Without it, even the most virtuous ruler can be overthrown. The psychological dimension is important. People fear what is visible and immediate. When a ruler applies force decisively, the population learns the consequences of disobedience. This fear can be controlled and focused. In contrast, excessive leniency or delayed punishment allows resentment to fester. Threats multiply when cruelty is inconsistent or unclear. Machiavelli also highlights the perception of cruelty. A ruler should not appear cruel for its own sake. Actions should be framed as necessary for the common good or for the security of the state. Public perception shapes loyalty. People tolerate force if it is justified and purposeful. They rebel when cruelty seems arbitrary or self-serving. Timing, again, is essential. Initial acts of cruelty secure authority. After stability is established, further violence can be reduced. The ruler can shift focus to appearances of mercy, justice, and virtue. This balance between force and benevolence creates a stable environment where loyalty is earned and rebellion is minimized. He contrasts this approach with inaction. Leaders who hesitate to apply necessary force often face prolonged conflict. Revolts persist, enemies grow bolder, and alliances shift unpredictably. The failure to act decisively in critical moments leads to greater suffering and eventual downfall. Cruelty, when properly applied, prevents this escalation. Machiavelli also warns against cruelty motivated by personal desire. A ruler must never act purely out of vengeance. The goal is not to indulge anger or assert ego. The goal is the preservation of the state. This disciplined use of force distinguishes effective rulers from tyrants who provoke hatred and rebellion. He explores the relationship between cruelty and fear. Cruelty generates fear, but fear must be carefully controlled. The ruler who is feared but not hated maintains authority. Those who apply excessive, indiscriminate cruelty provoke hatred and ultimately destabilize their position. Fear must be directed strategically, not indiscriminately. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond the battlefield. Internal governance, management of nobles, and handling of conspiracies all require careful application of force. The principles of decisive action, targeted punishment, and public perception apply in political, social, and administrative contexts. Modern examples illustrate these principles. Leaders who act decisively to confront threats often maintain stability, while leaders who hesitate or act inconsistently invite chaos. Strategic force, applied with purpose, is not cruelty for cruelties. Saki, it is a calculated method of maintaining order. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the moral neutrality of these actions. Cruelty is neither inherently good nor evil. Its value is measured by results. The wise ruler considers the long-term stability of the state. He acts decisively when necessary, restrains force when possible, and manages perception carefully. Through this lens, cruelty becomes a tool, a necessary instrument for survival. It is not arbitrary, it is not personal, it is part of the disciplined exercise of power. To ignore this principle is to misunderstand the realities of governance. To apply it without judgment is to invite destruction. The balance, timing, and purpose of cruelty determine the ruler's success. By understanding the necessity of cruelty, we begin to see how Machiavelli redefines power. He strips away comforting illusions. He shows that stability requires action, decisiveness, and control. Leaders must confront danger, manage perception, and use force strategically. This principle underpins much of the remaining strategies in his playbook. Machiavelli understood that power is not only about force or cunning, it is also about perception. How a ruler is seen can determine whether he succeeds or falls. Reputation is a currency of authority. Image shapes loyalty. The theater of power is the stage on which a ruler performs to maintain control. He begins by emphasizing that appearances matter more than reality in the eyes of the public. People judge leaders based on what they see, not always on what they know. A ruler may act with calculation, manipulation, or even deception, but the perception of virtue, justice, and courage solidifies authority. Maintaining this perception is essential to survival. Machiavelli notes that a ruler must project qualities that inspire both respect and admiration. He should appear merciful, faithful, humane, and religious. Yet he should also demonstrate strength, decisiveness, and strategic intelligence. These qualities may not always exist fully in practice, but their display maintains confidence among subjects and allies. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider the Medici family in Florence. Their authority relied heavily on appearances. They cultivated images of piety, patronage, and civic responsibility, even while engaging in ruthless political maneuvers. The perception of virtue protected their power and allowed them to govern effectively. Public ceremonies and symbolic actions are central to the theater of power. Processions, proclamations, and displays of generosity communicate a ruler's qualities. These rituals reinforce authority and shape public opinion. A wise ruler uses symbolism strategically to complement practical governance. Actions and appearances together create stability and influence. Machiavelli warns against inconsistency between image and action. If a ruler is perceived as just but acts cruelly without explanation, trust erodes. If he appears merciful but fails to act decisively when necessary, fear and respect diminish. The alignment of perception and action is delicate. Leaders must cultivate both carefully. He also emphasizes that reputation affects both allies and enemies. Allies are more likely to support a ruler who is respected and admired. Enemies are more likely to hesitate if they believe a leader is capable, decisive, and shrewd. Reputation amplifies the impact of both fear and love. It extends influence beyond immediate actions and creates strategic leverage. Machiavelli explores the importance of consistency. While flexibility is essential in tactics, the public perception of a ruler must appear stable. Sudden changes in behavior or values can create uncertainty and doubt. A stable image fosters loyalty, trust, and deference. A reputation for strength, wisdom, or justice protects a ruler from instability. He examines how rulers can manipulate perception deliberately. Deception is not inherently evil in this context. It is a tool. A ruler may appear merciful while acting decisively or appear humble while exercising authority firmly. By managing appearances, the ruler controls not only immediate reactions, but also the long-term loyalty of subjects. Machiavelli also highlights the interplay of private action and public display. A ruler may act ruthlessly in private to secure control while presenting fairness publicly. The effectiveness of power often depends on this duality. The public cannot witness every act. What they perceive shapes their behavior. Clever leaders leverage this to maintain order. Historical examples extend to military leaders as well. A general who appears disciplined, courageous, and strategic inspires confidence among troops. Soldiers follow not only because of orders, but also because of belief in competence. Reputation reinforces obedience and enhances effectiveness in both governance and warfare. Machiavelli also considers the fragility of reputation. A single scandal or misstep can undermine decades of careful cultivation. Leaders must guard against false reports, betrayal, and rumor. Information management is essential. The theater of power includes not only actions, but the narrative that surrounds them. He emphasizes that reputation is cumulative. Small acts of courage, fairness, or generosity build perception over time. Strategic displays amplify influence. Similarly, repeated acts of cruelty or indecision erode credibility. The ruler must understand the long-term effects of each decision. On public perception, Machiavelli also examines the use of storytelling and legacy. Leaders often shape their image through narratives that highlight successes and obscure failures. Propaganda, public records, and controlled accounts of events all contribute to the theater of power. The ruler who controls the story controls the memory of his rule. He warns that relying solely on appearances without substance is dangerous. A ruler may deceive temporarily, but if underlying weaknesses exist, fortune will expose them. Strength, cunning, and decisiveness must underpin image. Reputation amplifies power, but cannot replace competence. Modern parallels are clear. In politics, business, and society, leaders manage public perception constantly. Media, communication, and symbolic actions influence loyalty, respect, and obedience. The principles Machiavelli outlined centuries ago remain relevant. Reputation shapes decisions, alliances, and opportunities. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the integration of all elements of power: reputation, force, cunning, cruelty, and appearance are not separate. They interact. A wise ruler balances them to maintain authority. Perception enhances action. Action reinforces perception. Together, They create a resilient, adaptive, and effective system of governance. Through understanding the theater of power, we see that leadership is both practical and performative. A ruler must master not only the mechanics of control, but also the art of influence. Every gesture, decision, and public appearance contributes to the stability of the state. Reputation is the stage upon which all other strategies unfold. By studying these lessons, we begin to see Machiavelli not as a promoter of immorality, but as an analyst of survival and influence. Leaders who understand perception and cultivate their image can navigate challenges, inspire loyalty, and maintain power in ways that are both strategic and enduring. Machiavelli understood that power does not exist in isolation. A ruler is surrounded by allies, adversaries, and opportunists. Success depends on the careful management of relationships. Friendships, loyalties, and enmities are tools to be understood and used wisely. He begins by emphasizing the impermanence of alliances. People are motivated by self-interest. Allies today may become enemies tomorrow. Shared goals are often temporary. The wise ruler anticipates these shifts. He maintains awareness of the intentions and ambitions of those around him. Trust, Machiavelli argues, must be strategic. Blind faith in allies is dangerous. A ruler cannot assume loyalty based solely on past favors or friendship. Those who seem most devoted may betray at the moment of greatest opportunity. Conversely, apparent rivals may be managed or even converted into useful allies if their ambitions align temporarily with the ruler's objectives. He provides historical examples to illustrate these points. Florence, Venice, and other Italian city-states were constantly shifting in alliances. Leaders who relied too heavily on external support often found themselves abandoned when foreign powers pursued their own interests. Survival required vigilance and flexibility. Alliances must be nurtured, tested, and sometimes replaced. Machiavelli emphasizes the importance of understanding human motivation. People act primarily out of self-interest, fear, or ambition. A ruler who misreads the desires and incentives of allies risks being manipulated. He must study the character and behavior of those around him carefully. Observing actions is often more revealing than listening to words. He also addresses betrayal. It is inevitable in human affairs. Rulers must plan for it. Defensive measures such as dividing potential adversaries, rewarding loyalty, and punishing treachery decisively reduce the likelihood of surprise attacks. Machiavelli stresses that swift and calculated responses to betrayal send clear signals, reinforcing both fear and respect. Another principle is the selective cultivation of friends and enemies. Not all alliances are equally valuable. The ruler must identify those who can contribute to stability, military strength, or economic advantage. Some rivals can be left unchecked if their ambitions are contained. Others must be neutralized through diplomacy, coercion, or strategic force. Proper management ensures that threats are minimized while benefits are maximized. Machiavelli also highlights the importance of adaptability. Relationships are not static. Circumstances change. A once trusted ally may become dangerous. A previously hostile neighbor may become an opportunity for alliance. The successful ruler continually reassesses the political landscape. Decisions must be based on the current balance of power, not past assumptions or sentiments. He examines the role of deception in managing allies and enemies. Transparency can be exploited. The ruler must sometimes conceal intentions, provide misleading signals, or present false security to maintain advantage. Deception is a tool, not a moral failing. When used to preserve the state and protect power, historical examples reinforce these lessons. The Papal States frequently negotiated alliances with city-states and foreign powers. Those who overestimated loyalty or underestimated ambition often lost territory or influence. Leaders who balanced diplomacy with readiness for conflict maintained authority more effectively. Machiavelli's observations emphasized pragmatism over idealism. He also considers the psychological impact of power. Allies observe how a ruler handles threats, betrayal, and opportunity. Swift action and decisive judgment inspire confidence. Hesitation and indecision undermine trust. Reputation, decisively linked to behavior, shapes future relationships. Allies and enemies alike adjust their strategies based on perceived strength and intelligence. Machiavelli warns against over-reliance on any single ally. Dependence creates vulnerability. The ruler must cultivate multiple connections, balancing relationships to prevent any one party from gaining excessive influence. This approach reduces the risk of betrayal and maintains freedom of action. Conversely, the management of enemies requires both caution and initiative. Enemies left unchecked grow stronger. They form alliances, exploit weaknesses, and may strike unexpectedly. A prudent ruler observes potential adversaries, predicts their moves, and acts preemptively when necessary. Timing and decisiveness are essential. He further distinguishes between permanent and temporary alliances. Temporary alliances serve immediate goals. Permanent alliances require trust, compatibility, and ongoing management. A ruler must recognize the difference and treat each relationship accordingly. Mismanaging this distinction can lead to catastrophic failures. Machiavelli also emphasizes the value of balance. The ruler must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and maintain the perception of fairness. Allies who feel secure are more likely to support the ruler. Enemies who see strength may hesitate or retreat. The art of maintaining equilibrium between friends and foes is central to stability. The chapter also explores contingency planning. The ruler must anticipate shifts in loyalty and the emergence of new threats. By preparing for multiple scenarios, he ensures that betrayal or unexpected opposition does not lead to collapse. Flexibility and foresight are the hallmarks of skillful leadership. Machiavelli concludes that the management of relationships is an ongoing task. Power is dynamic, and human behavior is unpredictable. The ruler's survival depends on vigilance, judgment, and adaptability. Understanding human ambition, fear, and self-interest allows the ruler to navigate complex networks of friends and enemies. Finally, these lessons have modern relevance. Corporate leaders, politicians, and social strategists face analogous challenges. Alliances form and dissolve. Rivals emerge unpredictably. Understanding motivations, maintaining reputation, and managing perception remain critical. Machiavelli's analysis of friends and enemies provides insight into human behavior and the dynamics of influence. By mastering alliances, anticipating betrayal, and managing relationships with skill and judgment, the ruler secures stability and extends authority. This is the essence of Machiavelli's guidance. Power is relational, adaptive, and dependent on understanding the currents of human nature. Machiavelli presents a paradoxical view of religion. He does not dismiss faith entirely, yet he emphasizes its utility as a tool for rulers. Religion, in his eyes, is a mechanism for shaping human behavior. It unifies, motivates, and controls populations. He admires its practical effects rather than its spiritual truths. He begins by examining the role of religion in society. Religion establishes rules and moral codes. It encourages obedience to laws. It provides a shared framework of values. Citizens are guided by fear of divine punishment as well as social expectation. This shared belief system strengthens social cohesion. A ruler who harnesses this can govern more effectively. Machiavelli admires Roman religion for its practical virtues. The ancient Romans used rituals, festivals, and public devotion to unify the state. Religion reinforced loyalty to the republic. Citizens internalized the values necessary for civic duty. The gods themselves, in Roman practice, were instruments of order. This example demonstrates how faith can stabilize power. He emphasizes the distinction between personal belief and public utility. A ruler may or may not be devout. What matters is the appearance of piety. Public displays of religious devotion create trust and legitimacy. Citizens are reassured when their leader observes sacred customs. This perception reinforces authority. Faith becomes a political instrument, independent of private conviction. Machiavelli warns against neglecting religion entirely. A state that appears irreligious or dismissive of sacred traditions risks alienating its people. Citizens may interpret this as moral weakness or disrespect for communal norms. Revolts, disobedience, and factionalism become more likely. Leaders must manage perception as carefully as they manage armies. He explores the paradox of morality in leadership. Ethical behavior is valuable when it supports stability. Rulers should maintain the appearance of virtue, honesty, and justice. Yet personal morality is secondary to effectiveness. Actions are justified by results rather than abstract principles. Religion helps bridge the gap between moral expectation and practical governance. Machiavelli introduces a suspenseful question. Is religion, for him, less about God than about human obedience? He implies that the sacred functions primarily to regulate behavior. The threat of divine punishment or social censure encourages loyalty. Citizens are motivated to act in ways that sustain the state. Faith becomes an instrument of political control. He analyzes how rulers can utilize religious structures. Priests, temples, rituals, and laws reinforce obedience. Leaders who control religious messaging can direct attention, unify populations, and suppress dissent. Religion becomes a stabilizing force, reducing reliance on coercion and military enforcement alone. Historical examples illustrate this principle. The Roman Republic, as Machiavelli admired, integrated religion into public life. Festivals, sacrifices, and civic rituals reinforced collective identity. Leaders who neglected religious appearances often faced instability. The power of perception, supported by shared belief, reinforced authority more effectively than force. Alone, Machiavelli also highlights the psychological dimension. People are more likely to follow laws and respect authority when they believe the ruler shares their values. Ritual, symbolism, and demonstration of piety cultivate trust. Even if a ruler privately doubts or manipulates faith, the public perception is what matters. Religion becomes a form of social technology. He contrasts genuine devotion with performative faith. Personal belief is not required for effective governance. What matters is consistent display. Leaders who observe sacred customs, attend ceremonies, and speak in morally resonant terms project stability. Citizens respond to visible piety. The mask of religion is a tool to maintain social order. Machiavelli further explores the consequences of neglecting this tool. A ruler who appears impious risks alienating both the people and the elite. Disrespect for religious norms can be interpreted as moral corruption, inviting rebellion and resistance. Maintaining the appearance of faith is therefore both pragmatic and necessary. He examines the interplay between religion and law. Laws gain additional authority when reinforced by moral and sacred frameworks. Citizens perceive obedience as both a civic duty and a spiritual obligation. This dual motivation enhances compliance and reduces the need for constant enforcement. Religion becomes intertwined with governance. Machiavelli also considers the long-term effects of religious manipulation. Stability achieved through shared belief can endure beyond a ruler's lifetime. Citizens internalize norms and expectations. Institutions anchored in religious or moral frameworks continued to function. Religion, in this sense, is both a stabilizing force and a legacy of authority. He warns that superficiality alone is insufficient. Religious appearances must be credible and consistent. Contradictions between words and actions weaken influence. Rituals, observance, and public demonstration reinforce credibility. The ruler who carefully manages both perception and action maintains legitimacy. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes that religion is inseparable from the exercise of power. It is not simply a private matter. It functions as a tool, a mechanism for obedience, and a means of reinforcing social cohesion. The prudent ruler integrates faith into the architecture of authority, using it to stabilize the state while pursuing pragmatic objectives. By studying Machiavelli's approach, we see a ruler who understands human behavior deeply. Religion is valued not for spiritual enlightenment, but for its capacity to unify, motivate, and control. This principle demonstrates the sophisticated pragmatism at the core of Machiavelli's philosophy of power. Machiavelli places audacity at the center of political success. He asserts that fortune favors the bold. Leaders who act decisively seize opportunities, shape events, and maintain control. Hesitation, by contrast, invites misfortune and collapse. Boldness is not reckless. It is calculated, informed, and timely. He introduces the concept of fortune as a force that can be influenced. Fortune is unpredictable. It presents opportunities and challenges. Machiavelli famously writes that fortune must be beaten down like a woman. This brutal metaphor reflects his view that fortune yields to strength, courage, and action. It does not act on its own. Leaders must impose their will upon it. Bold action is closely linked to ambition. Leaders must pursue goals with energy and determination. Passive rulers wait for events to unfold. They react rather than shape outcome. Machiavelli argues that ambition combined with audacity allows a ruler to convert opportunity into lasting power. Hesitation, even in favorable circumstances, often leads to failure. He contrasts decisive leaders with hesitant ones. Hesitant rulers analyze endlessly, delay action, and overvalue caution. They often miss fleeting opportunities. Bold leaders, by contrast, take calculated risks. They act swiftly, exploit weaknesses in rivals, and adapt as circumstances change. History demonstrates that fortune rewards initiative. Cesare Borgia serves as a prime example. Borgia confronted a fractured Italy with energy, strategy, and decisiveness. He combined military skill with cunning diplomacy. He acted rapidly against rivals and exploited every opportunity. His boldness allowed him to consolidate power and extend influence where more cautious leaders might have failed. In contrast, Florentine Republicans struggled to respond effectually to crises. Internal divisions, indecision, and excessive adherence to process prevented swift action. They failed to capitalize on opportunities and were often outmaneuvered by more audacious opponents. Machiavelli observes that hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Taking risks may fail, but inaction guarantees vulnerability. He emphasizes that boldness must be tempered with judgment. Reckless action without strategy is dangerous. Audacity is effective only when informed by knowledge, observation, and assessment of risks. Leaders must weigh consequences, anticipate responses, and act with precision. Boldness without direction can provoke disaster. Machiavelli also discusses the timing of action. Fortune rewards those who strike at the right moment. Hesitation allows rivals to strengthen, alliances to shift, and opportunities to vanish. Bold action involves both speed and discernment. The capacity to recognize the decisive moment separates effective leaders from indecisive ones. He explores the psychological dimension of audacity. Bold leaders inspire confidence and fear. Subjects respect decisiveness. Rivals hesitate in the face of initiative. Ambition, when demonstrated through action, conveys authority. In contrast, hesitation signals weakness and invites challenges. Boldness is both practical and symbolic. Historical examples reinforce these principles. Leaders who seize power during crises often achieve lasting authority. Those who delay, even with superior resources, risk being overtaken by rivals. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that fortune favors those willing to act decisively and courageously. He also examines the interplay of risk and reward. Bold decisions carry potential for failure, but the consequences of hesitation are often greater. Leaders who fail while acting decisively can recover. Leaders who hesitate frequently lose control entirely. Risk, when calculated and embraced, becomes a tool for power. Machiavelli stresses that audacity affects both internal and external politics. Domestically, decisive action quells dissent and inspires loyalty. Externally, it deters aggression and exploits weaknesses in rivals. Boldness establishes initiative. Hesitation surrenders it. Maintaining momentum is central to sustaining authority. The metaphor of fortune as a woman underscores the active role leaders must play. Fortune does not yield passively. It responds to courage, energy, and assertive effort. Leaders shape their destiny by imposing their will upon circumstances. This principle highlights the dynamic relationship between human action and unpredictable events. He further explores the cumulative effect of boldness. A leader who consistently acts decisively builds reputation and credibility. Subjects and allies observe audacity as competence. Rivals perceive a pattern of strength and initiative. Over time, bold action creates a self-reinforcing cycle of authority and influence. Machiavelli also examines failures of audacity. Leaders who act boldly without preparation, intelligence, or strategy invite disaster. Success requires both courage and competence. Boldness is a necessary condition for power, but it is not sufficient alone. Knowledge, skill, and foresight are equally essential. He concludes with the central lesson: hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Inaction allows rivals to advance, fortune to shift, and opportunities to disappear. Bold, calculated action may encounter setbacks, but it preserves initiative and maximizes the possibility of success. Hesitation guarantees loss. Through this analysis, Machiavelli emphasizes a core principle of his philosophy. Ambition, courage, and decisive action define effective leadership. Fortune favors those who confront uncertainty actively, shape events strategically, and refuse to be paralyzed by risk. Boldness is both a weapon and a shield in the machinery of power. Machiavelli admired the Roman Republic. He saw in it a model of political strength, resilience, and adaptability. Unlike principalities ruled by a single prince, republics distributed power. Authority was shared among institutions, citizens, and elites. This structure created stability, accountability, and long-term endurance. He begins by contrasting republics with monarchies. Principalities concentrate power in one individual. Decision-making is rapid but highly dependent on the ruler's abilities. The state is vulnerable if the prince is weak, indecisive, or corrupt. Republics, by contrast, distribute authority across councils, assemblies, and magistrates. This diffusion limits the impact of individual failings and strengthens institutions. Machiavelli praises the capacity of republics to harness civic virtue. Citizens are motivated to participate in governance because they have a stake in the states. Survival, engagement fosters loyalty, accountability, and shared responsibility. By contrast, subjects of principalities often lack initiative or investment in the welfare of the state. Civic participation strengthens resilience. He emphasizes that republics are not without challenges. Managing factions, competing interests, and popular ambitions requires skill. Balancing the influence of elites and the broader population is essential. The state must allow freedom while maintaining order. Too much liberty invites chaos. Too much control breeds resentment. The art of governance is in finding this balance. Machiavelli presents suspenseful insight. He is not simply a cynic focused on manipulation. He also values liberty when it is managed wisely. Freedom, in his philosophy, is not chaotic license. It is structured participation. Laws, institutions, and disciplined civic engagement enable citizens to exercise influence without undermining stability. Liberty, when harnessed, strengthens power. He analyzes Rome's example. The Roman Republic maintained equilibrium between the Senate, magistrates, and the people. Elites provided experience and strategic oversight. Citizens offered legitimacy, manpower, and engagement. This balance preserved stability, allowed flexibility, and mitigated risks posed by individual weaknesses. Machiavelli admires the synergy of collective governance. By contrast, principalities often rely on fear, coercion, or personal charisma to maintain authority. Stability is contingent on the ruler's competence and the loyalty of a few elites. This makes principalities more vulnerable to fortune, internal conspiracy, and rebellion. Republics, by dispersing power and fostering civic responsibility, are better equipped to endure crises. Machiavelli also examines the role of laws in republics. Legal frameworks create predictable rules, reducing the influence of arbitrary decisions. Institutions enforce laws consistently, maintaining fairness and legitimacy. In principalities, law often depends on the ruler's whims. In republics, law is institutionalized, creating stability and long-term resilience. He highlights the importance of civic virtue. Citizens must be invested in the common good. Participation is not merely symbolic, it is functional. Civic education, military service, and public engagement cultivate loyalty and responsibility. A republic thrives when citizens act both freely and prudently. Liberty must be disciplined to be effective. Machiavelli also explores the dangers of imbalance. If elites dominate excessively, the population may rebel. If the people wield unchecked, influence, disorder can follow. Successful republics manage tensions through structured participation, checks and balances, and the cultivation of respect for institutions. The equilibrium between freedom and control is delicate but achievable. He emphasizes that republics are dynamic. They adapt to changing circumstances, harness collective strength, and endure when well governed. Principalities, in contrast, often falter under poor leadership. When the ruler is incapacitated, the state's survival is threatened. Machiavelli's analysis suggests that republics are more resilient by design. Historical examples reinforce these lessons. Florence, Venice, and Rome illustrate the strengths and weaknesses of republics. Rome's system, in particular, demonstrates the power of structured liberty, balanced authority, and active citizenship. Machiavelli draws enduring lessons from these examples for both rulers and citizens. Machiavelli also notes that principalities and republics share common vulnerabilities. Corruption, factionalism, and complacency can destabilize any government. The difference lies in the mechanisms for managing these risks. Republics possess institutions and participation that absorb shocks. Principalities rely largely on the ruler's ability to respond effectively. He examines the tension between freedom and security. Citizens must feel free enough to engage, innovate, and participate, but constrained enough to prevent chaos. Machiavelli stresses that liberty is valuable when it serves the state's stability and long-term strength. Unmanaged freedom threatens survival. Carefully balanced liberty sustains power. Finally, Machiavelli concludes that the choice between republic and principality depends on context, skill, and circumstance. Principalities offer speed and centralized decision-making, but are fragile. Republics require management of complex relationships and institutions, but endure when cultivated wisely. Leaders must understand the dynamics of power and human behavior. To maintain authority in either system, by studying Machiavelli's analysis, we see that he values liberty, not abstractly, but as a practical instrument. Freedom strengthens the state when structured, disciplined, and balanced against control. The study of republics reveals how power can be distributed without sacrificing stability, and how leadership can harness collective strength to withstand both internal and external threats. Machiavelli's life took a dramatic turn in 1512. The Medici returned to power in Florence. Machiavelli, once a diplomat and senior official, was suddenly cast out. His career ended abruptly. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, and subjected to torture. The physical pain was brief, but the humiliation and desperation lingered. Exile followed. He retreated to his family estate in the countryside. Isolated, stripped of office, and under constant scrutiny, Machiavelli faced the reality of personal and political ruin. This period of displacement, however, became fertile ground for his ideas. In solitude, he turned experience, observation, and reflection into a framework for understanding power. It is in this context that he began writing The Prince. The text is more than a treatise. It is a calculated communication. Machiavelli presents his most daring insights on leadership, manipulation, and survival. Yet there is an underlying tension. Is this guidance sincere, ironic, or a survival strategy? The uncertainty itself adds to the drama of the work. The Prince can also be seen as a job application to the Medici. Machiavelli presents himself as a thinker capable of advising rulers, particularly Lorenzo de' Medici. Every paragraph balances demonstration of knowledge with subtle flattery. It is strategic, persuasive, and highly personal. He seeks to regain influence and relevance through the written word. Suspense is central to understanding this moment. Imagine Machiavelli seated at his desk, quill in hand, contemplating the boldest ideas he has ever conceived. He writes of cruelty, deception, and manipulation, fully aware of the dangers these thoughts carry if misinterpreted. Every sentence is calculated, every example carefully chosen. He is both fearless and cunning. Machiavelli's writing reflects a mind sharpened by adversity. Exile forced him to analyze politics with clarity and detachment. Personal experience, observation of leaders, and historical case studies converge in his analyses. The Prince emerges as a concentrated playbook of power distilled from the turbulence of Italian politics. He also reflects on the morality of rulers. In exile, he confronts the paradox of ethics in governance. Leaders must act decisively and sometimes ruthlessly. Yet the survival of the state often demands choices that defy conventional morality. Machiavelli writes, not as a moralist, but as a realist. The prince is a mirror reflecting the world as it is, not as it should be. Historical examples animate the text. Cesare Borgia, notorious for cunning and decisiveness, embodies the lessons. Machiavelli admired. The strategies he describes are drawn from observation, not imagination. Each case illustrates the consequences of action or inaction, courage or hesitation, loyalty or betrayal. The examples lend urgency and credibility to his argument. The writing process itself is dramatic. Exile breeds tension, reflection, and intensity. Machiavelli composes a work that is audacious in content and form. He imagines the Medici reading his words, evaluating his intellect, and judging his insight. The stakes are personal and political. The Prince is a performance as much as a treatise. Suspense continues in the interpretation of the Prince. Scholars debate its intent. Was it sincere advice intended to guide rulers toward effective governance? Was it satire exposing the brutality of politics through exaggeration? Or was it itself a mask, concealing Machiavelli's personal vulnerabilities and ambitions? The ambiguity enhances the text's power and intrigue. He also reflects on exile as a catalyst for intellectual creation. Removed from office, Machiavelli gains the freedom to think without constraint. Observations of power, human ambition, and political dynamics crystallize into concise, radical insights. Exile transforms adversity into opportunity, misfortune, into intellectual productivity. The text combines theory and practice. Machiavelli does not write abstractly. He examines practical methods to acquire, consolidate, and maintain power. Each chapter addresses real threats, human weaknesses, and strategic possibilities. The Prince is simultaneously a manual, a demonstration of expertise, and a calculated appeal to potential patrons. He illustrates the tension between fear and love, fortune and audacity, cruelty and mercy. Each paradox is heightened by his own precarious situation. Writing from exile, Machiavelli confronts the realities he himself has endured, the dangers of fortune, the fragility of position, and the necessity of decisive action. Finally, he confronts his own legacy within the Prince. By distilling his observations into a coherent guide, Machiavelli ensures that his ideas endure beyond personal misfortune. Exile, pain, and political ruin become a backdrop for intellectual immortality. His analysis of power, paradoxical as it may be, survives as a testament to the synthesis of experience, reflection, and daring thought. Through this chapter, we understand the Prince not merely as a book, but as a dramatic act of survival, strategy, and insight. Machiavelli transforms personal catastrophe into a timeless exploration of power, human nature, and the enduring dynamics of politics. Machiavelli's influence extends far beyond his lifetime. His observations on power, human nature, and governance shaped political philosophy for centuries. From the Renaissance to the Enlightenment and into modern politics, his ideas continue to resonate. His work challenges leaders, theorists, and citizens to confront the realities of power without illusions. He begins by examining Machiavelli's immediate impact. During the Renaissance, rulers and thinkers studied his writings with keen interest. The prince became a reference point for understanding strategy, diplomacy, and authority. Machiavelli's clarity in analyzing human behavior and political dynamics set him apart from moralistic or idealistic treatises of his time. Enlightenment thinkers engaged deeply with his ideas. Figures like Rousseau and Montesquieu read Machiavelli as both a caution and a guide. His emphasis on observation, pragmatism, and the mechanics of power influenced debates about liberty, the structure of government, and the role of laws. Machiavelli's work helped shift political philosophy from abstract ideals to practical analysis. He also examines the adoption of his concepts by modern leaders. Military commanders, diplomats, and statesmen study his principles to understand negotiation, strategy, and human behavior. The capacity to anticipate rivals, manipulate perception, and act decisively remains central to effective leadership. Machiavelli's insights are applied not as prescriptions of morality, but as tools for practical advantage. The term Machiavellian illustrates his enduring reputation. It evokes cunning, calculation, and sometimes ruthless manipulation. While often used pejoratively, the term also recognizes his penetrating understanding of political dynamics. Leaders and scholars alike associate his name with the ability to navigate complexity, manage ambition, and maintain authority. His ideas remain a benchmark for evaluating power. Machiavelli's writings challenge assumptions about morality in politics. He separates ethics from efficacy. Leaders cannot rely solely on virtue or sentiment. Success depends on understanding human nature, anticipating behavior, and taking decisive action. This stark realism transformed political thought and remains relevant in contemporary analyses. He traces the influence on Republican theory. Discourses on Livy inspired debates about civic virtue, balance of power, and the role of citizens. His analysis of Rome shaped modern conceptions of liberty, checks and balances, and institutional resilience. Machiavelli demonstrated how historical examples inform the design of governance. Machiavelli's influence extends to strategy and military theory. His insistence on preparedness, citizen militias, and decisive action informs modern military doctrine. The principle that fortune favors the bold continues to guide leaders in contexts ranging from warfare to diplomacy. Action, timing, and audacity remain critical. He also explores the cultural and intellectual dimension. Machiavelli's work provoked controversy precisely because it forced readers to confront uncomfortable truths. He challenged idealistic notions of leadership, morality, and human nature. By framing power as a dynamic, often ruthless interaction, he encouraged critical thinking and realistic assessment of political life. Suspense builds as he considers the duality of his legacy. Some interpret Machiavelli as a teacher of cynicism, revealing the darker side of politics. Others see him as a realist, exposing truths that leaders must understand to govern effectively. His writings provoke reflection on whether morality is subordinate to survival, strategy, and practical wisdom. He examines how his ideas endure in modern political analysis. Political scientists, historians, and strategists draw on Machiavelli to understand negotiation, influence, and institutional dynamics. Concepts such as manipulation of perception, the balance of fear and love, and the management of alliances remain central in the study of governance. Machiavelli also shaped debates about liberty and authority. His distinction between republics and principalities informs discussions about democracy, centralized power, and citizen participation. Leaders and theorists continue to grapple with questions of freedom, control, and institutional balance, echoing his analyses from centuries ago. He highlights that his enduring influence is not merely theoretical. The real-world application of his principles demonstrates their practical value. Leaders who understand human ambition, fortune, and the dynamics of power are better equipped to maintain authority, anticipate threats, and shape events. Machiavelli provides tools for navigating the complexities of political life. Finally, Machiavelli leaves us with a profound question. Did he reveal the truth of politics, stripped of illusion and idealism? Or did he invent a darker lens, teaching leaders to view human nature through suspicion, fear, and manipulation? The tension persists. His legacy forces reflection, debate, an examination of power in every age. Through this chapter, we see that Machiavelli's influence endures because he confronts the realities of human behavior and political life with unflinching clarity. His work continues to challenge, provoke, and inform leaders, scholars, and citizens alike. The playbook he left behind remains relevant, controversial, and profoundly instructive. We return to the opening question. Is it better to be loved or feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He suggests that leaders must navigate a complex interplay of both. Love can inspire loyalty, but it can also breed weakness. Fear can enforce obedience, but excessive cruelty can provoke rebellion. The tension between these forces defines the challenge of leadership. Machiavelli's playbook forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature. People are ambitious, self-interested, and unpredictable. Institutions and laws can guide behavior, but they cannot erase the realities of desire, fear, or ambition. Leaders must act with awareness of these truths if they hope to maintain power. Throughout his writings, we see that power is not abstract. It is practical, dynamic, and often unforgiving. Leadership requires courage, decisiveness, and sometimes ruthlessness. Machiavelli reminds us that morality, perception, and strategy are intertwined. Effective governance demands understanding, adaptation, and foresight. The reflection extends beyond rulers. Machiavelli challenges us to examine our own responses to authority, ambition, and ethical dilemmas. How do we balance ideals with practical needs? How do we respond to fortune, risk, and opportunity? His insights apply as much to personal decision-making as to statecraft. Finally, the lecture closes not with definitive answers, but with an invitation. Machiavelli leaves us questioning, observing, and analyzing. The study of power, human behavior, and political life is ongoing. His work endures because it challenges assumptions, provokes thought, and demands engagement. We are left with curiosity, reflection, and the awareness that leadership, morality, and human nature are complex and intertwined. The questions he raises are as relevant today as they were 5 centuries ago. The task is to keep questioning, keep observing, and keep learning from the playbook he left behind.
There's a version of you that exists in complete darkness, not because it's evil, not because it's twisted or broken or wrong, but because you've spent your entire life making sure no one, including yourself, ever sees it. Carl Jung discovered that. This hidden self holds the key to everything you've been searching for. Your creativity, your power, your purpose, your peace, everything you want, is locked inside the part of yourself you've been running from. Imagine standing in front of a mirror, but only half your face is lit. The other half disappears into shadow. You can see your smile, your eyes, the face you show the world. But the other side, pure darkness. Most people spend their entire lives looking only at the lit side. They perfect it, polish it, make it acceptable, beautiful, safe. They never turn to face what's hidden in the dark. But here's what Jung understood. The darkness isn't empty. It's not nothing. It's you, the rest of you, the half you forgot, the half you rejected, the half you were told wasn't allowed to exist. And that half has been waiting, patient, silent, powerful, growing, in the dark. By the end of this journey, you'll understand why the parts of yourself you've rejected, the qualities you've denied, the emotions you've buried, are actually your gateway to becoming whole. Not perfect, not fixed, whole. There's a difference, and Jung spent his entire life trying to show us that difference, because he knew something that most people never discover. You're not broken. You've never been broken. You're just incomplete. And the missing pieces, they're closer than you think. But before we can understand what the shadow is, before we can talk about integration or transformation or becoming whole, we need to understand something crucial. We need to understand why you created it. In the first place, because you did create it, not consciously, not deliberately, but you created it nonetheless, and it started earlier than you think. Every child is born whole. Watch a toddler for 5 minutes and you'll see it. They cry when they're sad. They laugh when they're happy. They scream when they're angry. They dance when they feel joy. There's no filter, no performance, no mask. They express everything, feel everything, are everything. A child doesn't say, I shouldn't feel this. They just feel it, fully, completely, without shame. But then something happens. The world starts teaching them which parts of themselves are acceptable and which parts are dangerous. Stop crying. Big boys don't cry. Don't be so loud. Good. Girls are quiet. Stop being so sensitive. Why can't you be more like your sister? You're too much. You're not enough. Every single one of these messages, delivered by parents who often love their children deeply, by teachers who think they're helping, by a culture that has its own ideas about who you should be. Every single one of these messages creates a split dot of fracture in the self. The child learns, this part of me is loved, this part of me is rejected, this part is safe, this part is dangerous, this part I can show, this part I must hide. And so the hiding begins, not as a conscious decision. Children don't sit down and think, I'm going to repress my authentic self now. It happens naturally, automatically, as a survival mechanism, because to a child, rejection from caregivers feels like death. Their survival depends on connection, on belonging, on being loved. So when a part of them threatens that connection, when expressing anger gets them punished, when showing fear makes them weak, when being too happy annoys the adults, that part gets pushed down, locked away, hidden in a place where it can't cause problems. Jung called this place the shadow, but think of it like this. Imagine you're a child and you have a basement in your inner house. Every time you express something that gets rejected, something that causes pain or punishment or disconnection, you take that part of yourself and you put it in the basement. You thought you were cleaning up, becoming better, more acceptable, more lovable, but really, you were creating a prisoner. The angry child who gets punished for tantrums learns to lock anger in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who can't set boundaries, who lets people walk all over them, who swallows rage until it turns into depression. The sensitive child who gets mocked for crying learns to lock vulnerability in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who can't connect, who feels nothing, who everyone describes as cold. The creative child who gets told to stop daydreaming and focus on real work learns to lock imagination in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who feels dead inside, who traded their soul for a salary, who can't remember the last time they felt truly alive. The wild child who gets told to sit still, be quiet, stop causing trouble, locks their authentic energy in the basement. Years later, they become the adult who's always exhausted, always performing, always pretending to be someone they're not. And here's the thing that breaks your heart. Once you see it, you didn't choose any of this. You were just a child, trying to survive in a world that couldn't hold all of you. You weren't bad for hiding parts of yourself. You were smart. You were adapting. You were doing exactly what you needed to do to stay safe. But what worked then is destroying you now, because those parts didn't disappear. The anger you locked away, still there. The sadness you buried, still there. The creativity you abandoned, the wildness you tamed, the power you denied, all still there, living in the basement of your psyche, growing in the dark. And Jung discovered something that changes everything about how we understand ourselves. He discovered that the shadow isn't just made of the bad stuff. It's not a garbage dump of our worst qualities. It's a vault, a treasure chest, a locked room full of gold. Because when you were a child, you didn't just hide your rage and your fear and your shame. You hid your gifts, too. Think about it. The child who was told they were too loud, they didn't just lock away noise, they locked away their voice, their leadership, their ability to take up space and command attention. The child who was told they were too sensitive, they didn't just lock away tears, they locked away empathy, intuition, the ability to feel deeply and connect authentically. The child who was told to stop being so creative and get serious. They didn't just lock away daydreams, they locked away genius, innovation, the capacity to see what others can't see, every quality you were shamed for, every trait you were told to hide, every part of yourself you learned was unacceptable. Those weren't flaws, they were powers, and you've been living without them for years, maybe decades. Half a person looking in the mirror, seeing only the acceptable side, wondering why life feels so empty, so exhausting, so not quite right. It's because you're trying to live a full life with half of yourself, and the other half, it's been waiting in the darkness. Not patiently anymore, because the shadow doesn't just sit there. It doesn't just wait quietly in the basement while you go about your acceptable life. Akshung said that we don't have a shadow. We are shadowed by what we won't acknowledge. And that shadow, it's been running your life from the darkness. Every time you meet someone and instantly dislike them for no clear reason, that's your shadow. You're seeing in them what you've denied in yourself. Every time you have an inexplicable emotional reaction that seems too big for the situation, that's your shadow. The feelings you locked away are leaking out. Every time you sabotage yourself right before success. Every time you pick the same toxic partner with a different face. Every time you make a choice that goes against everything you claim to want, that's your shadow. Operating the controls, making decisions, steering your life, and you're just rationalizing, making up stories about why you do what you do, never seeing the real puppet master pulling the strings from the basement. But here's the crucial thing. Jung understood. The shadow isn't your enemy. It's not some demon that needs to be slayed. Not some darkness that needs to be eliminated. It's you. The parts of you that you abandoned. The child you locked away. The gifts you rejected. The power you denied. And it's been trying to get your attention. For years. Through dreams. Through symptoms. Through the same painful patterns repeating over and over again. It's not punishing you. It's calling to you. Come back. Come home. Remember me. Reclaim me. Become whole. Most people never hear this call. Or they hear it and they run. They distract. They numb. They build the persona even stronger. Create an even more acceptable mask, hide the shadow even deeper. But you're here. You're listening, and that means something is ready to change, because Jung discovered that there comes a moment in some people's lives, a moment when the persona cracks, when the mask slips, when the basement door flies open and everything you've been hiding comes flooding out. It usually happens during crisis, loss, breakdown, the ending of something you thought defined you. And in that moment, you have a choice. You can run. Try to stuff everything back in the basement. Rebuild the mask. Go back to the half-life. Or you can turn. You can face what's been in the darkness. You can finally look at the other half of your face in the mirror. And when you do that, when you choose to see what you've been hiding, everything changes. Not because you become someone different, but because you become someone complete. You stop running from half of yourself. You stop using all your energy to maintain the mask, too. Keep the basement locked, to pretend you're only the acceptable parts. And suddenly, that energy, it's available for actually living, for creating, for loving, for becoming who you actually are instead of who you thought you had to be. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, because before you can integrate the shadow, before you can reclaim what you've lost, before you can become whole, you have to understand what's actually in that basement. You have to see how deep it goes, how much you've hidden, how long it's been controlling you without your knowledge. And you have to understand something that Jung knew would shock most people. The shadow isn't just personal. It's not just your individual rejected parts. It goes deeper, much deeper, into your family, your culture, your species, the basement of your psyche. It connects to basements you didn't even know existed. Your grandmother's unexpressed rage, your father's buried grief, your culture's collective denial, your species' forgotten instincts, all of it living in the shadow, all of it trying to get your attention, all of it waiting to be seen. But first you have to see your own, the personal shadow, the parts of you that you rejected, the child who learned to hide. And you'd have to ask yourself a question that Jung believed was the most important question of your life. Who would I be if I stopped hiding? Not who should I be? Not who do others want me to be? Not who is it safe to be. Who would I be? If I was whole? If the angry part came home? If the sensitive part was welcomed? If the creative part was celebrated? If the wild part was freed? Who would I be if I stopped fragmenting myself to fit into boxes that were never meant to hold me? That question, that's where the journey begins. Not with answers, with questions, with curiosity, with the courage to look at what you've been afraid to see. And Jung knew something else, something crucial. You can't think your way into wholeness. You can't analyze your shadow from a safe distance and expect transformation. You have to feel it, meet it, dialogue with it, bring it into the light, not to destroy it, but to integrate it, to say, you're not my enemy, you're me, the part of me I forgot, the part I rejected, the part I need. Come home. But what does that actually look like? How do you meet something that's been hidden for so long? How do you integrate what you've spent your whole life running from? And more importantly, what happens when you do? What happens when the basement door opens? When the rejected parts come flooding back? When you finally see the whole face in the mirror, light and dark together? Jung discovered that this moment, this meeting with the shadow, it changes everything. Not just who you are, but what becomes possible. The life you can live, the relationships you can have, the work you can create, the peace you can feel. All of it locked behind one simple act. Turning to face the darkness and discovering it was never darkness at all. It was just you, waiting in the shadows, waiting to be seen, waiting to come home. There's a story Jung loved to tell about alchemy. Ancient alchemists spent their lives trying to turn lead into gold. They worked in darkness with fire and strange substances, chasing transformation. Most people thought they were fools, chasing an impossible dream. But Jung understood what they were really doing. They weren't trying to transform metal. They were trying to transform themselves. The lead was the rejected self. The heavy, dark, worthless parts they carried in shame. The gold. That was what those parts could become. What they always were. What they'd been all along. Hidden under layers of judgment and fear. And here's the secret that changes everything about how you understand your shadow. What you locked in the basement wasn't garbage. It was gold, disguised as lead. Rejected as worthless, hidden in shame, but gold nonetheless. Let me show you what I mean. Think about the people you admire most in the world. Not celebrities, not distant figures, but the people in your actual life who captivate you, who seem to possess some quality that draws you in. Maybe it's someone's confidence, the way they walk into a room and everyone notices, the way they speak their truth without apology. Maybe it's someone's creativity, the way they see possibilities everywhere, the way they turn ordinary moments into art. Maybe it's someone's passion, the way they commit fully to what they love, the way they burn bright instead of playing it safe. Maybe it's someone's vulnerability, the way they're real, raw, undefended, and somehow that makes them stronger, not weaker. Whatever quality it is, write it down in your mind right now, because Jung discovered something that will blow your mind. Every quality you deeply admire in someone else ... is a quality that lives in your shadow. Read that again. If you weren't capable of that quality, you wouldn't recognize it. You wouldn't be drawn to it. You wouldn't feel that magnetic pull. You see it in them because it exists in you, but you buried it. You were told it was wrong, too much, not appropriate, not you, so you locked it away. And now you project it onto others. You see in them what you've denied in yourself. The quiet person who admires the bold speaker, they have boldness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told to be silent, to not make waves, to shrink. The serious person who's drawn to playful, spontaneous people, they have playfulness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told to grow up, be responsible. Stop being childish. The logical person who's fascinated by emotional, intuitive people, they have emotional depth in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told feelings were weak, irrational, dangerous. Dangerous, this is what Jung called the golden shadow, not the darkness you fear, not the rage or the shame or the pain, but the light, the power, the gifts, all the qualities you needed to survive. You had to hide, and now you're living half a life, admiring in others what you won't claim in yourself. But here's where it gets even more interesting, because the shadow doesn't just contain individual qualities. It contains entire selves, entire ways of being that you abandoned to become acceptable. Jung called these the anima and animus, the feminine in men, the masculine in women. But it goes deeper than gender. It's about the parts of your psyche you rejected to fit into the box society gave you. The man who was told real men don't cry, don't create, don't nurture, don't feel. He locked away his anima, his receptivity, his creativity, his emotional intelligence, his capacity for deep relationship. And now he's successful, powerful, respected, and completely dead inside, because he's living with half of his humanity. The acceptable half, the masculine half, the half that produces and achieves and controls, but the other half, the half that feels and connects and creates meaning, locked in the basement. He sees it in women and calls it weakness. Or he idealizes it, puts women on pedestals, expects them to carry all the emotional depth he won't access in himself. Either way, he's not whole. The woman who is told real women are soft, agreeable, nice, supportive, she locked away her animus, her assertiveness, her ambition, her healthy aggression, her capacity to take up space and claim power, and now she's loved, needed, everyone calls her kind, and she's exhausted, resentful, invisible, because she's living with half of her humanity, the acceptable half, the nurturing half, the half that gives and supports and accommodates, but the other half, the half that claims and demands and refuses to shrink. Locked in the basement, she sees it in men and calls it toxic. Or she's drawn to powerful men, expects them to carry all the strength she won't access in herself. Either way, she's not whole. This is the trap, the split, the lie that our culture tells us, that you have to choose, masculine or feminine, strong or soft, logical or emotional, wild or civilized. But Jung knew the truth. You're not one or the other. You're both. You've always been both, and the half you rejected, it's not gone. It's in the basement, waiting to be reclaimed. But let's go deeper, because the golden shadow isn't just about big archetypal qualities. It's in the small things too. The everyday ways you've diminished yourself, the person who always plays. It's safe. They have risk-taking in their shadow. It was locked away when they were punished for making mistakes, for being too adventurous, for coloring outside the lines. The person who's always busy, always productive, they have rest in their shadow. It was locked away when they learned that their worth came from doing, not being. The person who gives endlessly to others, they have healthy selfishness in their shadow. It was locked away when they were told that wanting things for themselves was bad, that good people sacrifice. The person who's always rational, always controlled, they have wildness in their shadow. It was locked away when they learned that losing control meant losing love. See the pattern? Every strength taken too far becomes a prison. Every virtue becomes a cage. And on the other side of that cage, the quality that would set you free. The people pleaser needs healthy anger. The controller needs surrender. The analyzer needs to feel. The feeler needs to think. But they can't access these things because they're in the shadow, labeled as bad, dangerous, not me, and so they stay trapped, half themselves, exhausted from maintaining the acceptable version, never knowing that freedom is right there, in the basement, in the qualities they've spent their whole life rejecting. Jung saw this pattern everywhere, in his patients, in himself, in culture, and he started to understand something radical. What if mental illness wasn't just about having too much of something bad? What if it was about having too little of something good? The depressed person doesn't just need to eliminate negative thoughts. They need to reclaim the anger they buried. The healthy aggression that says no, that sets boundaries, that fights for their life. The anxious person doesn't just need to calm down. They need to reclaim the trust they lost, the ability to surrender control, to let life happen, to stop trying, to micromanage everything. The addicted person doesn't just need to stop using. They need to reclaim the wildness they're trying to find in substances. The ecstasy, the transcendence, the feeling of being fully alive. The numb person doesn't just need better coping strategies. They need to reclaim the feelings they shut down, the grief, the rage, the joy they couldn't safely feel. Every symptom pointing to a part of the self that's been locked away. Every dysfunction revealing a gift that's been rejected. Every pattern of suffering a map to the gold in the basement. This is why Jung said that neurosis is always a substitute for legitimate suffering. You're suffering anyway, through symptoms, through patterns, through the exhaustion of being half yourself. But it substitutes suffering. Suffering that doesn't transform you. Suffering that just keeps you stuck. The legitimate suffering. That's the pain of facing what you've hidden, of reclaiming what you've rejected, of becoming whole. And most people will do anything to avoid it. They'll suffer for decades through depression, anxiety, addiction, numbness. Anything except the one thing that would actually set them free. Turning to face the shadow, opening the basement door, reclaiming the gold. But here's what makes this so hard. The qualities in your shadow don't feel like gold. They feel like lead. They feel dangerous, wrong, shameful, because that's what you were taught. That's the conditioning. That's why you locked them away in the first place. So when you start to sense them, when they start to emerge, you're whole. System screams, no, the people pleaser who starts to feel anger, terrified, convinced they're becoming a bad person, the controller who starts to surrender, panicking, convinced they're losing themselves, the rational person who starts to feel deeply overwhelmed, convinced they're going crazy, the nice person who starts to claim their power, guilty, convinced they're being selfish, and so they stuff it back down. Lock the door again. Go back to the familiar prison, because at least in the prison they know who they are. They know the rules. They know how to survive. Out there, with all of themselves. That's unknown territory, and the unknown is terrifying. But Jung knew something that changes the whole game. He knew that you can't integrate the shadow by willpower, by forcing it, by trying to become someone you're not. You integrate it by recognizing it, by seeing it clearly, by understanding that what you thought was darkness, was actually light all along. You integrate it by shifting the story from this is bad and I need to eliminate it, to this is me and I need to reclaim it, from I'm broken and these parts prove it, to I'm incomplete and these parts complete me, from this is my weakness, to this is my power and I've been living without it. That shift, that's everything. Because once you see the gold for what it is, once you understand that what you locked away wasn't garbage but treasure, the whole journey changes. You're not going into the basement to fight demons. You're going in to rescue the parts of yourself you abandoned. You're not integrating darkness. You're reclaiming light. And that makes all the difference. Because the shadow stops being something to fear and becomes something to welcome. Not all at once, not easily, but inevitably. Think about the artist who became an accountant, locked their creativity away because they were told art wasn't practical, wasn't real work, wasn't going to pay the bills. and now they're successful, stable, safe, and something inside them is dying. They see creative people and feel what? Envy, dismissiveness, fascination, resentment, all signs of projection, all signs of shadow. What they locked away is calling to them through every artist they meet, through every museum they can't help but visit, through every moment they feel dead inside, but they can't hear it because they're convinced creativity is for other people, not for them. They made their choice. They're not an artist, except they are. They always were. They just locked that self in the basement, and the accountant self they're living. It's not wrong. It's just incomplete. What would happen if they reclaimed the artist, not by quitting their job and starving, but by integrating the creative self into their life, by making space for both numbers and paint, logic and imagination, structure and flow? That's wholeness, not choosing, including or think about the warrior who became passive, locked their healthy aggression away because they were told fighting was bad, standing up for yourself was mean, protecting your boundaries was selfish, and now they're kind, agreeable, everyone likes them, and everyone walks all over them. They see assertive people and feel what? Judgment, fear, secret admiration, disgust, all signs of projection, all signs of shadow. What they locked away is calling to them. Through every boundary violation, through every moment they say yes when they mean no, through every relationship where they give and give until they're empty, but they can't access it, because they're convinced aggression is toxic, fighting is bad. They're not that kind of person, except they could be, if they reclaimed the warrior, not the toxic version they were warned about, but the healthy version, the part that says no, that defends, that fights for what matters, that stands their ground. That's not violence, that's vitality, and without it, they're not peaceful, they're just exhausted. This is what Jung meant by the golden shadow. Everything you need is already inside you. You just forgot, or you were taught to forget, and now you're living like a millionaire who thinks they're broke, like someone with a vault full of treasure who's convinced they have nothing. The key is right there in your pocket. It's always been there. You just have to turn it, open the door, walk into the basement, and see what's really there. Not monsters, not demons, not the darkness you feared, but you, the parts of you that you rejected, the qualities you denied, the self you abandoned, waiting, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And when you bring them home, when you integrate what you've projected, when you reclaim what you've rejected, that's when the real transformation begins. Not because you become someone different, but because you become someone whole. You stop admiring in others what you won't claim in yourself. You stop projecting your gold onto people and then resenting them for having what you don't. You stop fragmenting your energy between maintaining the persona and suppressing the shadow, and suddenly all that energy, it's available for creating, for living, for becoming. But we're still just scratching the surface, because the golden shadow is only part of the story. There's another part, a darker part, The part that isn't gold, disguised as lead. It's the part that actually is lead. The rage, the shame. The parts you locked away, not because they were gifts, but because they were dangerous. And those parts, they're not waiting patiently in the basement. They're active. They're running the show. They're controlling your life. From the shadows. And until you see them, until you face them, until you understand how they've been pulling the strings, ... You're not free. You're a puppet. And the shadow is the puppet master. And it's time to cut the strings. You think you're in control of your life. You think the choices you make are yours. The relationships you choose. The patterns you repeat. The way you react when someone pushes your buttons. You think it's you, making conscious decisions, steering your life in the direction you want to go. But Jung discovered something terrifying. Most of what you do, most of what you choose, most of who you think you are, isn't coming from you at all. It's coming from the basement, from the parts you locked away, the emotions you buried, the wounds you never healed, the aspects of yourself you refuse to acknowledge. They didn't disappear when you hid them. They didn't fade away because you stopped looking. They grew. They organized. They learned to operate in the dark. And now, they're running the show. You're not the director of your life. You're the puppet and the shadow. The shadow is pulling the strings. Let me show you how this works. Think about the last time someone really triggered you. Someone said something, did something, and you had a reaction that was way bigger than the situation called for. Maybe someone criticized you and you spiraled for days. Maybe someone didn't text back and you felt abandoned. Maybe someone succeeded, where you failed and you felt rage disguised as judgment. In the moment, it felt justified. They were wrong. They hurt you. They deserved your reaction. But here's what Jung understood. If the reaction is bigger than the situation, it's not about the situation. It's about the shadow. Something in what happened touched something you buried. Something you won't look at. Something you've been running from. And the shadow reacted. Not you. The shadow. The part of you that's still 5 years old and desperate for approval. The part that's still 13 and terrified of rejection. The part that's still 17 and convinced you're not good enough. That part doesn't live in the past. It lives in your shadow, and it's active right now, making decisions, controlling reactions, running patterns without your conscious awareness. This is what Jung meant when he said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. You think it's fate that you keep choosing the same kind of partner, the one who abandons you, the one who criticizes you, the one who needs saving. It's not fate, it's the shadow. Recreating the original wound, trying to resolve it, failing, and trying again. You think it's fate that you sabotage yourself right before success, that you get sick right before the big opportunity, that you blow up the relationship right when it gets good. It's not fate, it's the shadow. The part that learned you're not worthy, that doesn't believe you deserve it, that feels safer in familiar pain than unknown joy. You think it's fate that you're stuck in patterns you can see but can't change, that you know what you should do, but you can't do it, that you understand yourself intellectually but nothing transforms. It's not fate. It's the shadow. Understanding doesn't change the shadow. You can't think your way out of what you won't feel your way through. And the shadow, It communicates through feeling, through body, through compulsion, through the things you do that make no logical sense but feel utterly necessary in the moment. Jung called these autonomous complexes, parts of your psyche that split off, developed their own agendas, their own logic, their own power. They're not you. But they're not you either. They're fragments, younger versions, wounded parts, exiled selves, and they have more control than you want to admit. Think about it like this. You're not one unified self. You're a collection of selves, and most of them you disowned. There's the part that wants to be loved, the part that's terrified of being hurt, the part that wants to succeed, the part that's convinced you'll fail, the part that wants connection, the part that pushes everyone away. In a healthy psyche, these parts talk to each other. They integrate. They work together under the guidance of a mature self. But in most people, these parts are at war. And the parts you rejected, the ones in the shadow, they're saboteurs, not because they're evil, but because they're trying to protect you using strategies that worked when you were 7, but destroy you now. The part that learned love equals pain is still protecting you by making sure you never get close enough to be hurt, by choosing unavailable people, by leaving before they can leave you. It thinks it's keeping you safe. It's actually keeping you alone. The part that learned your worth comes from achievement. It's still protecting you by driving you harder, never letting you rest, convincing you that if you stop, you'll be worthless. It thinks it's keeping you valuable. It's actually killing you. The part that learned conflict equals danger. It's still protecting you by making you agreeable, compliant, invisible. It thinks it's keeping you safe. It's actually erasing you. See the pattern? Every shadow part has a positive intention, a protective function, a reason it exists, but it's operating with outdated information, child logic, survival strategies that don't work anymore, and you can't negotiate with it. You can't convince it. You can't outsmart it, because it's not listening to your conscious mind. It's running on automatic, deep in the basement, pulling the strings. This is why therapy fails for so many people. Why self-help doesn't work. Why you can read every book, attend every workshop, understand yourself perfectly, and still not change. Because you're trying to change from the conscious mind. And the conscious mind isn't in charge. The shadow is, and the shadow doesn't respond to logic. It responds to recognition, to being seen, to being felt. But most people won't do that, won't go there, won't feel what they've been avoiding, so they stay stuck, and they blame themselves, call themselves weak, broken, unfixable. They're not. They're just trying to change the wrong part. You can't fix the shadow. You can only integrate it. Bring it into the light. Let it speak. Let it be seen, and that requires something most people aren't willing to do. It requires you to stop identifying as the conscious self and start admitting that you're more than that, bigger than that, more complex than the story you tell about who you are. It requires you to say, I am not just the good person. I am also the part that rages. I am not just the strong person. I am also the part that's terrified. I am not just the rational person. I am also the part that's wild. I am all of it. And right now, I'm being run by the parts I won't admit exist. Jung saw this most clearly in projection. Projection is the shadow's favorite tool, its primary operating system. You see in others what you won't see in yourself, the person who constantly criticizes others for being fake. They're projecting. There's a part of them that feels inauthentic, that wears masks, that they won't acknowledge. The person who's obsessed with calling out. Narcissists. They're projecting. There's a part of them that's self-centered, that wants attention, that they've deemed unacceptable. The person who judges others for being weak, too sensitive, too emotional. They're projecting. There's a vulnerable part of themselves they've rejected, and they attack it in others. This is how the shadow controls you without you knowing. It takes what you can't own and puts it on someone else. And then you react to them with an intensity that has nothing to do with them and everything to do with you. You're not seeing them. You're seeing your shadow, externalized, walking around outside you, and you're attacking it out there because you won't integrate it in here, Jung said. Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves. But most people don't want to understand. They want to be right. They want the other person to be the problem. Because if the problem is out there, you don't have to look in here. You don't have to face what you've been running from. But here's the thing. The people who trigger you, they're mirrors, showing you what you won't see, and you'll keep attracting them, keep encountering them, keep having the same conflicts with different people, until you get it, until you stop looking at the mirror and start looking at what the mirror is showing you, your shadow, operating, controlling, running the show. And it's not just individuals. It's whole cultures, whole societies. Jung saw this most clearly in Germany, in the rise of fascism, in the collective possession by shadow material, a whole culture that prided itself on order, rationality, civilization, had locked away the violent, tribal, irrational parts of themselves, and those parts didn't disappear. They grew in the collective basement. They organized, they waited, and then they erupted through a leader who embodied everything they'd rejected, who gave voice to the shadow, who channeled the collective darkness, and millions of people, good people, rational people, civilized people, followed, because the shadow, when it's denied long enough, doesn't whisper. It screams, it doesn't suggest. It possesses, and what you won't integrate consciously, you'll act out unconsciously, individually, collectively. It doesn't matter. The mechanism is the same. Deny the darkness, and it doesn't go away. It waits, it gathers power, and then it takes over. This is why Jung was so urgent about shadow work, why he saw it as not just personal healing, but collective necessity, because a world full of people who don't know their own darkness, who project it onto others, who are being run by unconscious forces they won't acknowledge. That world is dangerous. That world goes to war, scapegoats minorities, demonizes the other, destroys itself. All because individuals won't do the one thing that would change everything. Turn around, face the darkness, own it, integrate it, not because it's noble, but because it's necessary for your own liberation and for everyone around you. But let's bring this back to you, to your life, To the puppet strings you can't see, how do you know when the shadow is running you? Jung gave us clues, symptoms, patterns to watch for. Repetition. When you keep having the same experience with different people, that's the shadow. Same abandonment, same betrayal, same feeling of not being enough. The people change, the pattern doesn't, because the pattern isn't about them. It's about the shadow part that's orchestrating the whole thing. Disproportionate emotion. When your reaction is bigger than the situation, that's the shadow. When someone's small comment ruins your week. When a minor rejection feels like annihilation. When success feels dangerous instead of joyful. That's not about what's happening. That's about what happened. The old wound activated. The shadow part triggered. The past playing out in the present, compulsion. When you know you shouldn't do something but you do it anyway. When you watch yourself make the choice that will hurt you and you can't stop. That's not weakness. That's the shadow, operating below consciousness, following its own logic, protecting you in ways that destroy you. Addiction to substances, to behaviors, to people. When you can't stop even though you want to. When the thing that's killing you is the thing you can't live without. That's the shadow, trying to fill the void, trying to numb the pain, trying to give you what you won't give yourself. Dreams, especially the recurring ones, the ones where you're being chased, falling, showing up unprepared, losing something precious. Those aren't random, they're messages. From the shadow, trying to show you what you won't see while you're awake. And projection, always projection. When you have strong reactions to people, when you judge them intensely, when you're fascinated or repulsed, ... that single quote's the shadow, showing itself to you, in them. So what do? When you realize you're being run by forces you can't see. When you understand that the conscious you is not in charge. Most people panic, try to assert more control, work harder at being good, strengthen the persona, lock the basement door tighter. But that doesn't work. That's what created the problem in the first place. The answer isn't more control. It's less, or rather, a different kind. Not controlling what's in the shadow, but consciously relating to it. Not fighting the puppet master, but turning to face it and asking, who are you? What do you want? What are you trying to protect me from? Because the shadow, when you actually meet it, is never what you expected. It's not a monster. It's not evil. It's not your enemy. It's a part of you, usually a young part, a hurt part, a part that's been in the dark so long it forgot there was any other way to be, and it's been pulling the strings not to hurt you, but because it doesn't know what else to do. It's trying to keep you safe using the only strategies it knows. Strategies that made sense once, in your childhood, in the moment of wounding, but don't make sense now, and it can't update, can't evolve, can't change, because it's been locked in the basement, frozen in time, operating in darkness, the only way. It changes, as if you bring it light, not by eliminating it, but by seeing it, acknowledging it, dialoguing with it, by saying, I see you. I know you're trying to help, but there's another way now, and I need you to trust me. That's integration. That's how the puppet becomes a person again, not by cutting, the strings, but by taking them consciously in your own hands, by becoming aware of what was unconscious, by making visible what was invisible, by bringing into relationship what was exiled. And when you do that, when you stop being run by the shadow and start consciously working with it, everything changes. The patterns break, the compulsions loosen, the triggers lose their power, not because the shadow disappears, but because it's no longer operating in the dark. It's part of you, integrated, conscious, working with you instead of against you. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, because before integration can happen, before the shadow can be brought into the light, there has to be a moment, a crisis, a breaking point, a moment when the puppet strings become visible, when the basement door flies open, when you can no longer deny what's been controlling you. Jung called this the confrontation with the shadow, and it's not gentle, it's soul, it's not easy, it's not something you can do halfway, it's a death of the persona, of the illusion of control, of everything you thought you were. And most people, when that moment comes, when the crisis hits, they run. They rebuild the walls. They relock the door. They go back to the familiar prison, because the alternative, facing what's in the darkness, that feels like annihilation, but it's not. It's liberation. And a few who are brave enough to stay, to turn, to face what they've been fleeing, they discover something that changes everything. The darkness was never trying to destroy them. It was trying to free them. There comes a moment in some people's lives when everything they've built collapses. Not slowly, not gradually, but all at once. The marriage ends. The job disappears. The diagnosis comes. The betrayal is revealed. The addiction can't be hidden anymore. Or sometimes it's quieter. No external crisis. Just an internal knowing that you can't ignore anymore. You wake up one day and you don't recognize your life. Or worse, you don't recognize yourself. And something inside you whispers, this isn't working. This has never been working. And I can't pretend anymore. Jung called this the confrontation with the shadow. It's the moment when the persona cracks. When the mask you've been wearing your whole life finally shatters. When the basement door you've kept locked flies open, and everything you've been hiding comes flooding out, and you have a choice. Run, rebuild the walls, go back to sleep, or stay, turn, face what's coming, and let it destroy you. Not literally, but the you that you thought you were, the you that was acceptable, the you that was safe, the you has to die, so the real you can finally be born. This moment doesn't announce itself. It doesn't send a warning. It comes disguised as the worst day of your life. You lose the person you thought you couldn't live without. And suddenly you're forced to discover who you are without them, without the role you played, without the identity you borrowed from the relationship. You lose the career you built your whole sense of worth around. And suddenly you're forced to face the question, if I'm not my achievements, who am I? You lose your health, your certainty, your control. And suddenly you're forced to surrender the illusion that you were ever in control to begin with. Or the crisis is internal. A depression that won't lift. An anxiety that won't quiet. A numbness that won't break. An emptiness that success can't fill. Something is wrong. has been wrong, and all your strategies for fixing it, managing it, ignoring it ain't, they're not working anymore. The shadow is rising, breaking through, demanding to be seen, and you can't push it back down this time. Jung knew this moment intimately because he lived it at the height of his career, respected, successful, married, stable. He had a complete psychological breakdown. Everything he thought he knew collapsed. His mentor Freud rejected him. His theories were challenged. His sanity was questioned. And instead of running, instead of rebuilding the persona, instead of going back to what was safe, he descended deliberately into his own darkness. He started what he later called active imagination, dialoguing with the figures in his psyche, the parts he'd rejected, the selves he'd denied. He painted, he sculpted, he wrote in what would become the Red Book, a record of his journey into the underworld, of his own mind. His colleagues thought he was having a psychotic break. His wife worried he'd never return, but Jung knew something they didn't. He knew that the breakdown was actually a breakthrough, that the crisis was an invitation, that the darkness wasn't trying to destroy him, it was trying to initiate him into wholeness, into truth, into the self he'd always been but had forgotten how to be, and he emerged transformed, not fixed, not healed in the conventional sense, but whole, integrated, alive in a way he'd never been before, because he did the one thing most people won't do. He met his shadow, and he let it change him. So what does this moment actually feel like, when the shadow rises and you can't avoid it anymore? It feels like death. Everything you thought was solid becomes liquid. Everything you were certain about becomes questionable. Everything you built your identity on crumbles. You look in the mirror and you don't recognize the person looking back. Or worse, you recognize them for the first time. And you're horrified, because you see it now. The anger you've been denying, the neediness you've been hiding, the jealousy you've been projecting, the shame you've been carrying. You see how you've hurt people while convincing yourself you were helping, how you've manipulated while telling yourself you were loving, how you've controlled while pretending you were supporting. You see the ways you've betrayed yourself, the dreams you abandoned, the truths you silenced, the parts of yourself you killed to be acceptable. And the grief is unbearable, not just for what you lost, but for what you never allowed yourself to have, for who you could have been. If you hadn't spent your whole life hiding, this is what Jung meant when he said the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. It's a privilege. But first, it's a death. The death of who you pretended to be. Most people, when they reach this moment, they turn back. The pain is too much. The uncertainty is too terrifying. The loss of identity is too destabilizing. So they rebuild. Faster this time, stronger this time. They find a new relationship to distract from the old wound, a new achievement to prove their worth, a new belief system to make sense of the chaos. You don't fight them. You don't try to eliminate them. You do something that changes everything. You listen to them. You ask, "What are you trying to tell me? What do you need? What are you protecting me from?" And they answer, not in words necessarily, but in images, in feelings, in body sensations. in memories that flood back, and you start to understand. The rage isn't irrational. It's the healthy anger you weren't allowed to feel when you were violated, when your boundaries were crossed, when you were told your no didn't matter. The fear isn't weakness. It's the terror you had to suppress when you weren't safe, when the adults who should have protected you didn't. When you learned that survival meant not showing fear, the neediness isn't pathetic. It's the unfulfilled longing for connection, for being seen, for mattering to someone, for being loved, not for what you do, but for who you are. The shame isn't truth. It's the internalized message that you were wrong, bad, too much, not enough, unworthy of love. All of it makes sense when you finally see where it came from, when you understand it's not random, not a defect, not proof that you're broken. It's your psyche's intelligent response to what happened, to what you experienced, to what you needed but didn't get. And that changes everything. Jung developed a practice for this moment, for when you meet the shadow and it starts to speak. He called it active. They go to therapy and learn to manage their symptoms without ever touching the source. They read self-help books that teach them to think differently without ever teaching them to feel. They do everything, except the one thing that would actually transform them. They won't stay with the death. They won't let the old self die, and so they stay stuck, in more sophisticated ways, with better language, with more awareness, but stuck nonetheless, because you can't be reborn. If you won't die first, you can't integrate the shadow if you won't. Face it, you can't become whole if you keep clinging to the fragment. But the ones who stay, the ones who are brave enough, desperate enough, or broken enough to not run, ... they discover something miraculous. The shadow, when you finally meet it, is not what you expected. You thought it would be a monster, something evil, something that would consume you. But it's not. It's a child, your child. The part of you that got left behind, still angry about what happened, still hurt, still waiting for someone to come back and get them. And they've been running your life from the basement, making sure you never get hurt like that again, protecting you in the only ways they know how, by pushing people away before they can leave, by sabotaging success before it can be taken, by numbing feelings before they can overwhelm. They're not trying to destroy you, they're trying to save you, but they're using strategies from childhood, and those strategies are killing the adult. You're trying to become so when you meet them, when you finally turn and face them in the darkness. ... Imagination. It's deceptively simple. You create space, quiet, stillness, and you invite the shadow to appear, not to analyze it, not to fix it, not to make it go away, just to meet it, to see it, to let it show you what it needs to show you. For Jung, it appeared as figures, wise old men, mysterious women, animals, children, archetypal beings from the collective unconscious. He would dialogue with them, draw them, sculpt them, write their words. And through this process, he learned things his conscious mind couldn't have known. He accessed wisdom his ego couldn't have accessed. He integrated parts of himself his persona couldn't have accepted. For others, the shadow appears differently, in dreams that won't stop recurring, in body symptoms that won't resolve, in creative work that pours out unbidden, in synchronicities that feel like messages from the universe. The form doesn't matter. What matters is the willingness to engage, to not run, to stay with what's arising, even when it's terrifying, even when it feels like madness, even when everything in you screams to stop. Because this is the initiation. This is the passage. This is the death that must happen before the rebirth can begin. And it's not a one-time event. It's a process, a unfolding, a gradual revelation. You meet one part of the shadow and you think you're done. And then another part emerges, and another, and another. Because the shadow isn't a single thing. It's layers, dimensions, a whole underworld of exiled selves. And each one needs to be met, seen, heard, integrated, not all at once, but over time, through patience, through compassion, through the willingness to keep facing what you'd rather avoid. But here's what nobody tells you about this process. Meeting the shadow doesn't make you feel better. Not at first. It makes you feel worse, because now you see things you can't unsee. You know things you can't unknow. You feel things you can't unfeel. You see how you've hurt people, how your unconscious patterns have damaged relationships, how your shadow has been acting out while you thought you were being good. You see the years you wasted, the opportunities you missed, the life you could have lived if you'd been brave enough to be yourself. You see your parents clearly for the first time, not as heroes or villains, but as wounded people who did their best and also hurt you deeply, and you have to hold both truths at once. You see the culture you live in, the systems of oppression, the collective shadow playing out on the world stage. And you can't just consume entertainment and ignore it anymore. You see everything, and it's overwhelming. This is what Jung called the dark night of the soul, the descent into the underworld, the necessary suffering that transformation requires. And most people, when they hit this phase, they think they're doing it wrong. They think something's broken. They want to go back. But you can't go back. You can only go through, because this is the fire. This is the crucible. This is where the old self burns away, so the new self can emerge. And if you run from the fire, you stay half-cooked, half-transformed, half-alive. But if you stay in it, if you let it burn what needs to burn, if you trust the process, even when it feels like destruction, you don't just survive, you're reborn, not as someone different, as someone more yourself than you've ever been. There's a moment Jung described, a moment in the alchemical process called the nigredo, the blackening dot. Everything turns to ash, everything dissolves, everything dies. And there's nothing you can do except witness it, endure it, trust that on the other side of this death, there's life, new life, real life. Your life, not the life you were told to live. Not the life that looked good on paper, not the life that made others comfortable, but the life that's actually yours, that only you can live. That you came here to live, and that life, it can't begin until the false life ends. So when the crisis comes, when the shadow reases, when everything falls apart, don't run, don't rebuild, don't go back to sleep. Stay, witness, feel, grieve, rage, break, let the death happen. Let the old you die, because on the other side of this, death is not nothing. On the other side is everything. Everything you've been searching for, everything you've been longing for, everything you forgot was possible. Wholeness, authenticity, freedom, peace, not the peace of avoiding conflict, but the peace of being integrated, of not being at war with yourself anymore, not the freedom of doing whatever you want, but the freedom of being who you are without apology, not the authenticity of performing realness, but the authenticity of flow, the authenticity of flow, not performing at all, of just being. And Jung knew that this moment, this confrontation with the shadow, is the gateway, the only gateway. There's no other way through. You can't think your way to wholeness. You can't analyze your way to integration. You can't transcend what you won't descend into. You have to go down, into the darkness, into the basement, into the shadow. You have to meet what you've been fleeing, face what you've been denying, feel what you've been avoiding, and you have to do it consciously, not because the crisis forces you, but because you choose it, because you understand that the only way out is through. The only way to light is through darkness. The only way to life is through death. So what happens after the confrontation? After you've met the shadow and it's shown you everything? You might expect relief, resolution, the sense that it's over, and now you can move on. But that's not what happens. What happens is, you're different, and you can't go back. You see yourself differently. You see the world differently. You see other people differently. The things that used to matter don't matter anymore. The things you used to want don't appeal anymore. The person you used to be feels like a stranger, and you're in between. Between the old life that's died and the new life that hasn't fully formed yet. Jung called this liminality, the threshold, the space between worlds, and it's disorienting, uncomfortable, sometimes excruciating, because you don't know who you are anymore. The old identity is gone, but the new one isn't clear yet. You don't know what you want. The old desires are meaningless, but the new ones haven't emerged yet. You don't know where you belong. The old world feels false, but the new world hasn't revealed itself yet. And you have to live in that uncertainty, that not knowing, that space of becoming. Most people can't stand it. They rush to create a new identity, a new story, a new sense of certainty. But Jung knew that this space, as uncomfortable as it is sacred, because it's in this space that transformation actually happens. It's in the uncertainty that new possibilities emerge. It's in the not knowing that true wisdom is born. So you wait. You stay with the discomfort. You resist the urge to rush to conclusions. You let yourself be remade, slowly, organically, from the inside out, and gradually, something new begins to emerge. Not a new persona, not a new mask, not a new version of the acceptable self, but the true self, the self that was always there, buried under conditioning, hidden under wounds, waiting to be discovered. And when that self emerges, when you start to live from that place, everything you thought was lost in the confrontation with the shadow, you discover it was never lost at all. It was just hidden, waiting for you to be ready to claim it. And now you're ready. Now the real work begins. You've met your shadow. You've seen what you've been running from. You've felt what you've been avoiding. You've faced the parts of yourself you've locked away. And now you're standing at a crossroads. Behind you is the old life, the persona, the mask, the acceptable self. It's familiar, it's safe, and it's dead. Ahead of you is the unknown, integration, wholeness, the self you've never been. It's terrifying, it's uncertain, and it's the only way forward. Most people get to this crossroads and they freeze, because they don't know how to move forward. They don't know what integration actually means or how to do it, so they stay stuck. Aware of their shadow but not integrate with it. Conscious of their patterns but still controlled by them. Knowing but not transforming. And Jung understood why. Because integration isn't something you do once. It's not a technique you apply and then you're done. It's a conversation, an ongoing dialogue, a relationship you develop with the parts of yourself you've been at war with. And like any relationship, it requires presence, patience, honesty, and the willingness to listen even when you don't like what you're hearing. This is the work, the real work, the work that changes everything, not the crisis, not the confrontation, not the breakdown, but what comes after. The slow, difficult, sacred work of bringing the shadow home. Jung discovered that the psyche speaks in images, in symbols, in stories, not in concepts, not in analysis, not in intellectual understanding. Your conscious mind speaks in words. Your shadow speaks in dreams. And if you want to integrate the shadow, you have to learn its language. This is why therapy often fails. Why understanding yourself doesn't change you. Why you can analyze your patterns perfectly and still repeat them. Because you're speaking the wrong language. You're trying to think your way into wholeness. But the shadow doesn't think. It feels. It images, it moves. Through your body and your dreams and your creative expression. And if you want to reach it, if you want to dialogue with it, you have to meet it where it lives. Not in your head, but in your depths. Jung called this active imagination. And it's one of the most powerful tools for shadow integration that exists. Here's how it works. You create space. You quiet the mind. You drop beneath the noise of thought into the stillness beneath. And you wait. You wait for an image to arise. A figure. A scene. A feeling. Something from the unconscious. And when it comes, you don't analyze it. You don't interpret it. You don't try to figure out what it means. You engage with it. You dialogue with it. You let it speak. Maybe it's a child, sitting alone, and you approach them, and you ask, "Who are you? What do you need?" Maybe it's an animal, wild, dangerous, and you don't run. You stand your ground, and you ask, "What are you protecting? What are you guarding?" Maybe it's a dark figure, threatening, and instead of fighting, you ask, "What do you want from me? Why are you here?" And they answer, not always in words, sometimes in images, sometimes in sensations, sometimes in an overwhelming flood of emotion, and you listen, you witness, you let them show you what they need to show you. This is not imagination in the casual sense. It's not making things up. It's not fantasy. It's accessing a deeper level of psyche, a level that's wiser than your conscious mind, A level that knows things you don't know, that sees things you can't see. Jung did this for years, especially during his breakdown, and the figures he met, the conversations he had. They transformed him, not because he understood them intellectually, but because he related to them. He honored them. He let them teach him. And slowly, gradually, they integrated, became part of him, not separate, not exiled, but woven into the fabric of his being. But active imagination isn't the only path, because people are different. Psyches are different. Some people meet their shadow through art, through painting what they can't say, through sculpting what they can't express, through creating images that bypass the conscious mind and speak directly from the depths. You don't have to be an artist to do this. You don't have to be good at it. You just have to be willing to let your hand move without knowing what it's creating. To use color and form and texture to give the shadow a voice. Jung painted mandalas, circular images, containers for chaos, symbols of wholeness. He didn't plan them. He didn't think about what they should look like. He just painted, and in the painting, something integrated, something that couldn't have integrated through words alone. Others meet their shadow through the body, through movement, through dance, through letting the body express what the mind won't allow, because the shadow lives in the body, in the tension you carry, in the chronic pain that won't resolve, in the posture you hold, in the breath you restrict. And when you move, when you let the body speak, when you dance the rage or the grief or the fear, something releases, something shifts, something comes home. Others meet their shadow through writing, not analyzing, not journaling about feelings, but writing as the shadow, giving it a voice, letting it speak without censorship. Dear younger me, dear rejected part, dear anger I've been avoiding ... and letting it respond, in its own words, with its own truth. And what emerges is often shocking, often painful, often exactly what you needed to hear but couldn't hear any other way. The method doesn't matter. What matters is the willingness to engage, to create a space where the shadow can speak, and to listen without judgment. But here's what makes this so hard, and why most people start this work and then stop. When the shadow speaks, it doesn't say what you want to hear. It doesn't tell you you're doing great. It doesn't validate your story about yourself. It doesn't make you feel good. It tells you the truth, the uncomfortable, inconvenient, ego-destroying truth. It tells you that you've been lying to yourself, that the story you tell about who you are is a fiction, that the good person persona is a mask hiding someone more complex, more flawed, more human. It tells you that you're not the victim you think you are, that you've had more power than you admitted, that you've made choices that hurt people while convincing yourself you had no choice. It tells you that what you thought was love was sometimes control. What you thought was helping was sometimes manipulation. What you thought was strength was sometimes rigidity. And it hurts. God, it hurts. Because your ego wants to be right. It wants to be good. It wants to maintain the image. But the shadow doesn't care about the image. It cares about truth, about wholeness, about integrating what's been denied. So when you engage with it, when you open that dialogue, you have to be prepared for what it might say. And you have to be willing to hear it without defending, without rationalizing, without shutting it down. You have to sit with the discomfort of seeing yourself clearly, all of yourself, not just the acceptable parts. And that requires a kind of courage most people don't have. Jung noticed something else, something crucial about this process. The shadow doesn't integrate all at once. It integrates in layers. You meet one aspect, you integrate it, you think you're done, and then something happens. A trigger, a reaction, a pattern. And you realize there's another layer, another part you haven't seen yet, another wound you haven't healed yet, another aspect you haven't integrated yet. And you have to go back down, back into the darkness, back into the conversation, again and again and again. This is what he meant when he said individuation. The process of becoming whole is the work of a lifetime. It's not a destination you arrive at. It's a practice you engage in, a relationship you maintain, a dialogue you continue. Every time you get triggered, that's the shadow speaking, showing you where you're not integrated yet, where you're still fragmented, where there's still work to do. Every time you project onto someone, judging them intensely, that's the shadow showing you what you haven't owned in yourself yet. Every time you feel stuck in a pattern you can't break, that's the shadow inviting you into another layer of dialogue, another round of integration. And if you see this as failure, as proof that you're not doing it right, you'll despair. But if you see it as a process, as exactly how it's supposed to work, you'll relax into it. You'll stop expecting to be done. You'll stop trying to arrive at some final healed state. And you'll start engaging with the shadow as a lifelong companion, a teacher, a guide into deeper and deeper levels of self-understanding. There's a practice Jung developed that few people talk about, but it's essential. He called it holding the tension of opposites. Here's what he meant. You are not one thing. You are many things. Often contradictory things. You are strong and vulnerable, independent and needy, generous and selfish, loving and hateful, and the ego hates this. It wants to be one thing, consistently, predictably. Simply so it picks a side. I'm strong, not vulnerable. I'm generous, not selfish. I'm loving, not hateful. And it exiles the opposite into the shadow. But those opposites don't disappear. They create tension, internal conflict, a war within yourself. And that war exhausts you. It fragments you. It keeps you from being whole. Jung said that transformation doesn't come from choosing a side. It comes from holding both sides, consciously, without collapsing into either one. Yes, I am strong. And yes, I am vulnerable. And I can be both, in different moments, in different ways. Yes, I am generous. And yes, I am selfish. And both are part of being human. Yes, I love. And yes, I hate. And I can acknowledge both without being consumed by either. This is the tension, the paradox, the both and instead of either or. And when you can hold that tension, when you can stand in the middle without collapsing to one side or the other, ... something alchemical happens. A third thing emerges. Jung called it the transcendent function. It's not strong or vulnerable. It's integrated strength. Strength that can also be soft. It's not generous or selfish. It's healthy boundaries, giving without depleting, receiving without guilt. It's not love or hate, it's mature relationship, able to hold complexity, able to be honest even when it's hard. This is what integration actually produces, not the elimination of one side, but the inclusion of both sides, in service of something larger, the whole self, the individuated self, the self that doesn't have to fragment to survive. But let's be practical, because this can all sound abstract, theoretical, like something that happens in Jung's study, but not in your actual life. So what does this look like day to day? When you're trying to integrate the shadow while also living your life? It looks like noticing, constantly noticing. When you have a strong reaction to someone, instead of justifying it, you pause. You ask, what in me is this touching? What part of my shadow is being activated? When you feel a compulsion, an urge to do something you know isn't good for you, instead of either giving in or white-knuckling against it, you pause. You ask, what is this part trying to give me? What need is it trying to meet? When you have a dream that disturbs you, instead of ignoring it or analyzing it intellectually, you pause. You engage with it. You ask the figures in the dream, who are you? What are you showing me? When you feel numb, disconnected, like you're going through the motions, instead of pushing through, you pause. You ask, what feeling am I avoiding? What part of me am I shutting down? This is the practice. This constant turning toward instead of turning away. This willingness to meet what's arising instead of managing it, or avoiding it, or transcending it. And it's hard, because life is busy. Distractions are endless, and your ego will give you 1,000 reasons to skip the pause. Avoid the conversation, stay on the surface. But every time you pause, every time you turn toward, every time you engage with the shadow instead of running from it, you integrate a little more. You become a little more whole. You live a little more from truth instead of from persona. And over time, those small moments add up. They compound, they transform you, not dramatically, not overnight, but steadily, surely, inevitably. There's something else Jung discovered about this process, something that changed how he understood the human psyche. He discovered that the shadow isn't just personal. It's not just your individual rejected parts. There's a layer beneath the personal shadow, a deeper layer. Jung called it the collective unconscious, the archetypal level, the patterns and images that all humans share. And accessing this level changes everything, because you start to see that your pain isn't just yours, your patterns aren't just yours, your shadow isn't just yours. You're carrying patterns from your ancestors, wounds from your lineage, archetypal themes that humanity has been wrestling with for millennia. The abandoned child you meet in active imagination. That's not just you at age 5. That's the archetypal orphan. Every child who's ever felt unwanted. Every human who's ever known loneliness. The inner critic that won't stop judging. That's not just your parents' voice. That's the archetypal judge. The collective superego. The cultural conditioning of what's acceptable. The wild part you've suppressed. That's not just your personal rebellion. That's the archetypal wildness. The instinctual self that civilization has been trying to tame for thousands of years. When you see this, when you recognize the archetypal dimension, it changes the conversation. You're not just healing yourself. You're engaging with patterns larger than yourself, transforming not just your psyche, but contributing to the transformation of the collective. And there's something profound about that. Something that makes the work feel less isolating, less personal, more purposeful. You're not just fixing yourself. You're participating in the evolution of consciousness itself. But Jung also warned about something dangerous that happens when people start shiter work. They can become identified with the shadow. Flip from identifying with the persona to identifying with the darkness. The nice person discovers their anger and becomes the angry person. The passive person discovers their power and becomes domineering. The spiritual person discovers their ego and becomes cynical. This is what Jung called enantiodromia, the swing to the opposite. And it's not integration. It's just trading one fragment for another, one mask for another, one prison for another. Real integration means you don't become the shadow. You include it. You don't stop being kind when you access your anger. You become kind with boundaries, kind with discernment, kind without doormat energy. You don't stop being thoughtful when you access your wildness. You become thoughtful with spontaneity, structured with flow, responsible with joy. You don't reject the persona when you integrate the shadow. You hold it more lightly, wear it more consciously. Use it as a tool instead of being used by it. This is the art, the balance, the ongoing practice. Not swinging between opposites, but holding the center. Not collapsing into either pole, but standing in the creative tension between them. And that's where the magic happens. That's where transformation lives. In the middle, in the paradox, in the both dash. And so where does this leave you? Right now, in this moment, with your shadow that's been rising, your patterns that keep repeating, your fragments that long to be whole. It leaves you with a choice. You can keep managing symptoms. You can keep understanding without transforming. You can keep being aware of your shadow without actually integrating it. Or you can begin the conversation, the real conversation, the difficult, ongoing, sacred conversation with the parts of yourself you've exiled, not through thinking about it, but through engaging with it. Through active imagination or art or writing or movement or whatever form allows your shadow to speak. And you can commit to the practice, not as a project with an endpoint, but as a relationship with no finish line, because your shadow isn't something to fix and be done with. It's someone to be in relationship with, for life. And when you approach it that way, when you stop trying to conquer it and start trying to understand it, everything changes. The war inside you starts to ease. The fragments start to come together. The energy you've been using to suppress parts of yourself becomes available for actually living, and you start to discover something that Jung knew was the greatest gift of this work. You start to become real, authentic, whole, not perfect, not healed in some final way, not without struggle or pain or complexity, but integrated, honest, alive, living from the truth of who you actually are instead of the story of who you think you should be. And that's everything. That's what makes this work worth it. What makes the descent into darkness necessary? What makes the conversation with the shadow sacred? Because on the other side of that conversation isn't just personal transformation. It's the life you came here to live, the self you came here to be, the wholeness you've been searching for, and it was never out there. It was always in here, in the darkness, in the shadow, in the parts you rejected, waiting for you to turn around, to come home, to finally become whole. Something shifts when you stop running from your shadow and start running toward it. It's subtle at first, so subtle you might not even notice, but one day you realize you didn't react the way you normally would. Someone criticized you, and instead of spiraling, you just ... noticed it, felt it, let it pass. Or you set a boundary and didn't feel guilty. Or you felt your anger and it didn't terrify you. Or you sat with your sadness instead of numbing it. Small moments, barely perceptible shifts, but they're not small at all. They're evidence of something profound. You're changing, not becoming someone different, becoming more yourself, the you that was always there, beneath the conditioning, beneath the wounds, beneath the persona you built to survive. That you is starting to emerge. And when it does, when you start living from that integrated place, ... everything changes, not all at once. Not in some dramatic transformation where you wake up enlightened, but gradually, steadily, in ways that compound over time until one day you look back and you don't recognize the person you used to be, because you're not fragmented anymore. You're not at war with yourself. You're not using all your energy to maintain a mask and suppress a shadow. You're whole, and wholeness changes everything. The ancient alchemists had a word for this process. They called it the magnum opus, the great work. They spoke of taking base, metal, lead, and through a series of transformations, turning it into gold. Most people thought they were talking about literal metal, about getting rich, about some magical formula for material wealth. But Jung understood what they were really describing. They were describing the transformation of the psyche, the integration of the shadow, the process of becoming whole. The lead was the rejected self, the heavy, dark, shameful parts, the shadow. The gold was what those parts became when they were integrated, when they were brought into consciousness, when they were no longer rejected but included. And the process, the heating, the dissolving, the recombining, that was the psychological work, the descent, the confrontation, the dialogue, the integration. It wasn't easy. It wasn't quick. It required fire. It required patience. It required the willingness to let the old form dissolve so a new form could emerge. But when it worked, when the process completed, what emerged was precious, incorruptible, real, not the persona, not the mask, not the acceptable self, but the true self, the whole self, the gold that was always there, hidden under layers of lead. So what actually changes when you integrate the shadow? What does wholeness look like in practice? First, you stop being so reactive. Think about how much energy you've spent reacting to things, to people who trigger you, to situations that activate old wounds, to your own emotions that you're trying to control. All that reactivity, it's the shadow, operating unconsciously, making you dance to patterns you didn't choose. But when you integrate it, when you bring it into consciousness, something remarkable happens. You still feel the feelings, You still notice the triggers, but there's space now. Between stimulus and response, someone says something critical and you feel it, but you're not consumed by it. You don't spend 3 days ruminating. You don't create stories about what it means about your worth. You just feel it, notice it, let it move through you, and then you respond from choice instead of from compulsion. That space, that's freedom. That's what integration gives you, not the absence of difficult feelings, but the capacity to be with them without being controlled by them. And that changes how you move through the world. You're no longer a puppet being, jerked around by your unconscious. You're a person, making conscious choices, even when those choices are hard, even when they go against old patterns, even when they require you to be different than you've always been. Second, your relationships transform, not because other people change, but because you change when you're fragmented, when you're at war with your shadow. You need other people to play roles in your internal drama. You need someone to be the strong one so you can be the weak one. Or you need someone to be the weak one so you can be the strong one. You need someone to carry your anger for you, or your sadness, or your vulnerability. You need someone to be perfect so you can project your golden shadow onto them. Or you need someone to be flawed so you can project your dark shadow onto them. Your relationships aren't really relationships. They're projection screens. And you're not really seeing the other person. You're seeing your unconscious playing out through them. But when you integrate, when you reclaim your projections, when you own all the parts of yourself instead of exiling them or giving them away, you stop needing people to complete you, because you're already complete. You stop needing people to be something they're not, because you're being what you are, and suddenly actual relationship becomes possible with actual people, not with the versions of them you created in your mind. You can see them, really see them, without needing them to be different, without needing them to fix you or save you or validate you, and they can see you, really see you, not the persona you perform, but the whole you, light and dark, integrated, and that kind of intimacy, that kind of connection. It's what you've been searching for your whole life, not the fantasy relationship where someone completes you, but the real relationship where two whole people choose each other. That's only possible after shadow integration. Before that, you're too fragmented to truly connect. Third, your work changes, not necessarily what you do, but how you do it. And why? When you're living from the persona, your work is about proving you're good enough, smart enough, successful enough, worthy enough. You're driven by fear of failure, fear of judgment, fear of being exposed as a fraud. And it works for a while. That fear drives you, pushes you, makes you achieve, but it also exhausts you, because you're never enough. The goalpost keeps moving. The validation never lasts. And underneath the achievements, you feel empty, because the work isn't actually yours. It's what you think you should do, what will make others impressed, what proves your worth. But when you integrate the shadow, when you stop living for validation and start living from truth, your work becomes authentic. It comes from you, from what you actually care about, from what you're genuinely called to create. And it might be the same work, same job, same industry, but you do it differently. Not from fear, from purpose, not to prove, to express, not to be enough, to create something meaningful. And the strange thing, you often become more successful, not because you're trying harder, but because you're no longer sabotaging yourself, the shadow part that was afraid of success, that was convinced you didn't deserve it, that would sabotage you right before breakthrough. It's integrated now, so you can actually receive what you are. Create. Actually let yourself succeed. Actually allow good things without unconsciously destroying them. And your creativity. It explodes, because creativity doesn't come from the persona. It comes from the depths, from the unconscious, from the parts of yourself you've been rejecting. When you integrate those parts, when you give them voice, when you let them contribute, your creative capacity multiplies, ideas flow, connections happen. Work that used to feel like struggle becomes play. Not because it's easy, but because you're no longer fighting yourself while you're doing it. Fourth, your body changes. This one surprises people, but Jung knew it. The body and psyche aren't separate. They're one system. When you're at war with your shadow, your body holds that war. In tension, in pain, in illness, in exhaustion. The anger you won't feel becomes tight shoulders. The grief you won't cry becomes a heavy chest. The fear you won't acknowledge becomes a clenched stomach. Your body is literally holding the shadow you won't integrate, and no amount of massage or medication or exercise will fully resolve it. Because the source isn't physical, it's psychological. But when you integrate, when you let yourself feel what you've been avoiding, when you bring the shadow into consciousness, the body releases, tension dissolves, chronic pain eases, energy returns. Not magically, not overnight, but noticeably, steadily. People report that they can breathe more deeply, sleep more soundly, feel more alive in their skin, because they're not using their body as a storage unit for ejected emotions anymore, and their physical health often improves. Mysterious symptoms resolve. Illnesses that wouldn't heal start healing. Jung believed that many physical ailments have psychological components, that the body gets sick when the psyche is fragmented. And while he wasn't saying all illness is psychological, he was saying that wholeness supports health in ways we don't fully understand. When you stop being at war with yourself, you're immune. System stops being at war with you when you integrate what's been rejected. Your body can finally relax, and relaxation is the foundation of healing. Fifth, and this is the most profound ... you discover peace. Not the peace of having no problems, not the peace of life going the way you want, not the peace of controlling everything, but the peace of not being divided against yourself anymore, the peace of accepting all of who you are, the light and the dark, the strength and the vulnerability, the wisdom and the foolishness, the peace of not having to pretend, not having to perform, not having to maintain an image. You can just be, fully, completely, without apology. And that ... that is what you've been searching for beneath all the searching. Not success, not love, not achievement, not even happiness. Peace, the peace of wholeness, the peace of coming home to yourself. And once you have that, once you know what it feels like to be integrated, dot dot dot. Everything else becomes secondary. You still want things. You still have goals. You still engage with life. But you're not desperately seeking something outside yourself to complete you, because you're already complete. You're not trying to fill a void, because you've integrated the void, made space for it. Let it be part of the wholeness instead of something to run from, and from that place, from that integrated, whole, peaceful place, life becomes so much richer, so much deeper, so much more real, because you're finally here, finally present, finally alive in a way you've never been before. But Jung was careful to emphasize something crucial. Integration doesn't make you perfect. It doesn't eliminate suffering. It doesn't mean you never struggle again. In fact, in some ways, life becomes harder after integration, because you can't hide anymore. You can't numb. You can't avoid. You can't pretend. You feel more. See more. Know more, and that can be overwhelming. Especially when you look at the world, at the collective shadow playing out everywhere, at the suffering, at the systems built on unconsciousness. You can't just consume and ignore anymore. You can't just go along with things you know are wrong. Your integrity won't let you. Your wholeness demands truth, even when truth is uncomfortable. So integration brings responsibility, the responsibility to live consciously, to act with awareness, to contribute, to collective healing. But here's what makes it bearable. What makes it worthwhile? Do you have capacity now? Real capacity. Not the fragile kind that comes from avoiding hard things, but the deep kind that comes from having faced your own darkness, from having integrated your own shadow, from having survived your own death and rebirth, so you can hold complexity, you can sit with paradox, you can be with suffering without being destroyed by it, you can feel deeply and not be overwhelmed, you can care intensely and not burn out, you can engage with difficulty and not fragment, because you're not fighting yourself anymore. All that energy you were using for internal warfare, it's available now for actually living, for actually engaging, for actually contributing. And that's the gift. That's what wholeness gives you. Not a perfect life, but a real one. Not the absence of pain, but the capacity to metabolize it. Not the elimination of difficulty, but the strength to meet it. There's a moment Jung described, a moment in the integration process when something clicks. He called it the Koningsio, the sacred marriage, the union of opposites. It's when the conscious and unconscious come together, when the persona and shadow integrate, when light and dark merge into wholeness. And in that moment, something new is born. Jung called it the self, capital S, not the ego self. Not the persona self, but the true self, the totality of who you are, conscious and unconscious, light and shadow, individual and collective, all of it, held together, integrated, whole. And when you access that self, even for a moment, everything changes. You realize you're not just your story, not just your wounds, not just your patterns. You're something vast. Something that includes all of that, but isn't limited by it. You're connected to something larger, to the collective unconscious, to the archetypal realm, to life itself, and that connection, that sense of being part of something infinite. It gives meaning to everything, even the suffering. Especially the suffering, because you understand now that your pain wasn't random. Your struggles weren't pointless. Your shadow wasn't a mistake. It was all part of the process. The process of becoming who you actually are, and who you are. When you're whole, when you're integrated, you're extraordinary. Not better than others, but fully yourself. And that's extraordinary, because most people never get there. Most people live and die having never met their shadow, having never integrated their darkness. Having never become whole, they stay fragmented, divided, at war with themselves until the end. But you're doing the work. You're having the conversations. You're integrating what you once rejected. And that makes you rare. That makes you powerful. Not power over others, but power to transform, to heal, to become dot, and that power, it ripples out. Because here's what Jung discovered that changes everything about how we understand this work. When you integrate your shadow, you don't just change yourself. You change the field around you. Your family feels it, even if they don't understand. Something in the system shifts when you stop playing your old role. Your relationships reorganize. The people who were feeding on your unconsciousness fall away. The people who can meet your wholeness appear. Your work transforms. Opportunities that match your integrated self start showing up. Doors you didn't know existed start opening. Even strangers respond to you differently, because you're not projecting anymore. You're not unconsciously asking them to carry parts of you. You're whole, and wholeness is magnetic, not in a manipulative way, but in an authentic way. People feel safe around integrated people, real. Seeing that because when you're not at war with yourself, you're not at war with them either. You can meet them where they are without needing them to be different. You can hold space for their process without trying to fix them. You can be present without agenda. And that presence, it's healing. For everyone around you, this is what Jung meant when he said the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. It's not just a privilege for you, it's a gift to everyone whose life you touch, because the world needs whole people, desperately, needs them. People who aren't projecting their shadow onto others, people who aren't acting out their unconscious patterns, people who can hold complexity and paradox, people who can be strong and vulnerable, wise and humble, powerful and gentle, people who have done the work, who have faced their darkness, who have integrated their shadow. Those people, they change the world, not through grand gestures, but through presence, through being, through wholeness. So where are you in this process, right now? In this moment, maybe you're just beginning to see your shadow, just starting to recognize the patterns, just beginning to question who you think you are. Or maybe you're in the middle of it, in the fire, in the dissolution, in the painful process of letting the old self die. Or maybe you've been doing this work for years, integrating layer after layer, discovering depth after depth. Wherever you are, it's exactly where you need to be, because this process doesn't happen on your timeline. It happens on its own timeline, the psyche's timeline. You can't force it, you can't rush it, you can only participate in it. Show up for it. Trust it. And if you do that, if you keep showing up, keep facing what arises, keep integrating what you once rejected, ... you will transform. Not might. Will. Because that's what this process does. It transforms. It alchemizes. It turns lead into gold. Not the lead of your shadow into the gold of perfection, but the lead of your fragmentation into the gold of your wholeness. And when that happens, when you become whole, when you integrate what you rejected, ... you discover something that Jung spent his whole life trying to communicate. You discover that you were never broken. You were never flawed. You were never wrong. You were always whole. You just forgot. You just believed the lies. You just locked away the parts that didn't fit. But they're still there. They've always been there, waiting in the darkness, waiting to come home. And now you know how to bring them home, through dialogue, through practice, through the courage to keep facing what you'd rather avoid, through the sacred work of becoming whole. And that work, it's not a burden, it's not a chore, it's the most important thing you'll ever do, the most meaningful thing, the most sacred thing, because it's not just about you. It's about what becomes possible when you're whole, the relationships you can have, the work you can create, the presence you can offer, the healing you can contribute. All of that waits on the other side of integration, on the other side of wholeness, and you're on your way there, right now. Even if it doesn't feel like it, even if you're still in the fire, you're on your way. And that's everything. You thought the shadow was just yours, your personal wounds, your individual patterns, your specific childhood experiences that created your specific defenses. And it is all of that, but it's also more, much more, because the basement of your psyche doesn't end with your personal history. It goes deeper into your family's history, your culture's history, your species' history. There are patterns in your shadow that you didn't create, that were there before you were born, that have been passed down through generations like invisible inheritance. Your grandmother's unexpressed rage, your grandfather's ungrieved losses, your ancestors' unhealed trauma, all of it living in your psyche, all of it influencing your choices, all of it waiting to be seen. Jung called this the collective unconscious, and understanding it changes everything about shadow work, because you're not just integrating your personal darkness, you are participating in the healing of patterns much larger than yourself, patterns that have shaped families, cultures, civilizations. And when you do your work, when you integrate what your ancestors see, OULDN, single, quotes, T, ... you break chains that have held your lineage for generations. Think about your family for a moment, not the story they tell about themselves, not the image they present, but the patterns underneath, the things nobody talks about, the feelings that are forbidden, the truths that stay buried. Every family has them, secrets, shames, unspoken rules about what's acceptable and what must never be acknowledged. And those secrets, those shames, they don't stay buried. They leak out. They get passed down, not through words, through energy, through behavior, through unconscious transmission from one generation to the next. The father who never cried teaches his son that vulnerability is dangerous. not by saying it, by never showing it, by treating emotion as weakness. And that son grows up with vulnerability in his shadow, and he passes it to his children, who pass it to theirs. 3 generations later, nobody remembers why the men in this family can't cry. They just know they can't. It's who they are. It's in their blood, except it's not in their blood. It's in their collective shadow, or the mother who learned that anger meant abandonment, who saw her mother raged at and left, who internalized, never be angry or you'll be alone. And she teaches her daughter, wordlessly, that anger is unacceptable, that good women don't get angry, that rage must be suppressed, and that daughter grows up unable to set boundaries, unable to protect herself, unable to access the healthy aggression that every human needs, and she passes it to her children, who pass it to theirs. Generations of women who can't access their power, who think it's just who they are, who don't realize they're carrying their great-great-grandmother's wound. This is how family systems work. Trauma doesn't just affect the person who experienced it. It affects everyone downstream, until someone wakes up, until someone turns around, until someone says, "This pattern stops with me." Jung saw this most clearly in his own life. His grandfather was a pastor, respected, proper, everything appropriate on the surface and underneath. Affairs, secrets, shadow material that was never integrated. Jung's father inherited that split, became a pastor too, maintained the proper image, but something was dead inside him, something he couldn't access, couldn't express, couldn't heal, and Jung felt it, felt the weight of that unintegrated material, felt the call to do what his father and grandfather couldn't do, descend into the darkness, face what they avoided, integrate what they rejected. He didn't just heal himself, he healed a pattern in his lineage. He broke a cycle that had been running for generations. And when he did that, when he integrated what they couldn't, he didn't just free himself, he freed everyone downstream, his children, his grandchildren, everyone who came after, because integrated patterns don't get passed down, only unintegrated ones do. This is the sacred responsibility of shadow work. You're not just doing it for yourself, you're doing it for everyone who came before you and couldn't, and everyone who comes after you and won't have to. But it's not just family patterns. It's cultural patterns to dot. Every culture has a collective shadow. Things the culture rejects, values it denies, truths it won't acknowledge. And just like personal shadow, the cultural shadow doesn't disappear because it's denied. It gets projected. It gets acted out. It erupts. Jung saw this in Germany, a culture that prided itself on order, rationality, civilization. And what did they reject? What went into the collective shadow? Chaos, irrationality, wildness, tribal instinct, the primal drives that civilization tried to transcend. And for a while, it worked. They built impressive systems, advanced science, created culture, but the shadow was growing, gathering power in the collective unconscious. And then it erupted, through fascism, through a leader who embodied everything they'd rejected, who channeled the collective darkness, and millions of people, good people, rational people, civilized people, followed him. Because when the collective shadow possesses a culture, individual consciousness doesn't matter. People act out patterns they don't understand. They do things they would have said were impossible. They scapegoat minorities. They dehumanize the other. They commit atrocities while convincing themselves they're doing good. All because the collective shadow wasn't integrated. It was denied. And denial doesn't eliminate darkness. It empowers it. Jung watched this happen, and he understood that it could happen anywhere, to any culture, any group. Whenever people deny their collective shadow, whenever they project it onto others, whenever they refuse to look at their own darkness, they become dangerous. Not intentionally, but inevitably. Look at any culture and you'll see it. The patterns. They reject collectively. American culture rejects vulnerability, worships strength, independence, self-reliance, and what's in the shadow? Neediness, dependence, the human reality that we need each other. So Americans struggle with intimacy, with asking for help, with admitting they're not okay, and they project their shadow onto anyone who seems weak. Judge them, dismiss them, tell them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps, all while carrying massive amounts of unacknowledged pain, loneliness, disconnection, because the shadow doesn't go away just because you refuse to look at it or take. Cultures that worship rationality, logic, the mind over the body, thought over feeling, what's in their shadow? Emotion, intuition, the body's wisdom, the non-rational ways of knowing. So they create systems that ignore feeling, that treat the body as a machine, that dismiss anything that can't be measured or proven. And they wonder why people are anxious, depressed, disconnected from themselves. Because you can't reject half of human experience without creating massive shadow material. Or cultures that emphasize the collective over the individual, that value harmony over authenticity, conformity over expression. What's in their shadow? Individual desire, personal truth, the need to be seen as unique. So people in those cultures struggle with identity, with knowing who they are separate from the group, with expressing what they truly want, and the shadow emerges in subtle rebellion, in depression, in the parts of themselves they can only access in private. Every culture creates its own shadow based on what it values, and then suffers from what it rejects. And the only solution, the same as personal shadow work, turn and face it. Acknowledge what's been denied. Integrate what's been rejected, not by abandoning cultural values, but by including what's been by holding the paradox. You can be strong and vulnerable, independent and connected, rational and intuitive, individual and collective. But most cultures won't do it. They double down on their values, reject the shadow even harder, and the suffering increases. There's an even deeper layer, beneath personal shadow, beneath family shadow, beneath cultural shadow. Jung called it the archetypal layer, the collective unconscious that all humans share, patterns that don't belong to you or your family or your culture. They belong to the species, to humanity itself. The shadow at this level isn't personal anymore. It's mythological, archetypal, universal. It's the parts of being human that civilization has been trying to transcend for thousands of years. The animal self, the wild self. The instinctual self that doesn't care about social rules or moral codes. That self wants what it wants. It's driven by hunger, by desire, by survival instinct, by territorial impulse. And civilization said, no, we're beyond that. We're rational, moral, evolved. And so the archetypal wildness went into the collective shadow, but it didn't disappear. It couldn't disappear, because it's part of being human, part of being animal, part of being alive. So it erupts in violence. That makes no sense. In compulsions we can't control. In moments when civilized people do uncivilized things, or it gets projected onto others, onto indigenous peoples who are still connected to the earth, onto anyone who seems more instinctual, more physical, more wild, we other them, fear them, try to civilize them, all while denying that we carry the same wildness in our own shadow. Jung knew that this archetypal shadow couldn't be eliminated, shouldn't be eliminated, because the instincts aren't bad. They're necessary. They keep us alive. They connect us to life force, to vitality, to being fully embodied. The task isn't to transcend them, it's to integrate them, to bring them into consciousness, to relate to them instead of being possessed by them, to say, yes, I am an animal, and yes, I am conscious, and I can be both. I can honor my instincts while also making choices. I can feel my wildness while also living in civilization. That integration, that's what creates a whole human, not the civilized human who's disconnected from nature, not the wild human who's disconnected from consciousness, but the integrated human who contains both. This is where shadow work gets truly profound and truly necessary, because we're living in a time when the collective shadow is erupting everywhere. Politically, we're seeing projection run rampant. People demonizing the other side, convinced that all evil is out there, never looking at their own darkness. Environmentally, we're destroying the earth, treating nature as something separate from us, rejecting our animal selves so completely that we're killing the ecosystem we depend on. Socially, we're more divided than ever, by race, by class, by ideology, each group projecting their shadow onto the others, each group convinced they're right and the others are wrong. And the solution? It's the same at every level: personal, family, cultural, collective. Stop projecting, turn inward, face your own darkness, integrate your own shadow, because every person who does their own work contributes to the healing of the collective. Every person who stops projecting their rage onto others and integrates it themselves reduces the collective rage. Every person who faces their own shame instead of shaming others reduces the collective shame. Every person who owns their darkness instead of seeing it only in others, reduces the collective darkness. This is what Jung meant when he said that the psychological work of the individual is the most important work there is, not because individuals are more important than the collective, but because the collective is made of individuals. And when enough individuals do the work, when enough people integrate their shadow, the collective shadow loses power, the projections decrease, the unconscious acting out reduces, and healing becomes possible. Not just personal healing, collective healing. But here's what makes this so hard. and why most people won't do it. Owning your participation in collective shadow means giving up the comfort of being right. It means admitting that you're not just a victim of systems, you're also participating in them. It means seeing that the racism you condemn in others, there's a version of it in your shadow. The sexism, the greed, the violence, not exactly the same, not to the same degree. But the seeds are there, because you're human, and these patterns are human patterns, archetypal patterns, and the only difference between you and the people you judge is that they're acting it out and you're suppressing it. But suppression doesn't make you better. It just makes you unconscious. Real moral development doesn't come from rejecting your darkness. It comes from integrating it, from acknowledging it, from being conscious of it so you can make different choices. The person who admits they have capacity for violence and chooses peace anyway, that's moral strength. The person who acknowledges their prejudice and works to transform it, that's real anti-racism. The person who owns their greed and consciously chooses generosity, that's genuine change. But the person who projects it all onto others and claims they're different, that's just unconsciousness wearing a mask of virtue. And Jung saw this. He saw that the most dangerous people aren't the ones who admit their darkness. They're the ones who deny it, who are convinced they're good, who can't see their own shadow, because those people, they do terrible things while telling themselves they're doing good. They hurt people while convinced they're helping. They perpetuate systems while convinced they're fighting them, all because they won't look at their own darkness. So what do you do with this? With the knowledge that your shadow isn't just personal, but collective, you start with what you can control, your own psyche, your own patterns, your own integration. You notice when you're projecting collective shadow onto others, when you're convinced that all the evil is out there, when you're sure you're on the right side, and you pause. You turn inward. You ask, what am I not seeing in myself? What am I rejecting in myself that I'm attacking in them? And you do your work, your personal shadow work, your family shadow work, your cultural shadow work, not because it will fix everything, but because it's your part. And when you do your part, when you integrate what you can integrate, when you stop contributing to the collective unconsciousness, you become part of the solution. Instead of part of the problem, you stop adding to the collective shadow and start contributing to collective healing. And that matters more than you might think, because the collective is not some abstract thing. It's made of individuals, of choices, of consciousness or unconsciousness, and every choice you make, every pattern you integrate, every projection you withdraw, it shifts the field, just a little, just enough. And if enough people do it, if enough individuals take responsibility for their own shadow, the collective shadow loses power, the unconscious patterns break, the cycles end, not perfectly, not completely, but measurably, significantly, enough to matter, enough to create real change. This is why Jung devoted his life to this work, not just for individuals, for humanity, because he knew that the fate of the world depends on the psychological development of individuals, on whether we can face our darkness, integrate our shadow, become conscious, or whether we'll keep projecting, keep acting out. Keep repeating the same destructive patterns while expecting different results. And here's the thing that gives hope: you're doing it right now. By being here, by listening, by being willing to look at your shadow instead of just projecting it. You're participating in the healing of the collective. You're breaking patterns. You're integrating what others won't. And that makes you part of something larger, something sacred, something essential. You're not just healing yourself. You're healing your lineage, your culture, your species, one integration at a time, one conscious choice at a time, one moment of owning your darkness instead of projecting it. And Jung knew that this work, this sacred work of becoming conscious, it's the only thing that can save us, the only thing that can break the cycles, the only thing that can transform the collective shadow. Not policies, not systems, not external solutions, but internal transformation. Individual by individual, shadow by shadow, integration by integration. Until enough people are conscious, until enough people are whole, until enough people stop acting out their unconscious patterns. And then collective transformation becomes possible, not because we've eliminated the shadow, but because we've integrated. Not because we're perfect, but because we're conscious. Not because we've transcended our humanity, but because we've fully embraced it. Light and dark, individual and collective, personal and archetypal, all of it integrated, whole. And that's the future Jung was working toward. The future that's possible if we do the work. The future that starts with you, right now, in this moment. Choosing consciousness over unconsciousness, integration over projection, wholeness over fragmentation, choosing to do your part in the healing of the collective shadow. And that choice, that's everything. There's a life waiting for you on the other side of shadow integration. Not the life you planned. Not the life that looks good on paper. Not the life you thought you were supposed to live. But your life. The one that's been waiting for you to be ready. The one you can only access when you're whole. And it's nothing like you imagined. It's richer, deeper, more real, more alive, because you're finally here, not performing a role, not maintaining a persona, not hiding parts of yourself, just ... here, fully, completely, without division. And from that wholeness, from that integration, from that deep presence, ... gifts emerge, capacities you didn't know you had, powers you'd locked away, possibilities you couldn't access while you were fragmented. This is what Jung promised. Not that integration would make life perfect, but that it would make it possible to create what you're meant to create, to love how you're meant to love, to live what you're meant to live. And the gift isn't one thing, it's everything. Everything that was waiting for you to stop running from yourself and start embracing all of who you are. The first gift is creativity that flows instead of struggles. When you're at war with your shadow, when you're keeping parts of yourself locked away, creativity becomes almost impossible. Because creativity doesn't come from the conscious mind. It doesn't come from the persona. It doesn't come from the acceptable self. It comes from the depths, from the unconscious, from the very places you've been avoiding. Think about it. Where do ideas come from? Not from trying, not from forcing, not from willpower. They come from somewhere else, somewhere deeper. They arise. They emerge. They surprise you. And if you've locked the basement, if you've denied access to the unconscious, if you've built walls between your conscious mind and your depths, the ideas can't get through. The creativity can't flow. The connection is severed so. You sit there, trying to create, and nothing comes. Or what comes feels forced, contrived, dead, and you think you're not creative. You think you don't have talent. You think other people have access to something you don't. But that's not true. You have access. You've always had access. You just blocked it by rejecting your shadow, by refusing to dialogue with your depths, by keeping the basement locked. But when you integrate, when you open that dialogue, when you develop a relationship with your unconscious, the creativity floods in, not because you're trying harder, because you're not blocking anymore. Ideas come at 3 a.m. Images arise during meditation. Connections happen while you're walking. Solutions appear when you stop forcing, because the unconscious is always creating, always making connections, always generating new possibilities. You just have to get out of the way. You just have to stop trying to control it. You just have to let it speak, and it speaks through dreams, through active imagination, through your hands when you paint or sculpt, through your body when you dance, through your voice when you write. The shadow, when integrated, becomes your greatest creative resource, because it contains everything you rejected. And those rejected parts, they have things to say, stories to tell, art to create. The rage you suppressed becomes powerful music. The grief you avoided becomes moving poetry. The wildness you tamed becomes ecstatic dance. All of it transformed, not eliminated, not transcended, but channeled, expressed, given form, and the work that emerges. It's authentic. It's alive. It resonates, because it's not coming from your ego trying to prove something. It's coming from your depths trying to express something. And people feel, if they recognize truth when they encounter it, they're moved by art that comes from integrated shadow, because it speaks to their shadow. It touches their depths. It reminds them of what they've forgotten. The second gift is intuition that guides instead of confuses. When you're fragmented, when you're disconnected from your depths, you lose access to your inner knowing. You second-guess everything. You overthink. You analyze. You try to figure out the right answer with your conscious mind. And it's exhausting, because the conscious mind doesn't know. It can't know. It doesn't have access to all the information, but your unconscious does. It's processing everything, reading signals you don't consciously notice, sensing patterns you can't articulate. Jung called this the transcendent function, the capacity to access wisdom beyond the ego's knowing, and it emerges through integration, through developing a relationship with your unconscious, through learning to listen to the depths. Some people call it gut feeling, some call it inner knowing, some call it the still small voice. But whatever you call it, it's real, it's reliable, and it's only accessible when you're integrated, because if you're at war with your unconscious, if you're rejecting your shadow, If you're refusing to listen to anything that doesn't make rational sense, you can't hear it. The signal is there, but you're not receiving it. But when you integrate, when you develop that dialogue, when you trust the depths, the intuition becomes clear, strong, undeniable. You know which job to take, even though on paper the other one makes more sense. You know which relationship is right, even though your friends don't understand. You know when to leave, even though you can't explain why. Not because you're psychic, not because you have special powers, but because you're whole. And wholeness gives you access to information that fragmentation blocks. You can feel into situations, sense the energy, read what's not being said, trust what your body knows, even when your mind doesn't understand. And that intuition, it guides you away from what looks good but feels wrong, toward what feels right, even when it looks risky. And over time, you learn to trust it, to follow it, to let it lead. Because it's not random, it's not irrational. It's your whole self speaking, including the parts that know things your conscious mind hasn't figured out yet. The third gift is presence that heals without trying. This one is subtle, but it's profound. When you're integrated, when you're no longer at war with yourself, when you've done your shadow work, your presence changes. People feel it, even if they can't name it. You're there, really there, not performing, not managing. Your image, not trying to be someone you're not, just there, present, whole, and that presence, it creates space for others to be present too, for others to drop their masks, for others to be real. Because when you're not projecting your shadow, when you're not asking them to carry parts of you, when you're not trying to fix them or change them or need them to be different, they can relax, they can breathe, they can be themselves, and that's healing. Not dramatic healing, not crises intervention, but the quiet healing of being seen, being met, being allowed to be human. Integrated people don't try to heal others. They don't need to. Their presence does it naturally. They can sit with someone's pain without needing to fix it. They can witness someone's struggle without needing to solve it. They can hold space for someone's process without needing to speed it up, because they've sat with their own pain. They've witnessed their own struggle. They've held space for their own process, so they know how to do it for others. Not as a technique, as a natural expression of wholeness. And people are drawn to this. They might not know why. They just know they feel safe, seen. Met that, they know they can be real without being judged. They know they can struggle without being fixed. They know they can be messy without being rejected. And in that space, transformation happens. Not because you're doing anything, because you're being something. Being whole, being present, being integrated. And that's more powerful than any technique, more healing than any advice, more transformative than any intervention. The fourth gift is boundaries that protect without walls. This is one of the most practical gifts, and one of the most surprising. When you're fragmented, you either have no boundaries or you have walls. No. Boundaries means you let everyone in. You say yes when you mean no. You give until you're empty. You let people cross lines you don't even know you have, because you don't have a strong sense of self. You don't know where you end and others begin. You need them to like you more than you need to protect yourself. Or you have walls reheed impenetrably, nobody gets in. You don't need anyone. You can't be hurt because you won't be vulnerable, because you've been hurt before, and you decided never again. So you shut everyone out. You keep them at distance. You protect yourself by disconnecting. But when you integrate, when you become whole, when you know yourself fully, shadow and all, you develop real boundaries, not walls, not absence of protection, but conscious, flexible, appropriate boundaries. You know what's yours and what's theirs. You can feel when someone's energy is crossing into your space. You can sense when you're giving more than is sustainable, and you can say no, clearly, without guilt, without needing to justify or explain or apologize. Not because you're selfish, because you're integrated, because you know that giving from depletion helps no one, because you understand that protecting your energy is how you stay whole. But you can also say yes, really yes, full yes, without resentment, because the yes is clean. It's not coming from people-pleasing, not coming from fear of rejection, not coming from needing to prove you're good. It's coming from choice, from wholeness, from actually wanting to give, and people feel the difference. They feel the integrity. They respect the boundaries because the boundaries are real. Not walls to keep them out, not absence of protection that lets them take advantage, but clear, conscious, appropriate limits that actually serve relationship. This is what healthy boundaries look like, and they only emerge from integration, from knowing yourself well enough to know what you need, from valuing yourself enough to protect it, from trusting yourself enough to let others in when it's right. The fifth gift is power that empowers instead of dominates. Power is tricky. Most people are terrified of it because they've seen it misused. They've been hurt by it. They've watched it corrupt, so they reject it, put it in their shadow, convince themselves that wanting power is bad, that claiming power is dangerous, that power equals domination. But Jung knew better. He knew that power itself isn't the problem. Unconscious power is the problem. When you deny your power, when you reject it, when you put it in your shadow, you don't become powerless. You become unconsciously powerful, which is far more dangerous. You manipulate without knowing it. You control without admitting it. You dominate in subtle ways while telling yourself you're being nice. The passive comment, the guilt trip, the martyr routine, the helplessness that forces others to take care of you. All of it unconscious power. Shadow power. Power that denies its power. But when you integrate your power, when you acknowledge it, own it, take responsibility for it, it transforms from domination to empowerment. From power over to power, dash with dot. You can stand in your strength without needing to diminish others. You can take up space without needing to shrink others. You can lead without needing to control. Because integrated power isn't about making others small. It's about being your full size, which, paradoxically, gives others permission to be their full size too. You're not competing for power. You're not hoarding it. You're not afraid of it. You have it. You use it. You share it. And that's magnetic. That's leadership. That's the kind of power that actually changes things. Not the power of position, not the power of dominance, but the power of integration. of wholeness, of being fully yourself. And when you step into that power, when you own it without apology, when you use it in service of something larger than ego, impossible things become possible. Doors open, opportunities appear. People follow not because you're controlling them, but because you're inspiring them. Because integrated power is inspiring. It shows people what's possible. It reminds them of their own power. It calls them into their own wholeness. The sixth gift is purpose that calls instead of demands. When you're fragmented, purpose feels like pressure. Like something you have to figure out. Like a test you have to pass. What's my purpose? What am I here to do? What's my contribution? And you search for it outside yourself. In books, in programs, in other people's ideas about what matters, but you never find it. Because you're looking in the wrong place. Your purpose isn't out there. It's in here, in the depths, in the shadow, in the parts of yourself you've been rejecting, and it only reveals itself when you integrate, when you become whole, when you stop trying to be someone you're not and start being who you are. Then purpose doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like calling, like resonance, like coming home. You're not trying to figure it out anymore. You're following what pulls you, what lights you up, what you can't not do, and it's usually connected to your wounds, your struggles, your shadow. The person who was bullied becomes the advocate. The person who was abandoned becomes the therapist. The person who was shamed becomes the artist, who gives voice to shame, not because they're trying to fix their wounds by helping others, but because their wounds, when integrated, become their medicine, their gift, their contribution. Jung said, "The wound is the gift." And he was right, but only when you integrate it, only when you transform it, only when you stop running from it and start learning from it. Then it becomes purpose, not something you have to figure out, something you can't avoid. It pulls you, calls you, won't let you rest until you answer. And when you answer, when you step into that purpose, everything aligns. Not because life becomes easy, but because you're finally doing what you're here to do, what only you can do, what you came here to offer, and that makes everything worth it. The shadow work, the pain, the death and rebirth, because you're not just living anymore, you're contributing, you're serving, you're part of something larger, and that's the ultimate gift of integration. The seventh gift, and this might be the most important, is the capacity to love, really love, not need, not depend on, not use to fill. Avoid but love, from wholeness, from choice, from overflow instead of deficit. When you're fragmented, when you're at war with yourself, you can't really love. You can need people, you can want them, you can use them to feel complete, but you can't love them, because love requires wholeness. And you're not whole. You're asking them to complete you, to carry your shadow, to be what you won't be for yourself. And that's not love. That's projection. That's need. That's using another person as a mirror for your unintegrated parts. But when you integrate, when you become whole, when you're not missing pieces anymore, you can love, really love, without agenda, without need, without trying to get something. You can love someone for who they are, not for who you need them to be. You can appreciate them without trying to change them. You can be with them without trying to merge with them. You can love their light and their darkness, their strengths and their struggles, their wholeness and their fragmentation, because you've learnt to love all of that in yourself. And that love, it's transformative for you, for them, for everyone it touches, because it's real, it's clean, it's free, not the conditional love that says, I'll love you if you meet my needs, but the unconditional love that says, I love you because you exist, not the needy love that demands reciprocity, but the generous love that gives freely, not the fearful love that clings, but the trusting love that releases. This is what becomes possible after shadow integration. This is the gift on the other side, not a perfect life, but a real one, not the absence of struggle, but the capacity to meet it, not the elimination of darkness, but the integration of it. And from that integration, everything else flows. Creativity, intuition, presence, boundaries, power, purpose, love, all of it waiting on the other side of the shadow, waiting for you to be whole, waiting for you to stop running and start integrating, to stop rejecting and start including, to stop fragmenting and start becoming. And when you get there, when you access these gifts, you realize something profound. They weren't gifts given to you, they were always yours. You just locked them in the basement along with everything else. You rejected, and shadow work didn't create them. It liberated them, released them, let them finally come home. You thought integration meant being done. You thought there would be a moment when the work was complete, when the shadow was integrated, when you could finally relax and be whole. And in a way, that moment does come. The moment when you're no longer fragmented, when you're no longer at war with yourself. But wholeness isn't a destination. It's not a state you arrive at and then maintain without effort. It's a practice, a daily practice, a lifelong practice, because the shadow isn't something you integrate once and forget about. It's someone you live with for the rest of your life. And that's not a problem. That's the point. Jung spent decades doing shadow work. Even at the end of his life, he was still discovering new rooms in the house of his psyche, still meeting new aspects, still integrating new layers. And he didn't see this as failure. He saw it as the natural unfolding of becoming human. You don't finish becoming yourself. You continue becoming layer by layer, year by year, until your last breath, and the shadow is your companion on that journey, your teacher, your guide into deeper and deeper levels of truth, not your enemy, your ally. If you know how to relate to it, here's what living with your shadow actually looks like. It looks like noticing every day, multiple times a day, noticing when you're triggered, when you're reactive, when you're projecting, when you're acting from an old pattern instead of present awareness. And instead of beating yourself up about it, instead of thinking you should be past this by now, you get curious. Oh, there's something here, something that's not integrated yet, something that wants my attention. What is it? What part of me is activated? What old wound is being touched? And you pause, you breathe, you turn inward, you don't judge it, You don't try to fix it. You just notice it. And sometimes that's enough. Just the noticing. Just the conscious awareness that this is shadow material, not present reality. And sometimes you need to do more. You need to journal about it, or meditate with it, or talk about it with someone you trust. But either way, you're engaging. You're in relationship. You're not running. And over time, that particular trigger loses its power. Not because you eliminated it, because you integrated it. But then another one appears, a different layer, a different aspect, and you do it again. Notice, pause, engage, integrate, again and again and again. This is the practice, not dramatic, not glamorous, just consistent, daily, ongoing. Some days, the practice is harder than others. Some days you're triggered and you react before you even notice. You say the thing you regret. You do the thing you said you wouldn't do. You fall back into the old pattern, and the old you, the fragmented you, would have spiraled, would have convinced yourself you're broken, would have given up on the whole thing. But the integrated you, the you who's been doing this work, you have compassion for yourself, for your humanity, for the fact that transformation isn't linear. You acknowledge what happened. You take responsibility for it. You make amends if needed. But you don't make it mean something about your worth. You don't use it as evidence that you're failing. You use it as information, as a sign that there's more to integrate, as an invitation to go deeper, and you return to the practice, not with shame, with humility, because humility isn't thinking you're nothing. It's knowing you're human, complex, still, growing, still learning, still becoming, and that knowing, it keeps you in the practice, even when the practice is hard, even when you fail, even when you forget. You return, you notice, you engage. You continue. Living with your shadow also means accepting complexity. The you that wants to be simple, the you that wants clear answers, the you that wants to know if you're good or bad, right or wrong, healed or broken. The you has to die, or at least relax, or at least make space for paradox, because you're not simple. You never were. You never will. Be. You're both. You're all of it. You're contradictory, and that's okay. You're generous and selfish, strong and vulnerable, wise and foolish, loving and hateful. You're not one thing. You're a multitude. And living with your shadow means living with that multiplicity, not trying to resolve it, not trying to pick a side, but holding it, all of it, the tension, the paradox, the both and. Some days you'll be patient, some days you'll be irritable, and both are you. Some days you'll be open and trusting, some days you'll be guarded and suspicious, and both are you. Some days you'll feel connected to your purpose, some days you'll question everything, and both are you. And instead of making one version right and the other wrong, instead of accepting one and rejecting the other, ... you hold them both. You let them coexist. You understand that you contain multitudes, and that's not a problem to solve. That's the richness of being human. The integrated person doesn't eliminate complexity. They embrace it. They develop capacity to hold it. They learn to dance with it. And that capacity, it grows over time, with practice, with patience, with self-compassion. You get better at holding paradox, at sitting with not knowing, at being comfortable with your own contradictions. And that makes you more human, not less. More whole, not more fragmented. Because wholeness includes everything. The contradictions, the paradoxes, the parts that don't make sense together. All of it, held in the container of your awareness. Your acceptance, your integration. Living with your shadow also means developing rituals, not religious rituals necessarily, though they can be, but practices that keep you connected to your depths. Jung had his morning routine. He'd wake up early, sit in silence, paint mandalas, write in his journal, dialogue with his unconscious, every day, for decades. It wasn't optional. It was how he maintained the relationship with his shadow, because the shadow doesn't speak on demand. It speaks when you create space for it, when you show up consistently, when you demonstrate that you're listening. And if you don't create that space, if you get too busy, if you stop showing up, ... the shadow will make space. Through dreams you can't ignore. Through symptoms you can't manage. Through crises you can't avoid. It will get your attention, one way or another. But if you maintain the practice, if you show up daily, if you keep the conversation going, ... the shadow becomes a collaborator instead of a saboteur, a guide instead of a disruptor, a source of wisdom instead of a source of suffering. So what does that look like practically? Maybe it's morning pages, 3 pages of stream of consciousness writing, no editing, no censoring, just letting the unconscious speak. Maybe it's meditation, sitting in silence, watching what arises, noticing the thoughts and feelings without attaching to them. Maybe it's active imagination, creating space for images to emerge, dialoguing with figures from your dreams, letting the unconscious show you what it needs to show you. Maybe it's creative practice, painting, dancing, playing music, any form of expression that bypasses the conscious mind and accesses the depths. The specific practice doesn't matter. What matters is consistency, showing up, creating space, because the shadow is always there, always active, always communicating. The question is, are you listening? Another aspect of living with your shadow is continuing to learn its language. Jung spent his life studying symbols, myths, dreams, archetypes, not as intellectual exercise, but as practical necessity, because the unconscious doesn't speak in concepts. It speaks in images, in stories, in metaphors. And if you want to understand what your shadow is trying to tell you, you have to learn that language. When you dream of being chased, the shadow isn't literally trying to tell you someone's after you. It's showing you that you're running from something, some part of yourself, some truth, some reality. When you dream of losing your teeth, it's not predicting dental problems. It's showing you anxiety about powerlessness, about losing your ability to speak, to defend yourself, to be effective. When you dream of water, it's often about emotion. Deep water, deep emotion. drowning, being overwhelmed, clear water, clarity, murky water, confusion. These aren't universal rules. Symbols mean different things to different people in different contexts, but they do mean something, and part of the practice is learning what they mean for you. What does the snake represent in your dreams? What about the house, the car, the stranger? Over time, you develop your own symbolic vocabulary. You recognize your psyche's patterns. You understand what it's trying to communicate, and that understanding becomes a tool, a way to access wisdom beyond your conscious knowing, a way to receive guidance from your depths. But it requires attention. It requires study, not just of Jung's work or other people's interpretations, but of your own psyche. What is it showing you? What is it trying to tell you? What patterns keep appearing? And you track it. You write it down. You reflect on it. You learn from it. And slowly, gradually, you become fluent in the language of your own unconscious. And that fluency, it changes everything, because you're not guessing anymore. You're not projecting anymore. You're listening to the wisest part of yourself, the part that knows things your conscious mind doesn't, the part that sees patterns you can't see, the part that's been trying to guide you all along. If you would just listen, living with your shadow also means accepting that some patterns may never fully resolve. This is hard to hear, especially in a culture that promises total healing, complete transformation, final resolution. But Jung was honest about this. Some wounds are so deep, so early, so formative, ... They shape you permanently, not in a way that dooms you, but in a way that becomes part of who you are. The person abandoned in childhood, they may always have abandonment sensitivity, even after years of therapy, even after deep shadow work. It might get better. It might lose some of its charge. They might react less intensely. They might recover more quickly. But that wound, it's woven into the fabric of their psyche. It's not going away completely. And that's okay. It has to be okay. Because fighting it, denying it, demanding it be different, ... that creates more suffering, not less. Integration doesn't mean eliminating your wounds. It means accepting them, making space for them, learning to work with them instead of being controlled by them. So yes, you might always be sensitive to abandonment, but you can learn to recognize when it's being triggered. You can learn to soothe yourself. You can learn to communicate your needs instead of acting out your fears. You don't transcend the wound. You integrate it. You make it part of your wholeness instead of something that fragments you. And sometimes that wound becomes your medicine, your gift, the thing that makes you uniquely able to help others with similar wounds, because you know that territory intimately. You've mapped it. You've learned to navigate it. And that knowledge, it's valuable, not just for you. For everyone you encounter who's struggling with the same thing, there's also the question of regression. You'll have periods where you feel integrated, whole, like you've done the work and you're living from that place. And then something happens. A crisis, a loss, a major life transition, and you regress. You fall back into old patterns. You find yourself reacting like you used to, fragmenting like you used to, acting out shadow material you thought you'd integrated, and it can feel like failure, like you lost everything you gained. like the work didn't stick, but Jung understood regression differently. He saw it as a necessary part of the process. Sometimes you have to go back to go forward. Sometimes you have to revisit old material at a deeper level. Sometimes regression is actually preparation for the next stage of growth. So when it happens, when you find yourself back in old patterns, don't panic, don't despair. Don't conclude that integration is impossible. Just recognize it. Oh, I'm regressing. There's something here that needs attention. Some layer I missed, some aspect that's not fully integrated yet, and you engage with it, again, at this new level. With the awareness you have now, with the tools you've developed, with the compassion you've cultivated, and you integrate it again, more deeply this time, more thoroughly, more consciously, and then you move forward, not to where you were before, but to somewhere new, somewhere you couldn't have gotten to without the regression. This is the spiral nature of growth. You don't go in a straight line, you circle back, but each time you circle back, you're at a different level, higher, deeper, more integrated, and that's how transformation actually works. Not linear, spiral, cyclical, rhythmic. Forward and back, up and down, in and out, and all of it is the process. All of it is necessary. All of it is part of becoming whole. So what does this mean for you right now? In your daily life, it means you stop waiting to be done. You stop thinking integration is something you achieve and then move on from. You recognize it as a practice, a relationship, a lifelong commitment, and you build it into your life, not as one more thing on your to-do list, but as the foundation of how you live. You create space for silence, for reflection, for dialogue with your depths. You notice your triggers and you get curious instead of reactive. You accept your complexity, and you stop trying to be simple. You learn the language of your unconscious and you listen when it speaks. You hold your wounds with compassion and you let them teach you. You accept regression as part of growth, and you don't despair when it happens. This is what it means to live with your shadow. Not to conquer it, not to transcend it, but to be in relationship with it every day, for the rest of your life. And that's not a burden, that's a privilege. That's what makes life rich, deep, real, because you're not performing anymore. You're not pretending. You're not maintaining a facade. You're just living, fully, honestly, consciously, with all of yourself, shadow included. And that's everything Jung was pointing to. That's the goal. That's the promise. Not perfection, not final arrival, not eternal peace, but ongoing integration, deepening wholeness, continuous becoming. And in that process, in that practice, in that lifelong commitment to knowing yourself fully, you discover what it means to be truly alive, not despite your shadow, because of it, with it, through it, all the way home. You might think your shadow work is personal, private, just about you. You're doing it to heal your wounds, to break your patterns, to become whole. And it is all of that, but it's also more, so much more, because you don't exist in isolation. You're part of a family, part of a culture, part of humanity, and every pattern you integrate, every projection you withdraw, every piece of shadow you bring into consciousness. It affects the whole, the entire system. Everyone connected to you. Jung understood this. He understood that the psychological work of the individual is not separate from the healing of the collective. They're the same work, happening at different scales. When you heal, the field around you heals. When you integrate, the collective integration becomes more possible. When you become whole, you contribute to collective wholeness, not because you're special, because you're connected. We all are, deeply, invisibly, inextricably. And right now, the world desperately needs people who will do this work. People who will face their darkness instead of projecting it. People who will integrate their shadow instead of acting it out. People who will become conscious instead of staying asleep, because the alternative is what we're living through. Division, projection, unconsciousness, on a massive scale, and it's killing us. Look at the world right now. Really look at it. The political polarization, the tribal warfare, the inability to see the humanity in people who think differently. That's collective shadow, projected, acting out, possessing millions of people at once. Each side convinced the other side is evil. Each side seeing in the other what they won't see in themselves. Each side so identified with being right that they can't see their own darkness. It's not one side or the other. It's both. It's all of us, projecting our collective shadow onto the other, creating enemies, building walls, and underneath we're all human, all carrying the same archetypal patterns, all struggling with the same fundamental questions. But we can't see it, because we're too busy projecting, too busy being right, too busy defending our position, and nothing changes, nothing heals, nothing transforms. Because the work that would actually change things, the work of withdrawing projection and owning our own darkness, nobody wants to do it. It's easier to blame, easier to other, easier to stay unconscious, but it's also destroying us, creating more suffering, more division, more violence. And it will continue until enough individuals do their own work, until enough people integrate their own shadow, until enough of us become conscious. That's the only way. There is no other way. You can't fix the collective shadow from the outside. You can only transform it from the inside, one person at a time, one integration at a time, starting with you. Or look at how we're treating the earth, the planet that sustains us, the ecosystem we depend on. We're destroying it knowingly, systematically, with full awareness of the consequences, and we tell ourselves stories about progress, about necessity, about not being able to change, but underneath is shadow, the part of ourselves we've rejected, the animal self, the instinctual self, the part that's connected to nature. We split from it. We declared ourselves separate, above, better. We said we were rational, civilized, beyond our animal nature, and we pushed that connection into shadow. We forgot that we are nature, that we're part of the web, that our survival depends on the health of the whole. And now we're acting out that split, destroying what we've rejected in ourselves, killing the wildness we won't acknowledge. It's not logical. It's not rational. It's shadow, collective shadow, operating unconsciously. And the solution, it's the same. Integration, not thinking our way out, not creating better systems while staying unconscious, but reconnecting, reclaiming, reintegrating the parts of ourselves we exiled, the body, the instinct, the animal, the earth, not as something separate from us, but as us, part of us, inseparable from who we are. And when enough people do that, when enough individuals reclaim their connection to nature, to body, to instinct, the collective, behavior changes, not because we forced it, because we transformed it from the inside. Or look at how we relate to suffering, to difficulty, to pain. We avoid it, we numb it, we medicate it. We do everything we can to not feel it, and we've built an entire culture around that avoidance. Entertainment, distraction, substances, anything to not be present with what hurts. But the suffering doesn't go away. It goes into shadow, personal shadow, collective shadow, and it leaks out in addiction, in depression, in violence, in the quiet desperation that so many people carry. We're not healing, we're just avoiding. And the avoidance creates more suffering, not less. But what if we stopped avoiding? What if we turned toward the pain instead of away from it? What if we learned, individually and collectively, to be with difficulty, to metabolize it, to let it transform us instead of destroy us? That's shadow work. That's what Jung was teaching. That's what the world needs. Not more avoidance, more consciousness, more capacity, more willingness to feel what we'd rather not feel. Because pain, when it's integrated, becomes wisdom. Struggle, when it's faced, becomes strength. Darkness, when it's acknowledged, becomes light. But only if we do the work, only if we stop running, only if we turn and face what we've been fleeing. Jung saw all of this. He saw where humanity was headed, and he was deeply concerned. He knew that the fate of the world depended on whether enough individuals would wake up, would do their work, would become conscious. He knew that the collective shadow, when left unconscious, would erupt. In war, in genocide, in the systematic destruction of everything we claim to value. He'd seen it happen in Germany. He knew it could happen anywhere. He knew it was happening. Always. Everywhere people refused to look at their own darkness. And he devoted his life to trying to wake people up, to show them the urgency, to give them the tools, not because he thought he could save the world, but because he knew that each person who woke up mattered. Each person who did the work contributed. Each person who integrated their shadow made collective integration more possible. And he was right. He is right. The world doesn't need more heroes. It doesn't need saviors. It doesn't need people who think they're going to fix everything. It needs people who are willing to do their own work, to face their own darkness, to integrate their own shadow. Because that work, that simple, difficult, sacred work, that's what changes everything. Not policies, not systems, not external solutions, but internal transformation, multiplied by millions, by billions, until the collective consciousness shifts. That's the only way. And it starts with you. So what? Does this mean, practically, in your life? Right now, it means you stop seeing your shadow work as self-indulgent, as navel-gazing, as separate from making a difference. Your shadow work is how you make a difference. It's the most important contribution you can make, because every pattern you break in yourself, you break in the lineage. Every projection you withdraw, you reduce in the collective. Every piece of darkness you integrate, you transform in the field. It ripples out, invisibly. Inevitably, your children won't carry what you've integrated. Your students won't inherit what you've healed. Your community won't be infected by what you've made conscious. And the people around you, they feel it. Even if they can't name it, they feel safer around you, more real, more able to be themselves, because you're not projecting onto them. You're not needing them to carry your shadow. You're not asking them to be what you won't be for yourself. You're whole, and wholeness creates space for others to be whole too. That's not small. That's everything. But it goes even deeper than that. Because when you do shadow work, when you really do it, when you integrate what you've rejected, you change what's possible. For everyone. For the whole human experiment. Jung believed in the evolution of consciousness. He believed that humanity was slowly, painfully, becoming more conscious. Not automatically, not inevitably, but potentially. If enough individuals did the work, each person who integrates contributes to the collective consciousness. Each person who becomes whole makes wholeness more accessible to others. It's like you're creating a pathway, a possibility, a template. You're showing through your being, through your presence, through your life. That integration is possible. That wholeness is real. That transformation happens. And that matters more than you know. Because most people don't believe it's possible. They think they're stuck. They think their patterns are permanent. They think change is for other people, not for them. But when they encounter someone who's done the work, someone who's integrated, someone who's whole, something shifts in them, in what they believe is possible. They think, if they can do it, maybe I can too. If transformation is real for them, maybe it's real for me. And that belief, that shift in what's possible, that's what allows them to begin their own work. You're not just transforming yourself. You're expanding what's possible for everyone around you. That's not grandiose. That's how collective consciousness evolves. Through individuals who go first, who do the work, who'll become living proof that transformation is real. And there's one more thing, one final piece that makes this work so urgent, so necessary, so sacred. The children, the next generation, the ones who are watching us, learning from us, absorbing our patterns. They don't learn from what we say. They learn from what we are, from what we do, from what we embody. And if we're unconscious, if we're projecting, if we're acting out our shadow, they learn that, they inherit that, they repeat that. Generation after generation, the same patterns, the same wounds, the same unconsciousness. But if we do the work, if we integrate, if we become conscious, they learn that instead, they inherit wholeness instead of fragmentation. They start from a different place, a more integrated place, and they have a chance, a real chance, to go further than we did, to integrate deeper, to become more whole. That's how evolution happens, not in one lifetime, but across lifetimes, across generations, each generation healing a little more, integrating a little more, becoming a little more conscious, until one day, maybe many generations from now, humanity might actually be whole, conscious, integrated, but only if we do our part, only if we do the work, only if we stop passing down unconsciousness and start passing down integration. That's what's at stake. That's why this matters. That's why your shadow work is not just personal. It's generational. It's evolutionary. It's sacred. So here you are, at the end of this journey, having learned about the shadow, about integration, about what's possible, and you have a choice. The same choice everyone has. The same choice Jung faced. The same choice every conscious person faces. You can go back to sleep. You can pretend you didn't hear this. You can decide it's too hard, too much, too uncomfortable. You can go back to the persona, the mask, the acceptable self. You can keep the basement locked. You can keep running from your shadow. Nobody will blame you. Most people do. Most people live and die having never faced their darkness, having never integrated their shadow, having never become whole. It's the easier path, the more comfortable path, the path of least resistance, but it's also the path of unconsciousness, of fragmentation, of being asleep or ... You can choose differently. You can choose consciousness. You can choose integration. You can choose wholeness. You can turn and face what you've been fleeing. You can dialogue with what you've been rejecting. You can integrate what you've been denying. You can do the work, the hard, sacred, transformative work of becoming whole. Not because it's easy. It's not easy. Not because it's comfortable. It's not comfortable, but because it's real, because it's true, because it's what you came here to do, and because the world needs it, desperately needs it. It's dying for lack of it. The world doesn't need more people pretending to be perfect. It needs people brave enough to be whole, broken open, put back together with their cracks filled with gold, integrated, conscious, real, people who have faced their darkness and brought it into the light, people who have integrated their shadow and become whole, people like you, if you choose it, if you commit to it, if you do the work. Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Not who you think you should be, not who others want you to be, not the persona you've been performing, but who you truly are, shadow and all, darkness and light, integrated, whole, real. That's the invitation. That's the call. That's what this entire journey has been pointing toward. Not information, transformation, not understanding, embodiment, not knowing about the shadow, integrating it. And now the real work begins. Not in this video, in your life, in your choices, in your daily practice, in the moments when you're triggered and you pause instead of react, in the times when you want to project and you own it instead, in the instances when you want to hide and you show up anyway, That's where integration happens. Not in theory, in practice. Not in concept, in living. And it's not easy, but it's possible, and it's worth it. And you can do it, because you're already doing it. You've been doing it, just by being here, just by listening, just by being willing to look at what most people won't see. That takes courage. That takes strength. That takes something rare and precious, and you have it. You've always had it. You just forgot. But now you remember. Now you know. Now you understand. The shadow isn't your enemy, it's you. The part of you that's been waiting. In the darkness, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And the world is waiting too, waiting for you to be whole, waiting for you to contribute your integration to the collective healing, waiting for you to become who you truly are, not perfect, whole, not healed in some final way, integrated, not without struggle, but conscious in the struggle. That's what's possible. That's what's calling. That's what's waiting on the other side of the shadow. Your life, your real life, your whole life. And it starts now, in this moment, with this choice to turn toward the darkness, to face what you've been fleeing, to integrate what you've been rejecting, to become whole, finally, fully, completely, and in doing so, ... to change everything, for yourself, for your lineage, for the collective, for the world. That's the gift. That's the promise. That's what Jung discovered and spent his life trying to share. And now it's yours. If you want it, if you choose it, if you do the work. The shadow is waiting. Your wholeness is waiting. Your life is waiting. All you have to do is turn around and walk into the darkness and discover it was never darkness at all. It was just you all along, waiting in the shadows, waiting to come home. Remember the mirror from the beginning, the one where only half your face was lit. You've been standing in front of that mirror your whole life, looking at the acceptable half, the side you show the world, the side you thought was all of you, and the other half, pure darkness, invisible, forgotten. But now, something has changed. Not the mirror. You turned. You faced what was in the darkness. You met what you'd been running from, and you discovered something that changes everything. The darkness wasn't empty. It wasn't nothing. It wasn't the absence of you. It was you, the rest of you, the half you forgot, the half you rejected, the half that's been waiting in the shadows your whole life, waiting for this moment, when you'd finally be ready. To see yourself fully, to accept yourself completely, to become whole, the one Jungian concept that transforms how you see yourself. It's not really about the shadow, it's about this. You were never broken. You were always whole. You just forgot how to see in the dark. You believed the lie that wholeness meant having only light, only good, only acceptable parts. But Jung knew better. He knew that wholeness means including everything, the light and the dark, the acceptable and the rejected, the persona and the shadow. All of it, held together, integrated, whole, and the journey you've been on. From that first moment of recognizing your shadow to this moment now, that wasn't about fixing yourself. It was about remembering yourself, reclaiming what you exiled, retrieving what you lost, bringing home what you abandoned, piece by piece, layer by layer, until you're no longer half a person looking in a mirror. You're whole, standing in the light, with your darkness beside you, integrated, conscious, real. And now that you know, the real question isn't whether the shadow exists, it's what you'll do with this knowledge. Will you go back to sleep? Pretend you didn't see? Return to the comfortable illusion that you're only the lit half? Or will you stay? Awake. Keep looking. Continue the conversation with the parts of yourself you've just begun to meet. Because the shadow is patient. It's been patient your whole life. It can wait longer if needed. But your life won't wait. Your wholeness won't wait. The world that needs you to be integrated. It can't wait forever. Every day you stay fragmented is a day you're not fully alive. Every moment you reject parts of yourself is a moment you're living half a life. And you deserve more than that. You deserve wholeness. You deserve to know yourself fully. You deserve to live from integration instead of from division. Not because it's easy, but because it's true, because it's real, because it's your birthright. Jung spent his entire life mapping this territory, showing us the way, proving that transformation is possible, not through his theories, through his life, through his willingness to descend into his own darkness, through his courage to meet what he found there and what he discovered, what he spent decades trying to communicate, is that the darkness isn't the problem. Unconsciousness is the problem. When you're unconscious of your shadow, it controls you. When you're aware of it, you can work with it. When you integrate it, it becomes your greatest resource. Your creativity, your intuition, your power, your purpose, your capacity to love, all of it locked in the shadow, all of it waiting to be reclaimed. And the key has always been in your hand. You just had to turn it, open the door, walk into the basement, and see what's really there. So this is where we end, but it's also where you begin, because everything you've learned here is just information until you live it. It's just concept until you embody it. It's just theory until you practice it. The real work starts now, in your life, in your choices, in the moment you get triggered and you pause, in the time you want to project and you own it instead, in the instance you feel your shadow rising and you turn to meet it. That's where transformation happens, not in understanding, in doing, not in knowing about. In being with Dot, and you don't have to do it perfectly. You don't have to get it right. You just have to show up again and again and again, noticing, engaging, integrating, becoming Dot, more yourself with each iteration, more whole with each integration, more alive with each piece you bring home, until one day you stand in front of that mirror and you see it, really see it, not half a face, not light and dark separated, but both, together, integrated, whole, and you recognize yourself, finally, fully, completely, not as you thought you should be, but as you actually are, human, flawed, contradictory, complex, beautiful, real, shadow and light, darkness and radiance. All of it, you, all of it integrated, all of it. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, not who you were told to be, not who seems acceptable, not the version that fits the mold, but you, the real you, the whole you. The you that includes everything you've been hiding. That's what's waiting. That's what's possible. That's what this entire journey has been about. Not the shadow as enemy, but the shadow as invitation to wholeness, to integration, to coming home. And now you know. You can't unknow it. You can't unsee it. You've looked into the darkness, and you've seen what's there. Not a monster, not evil, not something to destroy, but yourself, waiting, patient, powerful, ready to come home. And the question is simple. The question is everything. Will you let it? Good evening and welcome back. Please unwind and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions as we delve into dark psychology that changed philosophy forever. December 22nd, 1849. The Siemianowski Parade Ground, St. Petersburg. The snow is falling so thick you can barely see 20 feet ahead. 8 men stand in white burial shrouds, their breath forming clouds in the frozen air. The temperature is 15 below zero, but Fyodor Dostoevsky isn't shivering from the cold. In exactly 60 seconds, he's going to be shot through the heart. The firing squad raises their rifles, that metallic click of hammers being pulled back echoes across the square. And here's the thing that nobody talks about when they tell this story. Dostoevsky isn't praying. He isn't crying. He isn't even thinking about God, or his mother, or the novel he'll never finish. He's staring at the man next to him, studying his face with the intensity of a scientist observing a specimen under a microscope. He's watching, really watching what happens when a human being dissolves, when everything that makes a person who they are just evaporates. The man's eyes are still open, but there's nothing behind them anymore. He's still breathing, still standing, but he's already gone. And in that moment, Dostoevsky sees something that will haunt him for the next 30 years. The drums suddenly thunder across the square, the rifles lower. It's a mock execution. The Tsar's idea of a psychological experiment, a lesson, a game. The other prisoners collapse. Some sob with relief. Some laugh hysterically. But Dostoevsky just stands there, because he understands something now that he didn't understand 3 minutes ago. Something in him died on that platform, eyed as surely as if those bullets had torn through his chest. But something else was born. Something that could see what the rest of us spend our entire lives trying not to see. For the next 3 decades, he'll write novel after novel, each one an attempt to explain what he discovered in those 60 seconds. He'll create characters that are so psychologically real they feel more alive than the people sitting next to you right now. He'll predict the horrors of the 20th century with such accuracy that reading him today feels like he's writing about tomorrow. But here's what's really unsettling. He wasn't writing about the future. He was writing about right now, about the thing that's happening in your mind at this very moment. That voice you hear beneath all the other voices, the one asking the question you don't want to answer. This is where our story really begins. Not with a man who escaped death, but with a man who discovered something about being alive that was so disturbing, so fundamental, that we're still not ready to hear it. But tonight, we're going to hear it anyway. Let me take you back to that morning, but this time, we're going to live through it minute by minute, thought by thought. Because what happened in Dostoevsky's mind during those moments would become the foundation for everything he wrote afterward. The condemned men had been waiting in the Petropavelskaya fortress since April, 8 months in solitary confinement. And now, December 22nd, they're told nothing except to put on their white execution shrouds. These aren't clothes, they're theater costumes, designed to make the men look like ghosts before they become ghosts. The Tsar, you see, was an artist of punishment. He understood that death was simple, but the anticipation of death, that was complex. That was interesting. Dostoevsky is led out with the others into the square. The snow is falling, and here's a detail he would obsess over for years. The way the snowflakes landed on his eyelashes and melted, how that felt like the world crying for him, but also how absurd it was to notice something so small when you're about to stop existing. The human mind doesn't become profound in its final moments, becomes chaotic, noticing everything and nothing simultaneously. They're arranged in groups of 3. Dostoevsky is in the second group, which means he has approximately 4 minutes to live while watching the first group die. And this is where the real torture begins, not in watching death approach like a mathematical certainty. 3 men, then 3 more, then you. It's death as an equation, and Dostoevsky, who loved to gamble, who understood probability, suddenly realizes that for the first time in his life, there's a game with absolutely no variables, no chance, no hope, just arithmetic, the first 3. Men are tied to the posts, and now something happens that Dostoevsky will write about in 4 different novels, each time trying to capture it more precisely. He becomes hyperfocused on the church dome in the distance, the way the morning sun is hitting its gold surface. He can't stop staring at it. In his mind, this dome becomes everything. God, Russia, his mother's face, every book he's ever read, every woman he's ever loved, but also nothing, just metal and light, he thinks, and these are his exact words that he later wrote to his brother. In 5 minutes, I will either be that light, dissolved into the universe, or I will be nowhere at all. Think about that for a moment. Not I will be in heaven or I will be with God, but I will be that light or nothing. This is Dostoevsky's mind at the edge, not religious, not atheistic, but something more terrifying. Complete uncertainty at the exact moment when you most need certainty. The squad raises their rifles at the first group. Dostoevsky is studying. The man next to him, now Nikolai Grigoriev, a fellow member of the Patrashevsky circle. Grigoriev's face is doing something Dostoevsky has never seen before. It's not fear, exactly. It's like watching someone solve an impossible equation in their head. The features are rearranging themselves, becoming younger and older simultaneously. The eyes are seeing something beyond the square, beyond Petersburg, maybe beyond existence itself. And then Dostoevsky has the thought that will haunt every novel he ever writes. We are most alive in the moment before we die. Not during life, when we're distracted by trivial concerns. Not after death, when we're nothing, but in that razor-thin moment when we're saying goodbye to existence. Every character he creates, Raskolnikov, Prince Mishkin, Ivan Karamazov, they're all trying to get back to this moment. To feel this alive, without having to die. The drums suddenly explode across the square. The rifles lower. A carriage races in with a messenger from the Tsar. It's a pardon. No, not a pardon. A commutation. Instead of death, Siberia. Instead of nothing for years of hard labor. The other prisoners react predictably. Nikolai Mombly goes insane on the spot. Litzli never recovers his sanity. Others sob, pray, collapse. But Dostoevsky does something strange. He starts laughing. Not from relief, but from a kind of cosmic horror. Because he realizes the joke. They were never going to be shot. This was always the plan. The Tsar didn't want to kill their bodies. Any fool with a gun can do that. He wanted to kill something. Else certainty about what reality is. And it worked. But not the way the Tsar intended. Because while this experience broke the others, in Dostoevsky it broke something open. A door in his mind that most of us keep locked. The door that separates our daily consciousness from the awareness of what we really are: biological machines pretending to have souls, or souls pretending to be biological machines, and no way to know which dot in the idiot. Prince Mishkin describes an execution he witnessed, but listen to the language carefully. He says the worst part isn't the pain or the fear, it's the certainty. In an hour, in 10 minutes, in half a minute, now, this very instant, your soul will leave your body, and you will be a human being no longer. That word certainty appears 17 times in that passage, because uncertainty, Dostoevsky realized, is what keeps us sane. The moment we become certain about death, we go mad. But the moment we become certain about life, we also go mad. This is why he would later write that consciousness is a disease, not metaphorically, literally a disease. A malfunction in the animal that makes it aware of its own existence and therefore its own known existence. Every animal dies, but only humans know they're going to die, and that knowledge poised everything. But here's where Dostoevsky's insight becomes almost unbearable. This isn't a bug in human consciousness, it's a feature. We need this disease. Without it, we're just clever apes. With it, we're something unprecedented in nature, creatures who can imagine our own non-existence and keep living anyway. The guards unchained them and lead them back to the fortress. But Dostoevsky knows something now that he didn't know an hour ago. Everyone, the guards, the officials, the crowd that gathered to watch, they're all dead people who don't know they're dead. They're walking through life in a kind of sleep, thinking about dinner or money or sex, never realizing they're on the scaffold every moment. The only difference between him and them is that he can't forget anymore. He's been kicked out of the dream. Years later, when he's famous, people will ask him if he forgives the Tsar for this cruelty. And he'll say something that nobody understands. It wasn't cruel. It was a gift. He showed me what we really are. But what are we, exactly? That's what the next 30 years of novels would try to answer. And the answer, when it finally comes, is more disturbing than the question. Because we're not the condemned man on the scaffold. We're not even the guard with the rifle. We're the moment between the trigger being pulled and the bullet arriving. We exist entirely in that space, between the certainty of death and the illusion of life. Between the animal and the angel, between the flesh and whatever we imagine is more than flesh. This is what Dostoevsky saw in those 60 seconds that would take him 30 years and thousands of pages to explain. We're not human beings having a spiritual experience, or spiritual beings having a human experience. We're the incompatibility between those two things. We're the error message that appears when matter becomes aware of itself. And once you see this, really see it, you can't unsee it. Every human face becomes a skull pretending not to be a skull. Every conversation becomes noise we make to avoid silence. Every love story becomes two people agreeing to forget. They're going to die. This is why Dostoevsky's books feel different from other books. He's not writing from life. He's writing from death, looking back at life and seeing it for the cosmic. Joke it really is. But also, and this is crucial, seeing that the joke is the only thing that makes us magnificent, because we're the only creatures in the universe who get the joke and keep going anyway. The execution that never happened. It happens every morning when you wake up. You just don't notice the rifles. The journey from St. Petersburg to the Omsk prison fortress took 3 months. 3 months in chains, through the Russian winter, in a convoy of the condemned. But Dostoevsky isn't suffering. He's taking notes. Mental notes that would later become the most psychologically accurate portrait of criminal consciousness ever written. See, everyone else who wrote about crime did it from the outside looking in. They studied criminals like specimens. Dostoevsky would live as one, eat with them, sleep beside them, share their punishments, their fever dreams, their moments of unexpected grace. For 4 years, he would disappear into what he called the House of the Dead. But the dead, he discovered, were more alive than the living. The first thing that hits you about the Omsk fortress isn't the walls or the guards. It's the sound. 200 men in a space built for 50, and they're all talking at once, but not to each other. They're talking to themselves, to God, to people who aren't there. It's like being inside a brain having a nightmare. Dostoevsky describes it as a particular kind of noise that exists nowhere else on earth. Not exactly human, not exactly animal, but something in between. His fellow prisoners are a catalogue of human extremes. There's Aristeph, who sold other prisoners clothes while they slept. Sometimes, while they were dying of fever, pulling the shirts off their backs as they shivered. There's Petrov, who killed 6 people with such technical precision that other murderers came to him for advice. There's Sirotkin, barely 18, who murdered his entire family and couldn't remember why. Just remembered that the blood looked beautiful in the lamplight. But here's what fascinated Dostoevsky. These men weren't monsters, or rather, they were. Monsters in the same way we're all monsters, they just didn't hide it anymore. When you strip away society, morality, hope for the future, what's left? Not barbarism, as everyone assumed. Something much more disturbing, pure logic. Take Orlov, a prisoner Dostoevsky becomes obsessed with studying. Orlov murdered an officer in cold blood, but when Dostoevsky asks him about guilt, Orlov looks at him like he's speaking a foreign language. Guilt, he says. For what? For being stronger. Does the wolf feel guilty for eating the sheep? And Dostoevsky realizes Orlov isn't insane. He's the sanest person in the prison. He simply accepted what the rest of us deny, that morality is a collective fiction we agree to believe. This becomes the seed for Raskolnikov's theory in Crime and Punishment. The idea that there are 2 types of humans, the ordinary, who need moral law because they're weak, and the extraordinary, who create their own law because they're strong. Napoleon, Caesar, all the men we call great, they were all Orlovs, who happened to win. History is written by successful murderers, but then something happens that shatters this neat philosophical framework. It's Easter, 1851. The prisoners are allowed to attend church. And Dostoevsky watches these same men, these killers, thieves, rapists suddenly weeping at the story of Christ's resurrection. Not some of them, all of them. Even Orlov has tears running down his face. At first, Dostoevsky thinks it's performance, but it's too genuine, too spontaneous. These men who 5 minutes ago were describing their murders with technical pride are now sobbing like children at a 2,000-year-old story about divine forgiveness. How is this possible? How can the same mind hold such complete evil and such desperate hunger for good? This is where Dostoevsky discovers what he calls the law of personality oscillation. Humans don't exist at a fixed moral point. We oscillate moment to moment, thought to thought, between saint and demon. The same person who commits murder can genuinely repent, then murder again, then repent again, and both the murder and the repentance are absolutely real. We're not hypocrites. We're something much stranger. We're multiple people inhabiting the same body. The prison has a hospital, and Dostoevsky spends months there with various illnesses. The hospital is where the dying criminals make their confessions, and what he hears there changes his understanding of human psychology forever. They don't confess because they feel guilty. They confess because they need someone to know how completely they've violated everything sacred, and how that violation felt like freedom. One dying thief tells him, "You know the moment when you're committing the crime, and you know it's wrong, and you know you'll be punished, but you do it anyway. That moment is the only time I've ever felt like I really existed. The rest of my life was just waiting." This becomes the foundation for Dostoevsky's most disturbing insight. We don't commit crimes despite knowing they're wrong. We commit them because they're wrong. The wrongness is the point. It's how we prove to ourselves that we're not automatons, not slaves to programming, not just biological machines following chemical imperatives. Sin is our declaration of independence from nature and God simultaneously. But the prison taught him something else, something that would become central to the brothers Karamazov. Among these criminals were moments of inexplicable beauty. A prisoner named Ilya Zhestany, Muslim who'd killed a Russian officer, spends his free time teaching other prisoners to read. Why? Because, he tells Dostoevsky, suffering without understanding is just pain. Suffering with understanding is something else. What is that something else? Dostoevsky watches a group of prisoners risk brutal punishment to share their bread rations with a sick inmate. He sees a hardened killer spend 3 days nursing